Alright, let's see. Are we live on Twitch and on YouTube? I think we are. And I may have finally done something. I type in my YouTube chat, will that show up on the stream? Let's see, YouTube seems to be a bit delayed sometimes. It was working last night, but it looks like it's not working now, of course. Of course. It was working late last night. I had the YouTube chat appearing on the stream. Oh, there it is! I had to type in YouTube and not, OBS? Wait, what? Why is StreamerBot not doing the command in YouTube? Okay, oh well, we got the YouTube chat. Wait, StreamerBot, what is going on? Good morning, Smog Slayer. I think I also saw a Sauron Slayer in the chat the other day. Hello, Ironside. Hey. Let's see. Why is my YouTube command not working? YouTube chat just seems to be so silly compared to Twitch chat. I don't know why. I'm not connected to YouTube. That's why I need to log in again. Yes, sign in. Oh. Okay. Right. What is my bot account? This one. Is this one? Alright. Now we will... Hello, Fat General. Hello, Kai World. We will exclamation mark TL. Will this command now work on YouTube? Yes it is. Alright, I have debugged all of my debugging. I was logged out for some reason. We're set up. We're set up. Hello, YouTube. Twitch, you can chat to YouTube. YouTube, you can chat to Twitch. We're also gonna combine with Ornlu's chat soon. I think we're just gonna combine with his Twitch chat, though. I don't think I can combine his YouTube chat. But we've done it. Combined the chats. I've finally gotten around to doing it. Which allows us to do this now. This is lovely. Next step's gonna be to combine the viewer numbers. And maybe have, like, YouTube somewhere instead of just Twitch. I'll maybe just remove that from the webcam. Make sure we can hit both sets properly. But we've done it. I've made some UI updates. I think I have a bit of time where I'm going to do some YouTube editing. So I'm slightly behind on the ACCM video I want to make, but I think I'll still be good to get that out next week. I'll be up on Patreon. YouTube. This is lovely. Getting caught up on work now that the Brazilian dynasty is over. I'll have to see if the admins want to do a recap of the event. I mentioned that the other day. Background in computer science? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have a degree in computer science and in math. And I have a minor in German studies. Very useful for navigating the trains in Germany. So, right, we're gonna have a 3v3 show match. I haven't seen the drafts or anything. The Amigos, usually that's Barrels and Rage Forest players. LingYuan, probably Yo Vivian Lix. Du bist jetzt in Deutschland. Congratulations. Good day, how are you? I'm doing pretty well. Woke up, got my coffee. And we'll see if Ornlu wants to discuss the big news of the day for us Americans. What is the show match about? Hello, no chance. There is a show match to promote the tournament, the League, the logo right above my head. A tournament organized by Daniela Arbes and Siesta. The finals will be played live at the Garrison in November. But before that, it is a 3v3 online event happening over the summer, the next few weeks. I've been told that's an American saying, over the summer. Phoebe told me that I was just like, yeah, I do say that. And then I saw other Americans say it. It's a pleasure to meet you in Brazil. Ah, Dio Effect, you're Sebastian's editor. It was lovely to meet you. Hope you got some good content for Sebastian. And if you have any photos of me, let me know, because I was not taking photos. I need some social media content. It's always lovely to meet people at meetups. So, welcome in everyone. We're going to get started soon. We'll co-cast today with Pornlu. And once we get some viewers, I'll shout out Daniela, who is the host of this event. You can click her name in the Twitch title too. Also, let's open up Twitch and look at the AUE2 category. There is going to be a Civ draft. I don't know if there's much of a point of watching the Civ draft. I guess they didn't do that ahead of time. Yeah, still organizing everything and editing stuff. I'm sure you have a lot to edit and to organize. Get some work done, catch you later. Well, good luck with your work. Also, for those of you, the books are back. The floor is fixed. I returned the furniture to the room when I got back from Brazil, and the books are back on the shelf where they belong. Twitch is giving me energy drink ads. I am still a bit sick from having traveled, so hopefully Ornlu and his dulcet tones will carry us during the cast. Oh, I see, there's a final Sunder map. That coincidence streaming. Yeah, Sebastian, that Lensoy Siberiensis game against Yo was a really interesting game. A good run. Still needs to take that next step consistently to stay within the top 4. I mean, he's been there, right? He was there in Red Bull. But it's a bit of a leap, I think. Let's hope this one doesn't end 5-0. I think LingYuan should be a pretty heavy favorite. And should be one of the top teams in the tournament. Hello, Sody Cat. How you doing? How you doing? Also, chat, we're at 15,988 followers. We could hit 16k followers today. We are very, very close. I think maybe we stream until we hit it. Hopefully my voice holds up for it. Oh, coffee's good. I'm used to just drinking 1 cup of coffee, but at the LAN in the players' room, in the back room, they had these little tiny things where I just kept putting coffee in and drinking more and more and more. It was lovely. Coffee is good. All started successfully. Thank you, pop-up box. Yeah, so how is everyone doing on this fine Sunday morning? We got a YouTube member, Paul Schlock. Welcome to being a paladin on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. And oh, look, he even says it in the chat. Oh, yes, the YouTube chat on the overlay. What is this lovely feature I've just managed to discover and add? So I think that there is a draft. Maybe I should actually look at AUE2CM. Find a draft. League, there are some civs. This will be a fun draft to get on stream somehow. Oh yeah, you get the Baltic Heart. I think that's a slightly more different Baltic Heart to the one I have on Twitch. Like, it's angled slightly. Maybe I need to update YouTube emotes, I know that. thank you very much. Oh, look at that. The chat doesn't even display the YouTube emote on screen. Oh no, oh no. So there's still some debugging, I guess. I was hoping I went to Streamlabs and was like, Twitch plus YouTube chat on the overlay, yes. But apparently, there's still some work to be done. Alright, if you bear with me for a moment, I'm going to get an overlay on the screen. We get saves. Alright, and I just gotta grab some CSS. Oh, actually, wait, we gotta flip my overlay. Gonna have the Amigos on the left and LingYuan on the right. And where are we at? There's the draft. Yeah, you go down like here. Paste in the CSS. Boom. And let's just make this larger. That looks pretty good. Alright, let's go like that. And go like that. And like that. And like that. Just make it bigger. There we are. That'll fill the screen mostly. A tiny bit more of a margin on the edge. It's too much. Does that look roughly centered, chat? Maybe slightly to the left. To the left. Good, good. Oop, that's too much to the left. 2 pixels to the right. Am I not precisely measuring this eye? That looks measured. Now, I just paste it a couple of times. And then that makes it darker. By combining the opacity. And now we have a lovely draft overlay. And boom. We did it. Ah, that was easy. AOE1 music. I clicked a button and you don't hear the music. Now I hear the music. Lovely AOE1 music. Yeah, so Twitch, YouTube, you can say hi to each other. You can have conversations now. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with YouTube, because right now I have it on normal latency, but I might be able to put it to low latency, or ultra low latency. But I really do appreciate the membership on YouTube. I need to figure out how I'm going to do this, but the same way I do early access to YouTube videos on Patreon, I'm going to do it on YouTube. I just don't want to have like the channel cluttered up with members only stuff. So I don't know how it's going to work. I don't like members only stuff. I think it's just super annoying. You browse YouTube and then it's just like, oh, here's this video I can't watch. No, I want you to watch the videos. But I digress. It is like just about time to get the draft going. See if all the players are here. So I think my plan for the near future is... Oh, and thank you, Audiohead, for using your Prime sub on Twitch. Get an alert pop up for that soon. Thank you very much. There we go.
The bridge is out. The British must have destroyed it. We must find another way to Chinon.
Oh, I love those campaign quotations. Oh, I need to get alerts for the YouTube memberships, too. From YouTube. Well, thank you for using your Prime sub. So I'm still... The YouTube integration is... Oh, we got a draft started. Alright, we'll get some Civ bans. And, yeah, as I said earlier, or as I was saying, I think the plan is do the ACCM video. I have a video about fish traps I want to make. I have a video about score victories I want to make. And I have a video about Coast Arena and diagonal gates and trigonometry that I want to make. I had an old version, but I changed my formulas, so now I need to re-edit 20 minutes of video. That'd be a project. I'll see if I can... I just need like a couple days to bang stuff out. We have a bit of a gap between the start of Rage Forest and the start of the league, so it'll be a good editing couple of weeks for me. And you know what? I think we should have maps too. Let me try to find maps. Showmatch draft. Let me ask in. Yeah, maybe I'll just see it here. Let's see our base. Are there maps for this show match? I'll try to find what the maps are, because right now I'm in the dark as far as maps. Also, there are a couple people, you meet them IRL, you get confused. Dark and Lewis. Two people I got very confused. I first met them and I wasn't sure who was who. They were sitting right across from each other. I was super confused. Then over a couple days, I could tell them apart. You ever have that? Like, you first meet someone and you can't tell them apart, then a bit later, you're able to? One of those weird human things where we learn to tell people apart. The other was JBR and Miguel. Let's see if I have a photo of them. If you know Miguel, he's a longtime Brazilian AoE2 player. And if you know JBR, he's been adminning stuff for a while. Let's go see if I can find the photo I took of them. This is a good one. So, here are two people. See if you can tell them apart. And see, can the camera even show that? It probably can't. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, it's not a good way to do it. You have a photo with me and JBR? Probably with lots of them, of us adminning. Let me see if I can share this to myself if I just closed it, dang it. I should hit this button. Grab those better. There we go. Share it to myself on Discord. Oh, I share it to myself. There we go. Got it. Hello, Numerfolt. As the Chinese, the very first pick for the Amigos, taking the home civ from LingYuan, not from under them. Announcements. I have an image that isn't loading. I asked if there were maps, and I was linked to something that doesn't have maps. Oh, there we are. Cape of Storms, Regicide Fortress, Frontline Migration, and Team Acropolis. Okay, at the bottom of the thing. Got it. Alright, yeah. Here, let me show this off. This is way too long to get to showing this, but there we are. So this is... One of these people will be JBR, one will be Miguel. In chat, you have to guess who is who. Are you ready? Yeah, guess who is who. These are different people. They are different people. I was working with JBR all day, setting stuff up, and then Miguel came and he said hi to me, and I was so confused because I thought it was JBR. Yeah, Miguel. Miguel's on the right. That's Miguel. We're freaking wearing the same color shirt, too. Oh, it was so weird. Miguel came to introduce himself to me, and I was so confused. I'm like, what? I've been working with you all day. And it took me a moment, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. You're not JBR. Oh, man. I would throw me for... Yeah, JBR said he was watching some of the footage at the LAN, and he saw himself sitting next to Doubt in one of the clips, and he didn't remember that. And then it took him a moment, and he realized it wasn't actually him, it was actually Miguel. Oh, that was a good one, though. Right, so I think if I'm going to display the maps, the only thing I can do is write the maps in text. So why don't I just do that? Text. Ah, you were there too. Welcome, welcome on YouTube. Alright. Just gonna add the maps as I see them on Discord. They will be Cape of Storms, Regicide, Fortress, Frontline, Migration, Team Acropolis. We'll pick a good font for that. I need one that I can outline. Seiko UI black. Great. And I gotta make that smaller. Is that too small? Like there. Okay, that's maybe a bit too small. Still maybe a bit too small. Alright, there we go. Perfect. And we outline that in black, like 4 pixels. There we go. Is that visible? Now we know the maps. We don't have a draft for the maps, we just have a list. I'll just throw them there. Very, very professional overlay. But yeah, after the LAN in Brazil, we all went and watched England versus Mexico, which was a good time. But now we got the maps. And I genuinely have no idea how to draft civs for these maps. I think you really got to get familiar with the map pool before you can draft properly. I don't know if I can add drop shadow to this. I don't have an easy way to do that here. Probably do some custom CSS, but good enough for now. I'm getting some cat pictures sent to me. They're really cute. Oh yeah, did everyone see the Norway England game? Apparently the controversy of whether the ball hit a cable or not. And did we come to a conclusion as to whether it touched the cable or not? Because FIFA came out where they were like, oh no, it didn't touch the cable, of course. I don't watch football. I don't either. I was just watching Norway. Apparently they got robbed. Basically, play was supposed to have stopped because the ball was kicked high in the air, it hit a cable, came down, and then England got control of it because they just happened to be in the right spot when it hit the cable, and then scored a goal right after. And I guess they won 2-1 in extra time, so Norway should have won 1-0 without that. Is there a rule for that? The rule is that they're supposed to stop play and do some type of, like, reset. I don't even know what it is in soccer. Like, I guess kind of like a jump ball in basketball, but there was... If it hits a cable like that, they're supposed to stop. Apparently, England also likes to flop. So we got, let's look at this Civ draft here. For migration, I actually think it's crazy if you do Dravidians plus Vikings on migration. Maybe they use them for Cape of Storms, or wherever you use them as a water map. Cheap docks that give you housing space. Well, honestly, that was insane back in the days when you went galleys and you were aggressive on water. Now that you can garrison the fishing ships, maybe it's not as good of a bonus. That actually would be sick, Dravidians, Vikings, and Italians. Guess the Mr. Yo civs. I guess on this matchup, Yo has to be pocket. I'd assume Vivi and Lix are the flanks and Yo's the pocket. Will they let fishing ships build seawalls? You know, there was a bug in the Age of Kings, all the way back in the original release, where if you placed a foundation on the shore with a villager, you needed the villager to place the foundation, but then the fishing ship could actually go and build the foundation. So it could sail on the beach, you'd place the foundation one tile in, and you could castle drop with fishing ships. And Zaxis, thank you very much for the sub.
The horse, Babieca, comes from the renowned royal stables of Seville.
I gotta love King Sancho. Thank you very much for the sub. And we'll have Celts picked. Let's go Celts. Celts, are they a Yo pick? Celts feel kind of like a Lix pick. Huns, that's 100% a Yo pick. Huns, Hindustanis... Burgundians, I think, are also Vivi's favorite civ. I might call them a Yo pick. They feel like a Vivi pick. Amigos favoring Mongols early. Did our base make it mandatory for Celts to be picked? We need to have mandatory 6-player Celts 3v3 on Loch Ness. I think that's our base's favorite tournament format. And Goths there for the Amigos. And the Muisca. All right. I'm wondering how they'll do in a team game. Indeed, how they'll do in a team game. Also, I think Twitch is going to play an ad in a moment, so why don't I just do that myself to get it out of the way. And again, you can all go to YouTube if you want to watch without the ads, and you'll still be in the chat on YouTube. You're in the chat now. Apologies for the ad, but we'll just get it out of the way so we don't have the ads during games. The KP boys. The Teutons are picked. What is that? Celts? Huns, Celts, Teutons. That's a good end of the draft. And then the KP Centurions, too, for the Romans. So LY has Italians, Byzantines, and Romans. Just missing Sicilians. Alright, that's the Civ draft. So let's see, I think Ornlu wants to hop on voice. Let's give him a call. He says a couple of minutes, I say right now. We'll go knock. Oh, he's AFK. Not even there. Knock on anyway. We go knocking on Ornlu's den. Hello, Ornlu. I knocked. Did you open the door? I am. It is for Ornlu, the bell tolls. Alright, are we combined, chat? Oh, thank you, Pointy Boy KGS, for subbing to Ornlu. So what I've managed to do, I got my YouTube chat on my overlay, and now our Twitch chats are combined, so that's on the overlay. Now I just need to figure out how to get your YouTube chat also on the overlay when we're linked. We made progress. We made progress. So, how's your stream going? How's your stream going, Ornlu? Have you talked about politics yet? Okay. Ooh. They can go monks. Yeah, so it woke up some big political news in the US today. Yep, and being in New Jersey, my congressional representative has been missing for months. Yeah, I'm in that district. Was it Tom Keene? He's been missing for months. He just didn't show up for work. After a while, people started asking, "Where is he?" And then the other congressmen were like, "I don't know where he is. He probably has some medical issue." And you just haven't heard anything from him. Supposedly he's gonna be back soon. But yeah, I am that district. It does. It's crazy how, like, in this day and age, how you can go unseen for so long. Yeah, I guess that's how Congress works. You don't need to show up. And then the rest of your time you spend asking people for money. Maybe he's practicing for sudden disaster with the time off. Oh, Ornlu muted? Ornlu muted. Sorry about that. Let me fix that. Okay, Ornlu, say something now and you shouldn't be muted.
Say something now.
Alright, chat. Is Ornlu no longer muted? Yeah, Dave is muted. I think Ornlu's good now. Okay, yes. Yes. That means they hear you. Or yes, he's still muted. Yes, great. Alright.
Good.
Alright, Ornlu, tell a joke. Get the chat ready with a joke.
All right. Are you ready for the joke, everybody?
I don't think anyone's ready for an Ornlu joke.
All right. So, in the big 2026, I say RF and people assume it's Black Forest. And it's
there's
not
a joke.
Regicide Fortress.
Yeah, RF always been at Regicide Fortress. It confuses
Yeah.
me too.
It's like we can't duplicate acronyms. You can think of new ones.
It's like when people started using Smush for a generic Monk Rush instead of the Saracen Monk Rush. Like, no,
Yeah.
it's the Saracen Monk Rush. You know who was online playing games yesterday?
Who?
Chris. Like old OG Chris.
Ooh. He doesn't go away forever. He's back every now and again.
Comes back. He was just casually lapping some 2K5s on the ladder.
Yeah, his decision making is definitely not going away.
But you know what hasn't gone away? Something that he's had since the Age of Kings. The Skirmisher. And that's what he made the other day. He was against the Tupies. They were doing their Blackwood Archer stuff. He just made skirms.
Well, to be fair, that's not a bad idea.
It's nice to know
All right,
something hasn't changed.
Looks like they are in the lobby, or at least Ganji, Yo, and Valas are. Lix are there. Somebody asked me if Modri would be playing. I think he's retired.
Yeah, Modri's retired. He might judge whether we need admin restarts for Rage Forest. Other than that, he is retired. He's retired to being an admin.
The lowest of the lows.
No, he still has a better job than Doubt. Do you know what Doubt had to do with the land?
What do you have to do?
Well, we needed someone. The room where the players practiced was on the first and second floor. Those where they had the first two floors rented out, and where we played the games was on the 7th floor. And we needed someone to move the player PCs, and that was Doubt.
So he was manual labor.
he was the PC carrier.
Oh no.
Hello, Ivy. Triple sparkles to you. Good morning. Moji is retired since a while now. It's a while now.
Ganji, Valas. Who is going to be the third amigo? Barles, I assume?
Ooh. I assume Barles.
Yeah, we got a VV sighting.
Yeah.
Samaro?
It could be Samara. I assume it's going to be Barles, though. I don't think Samara is at the same level to play, like, against LY outside of Rage Forest.
Yeah, and we're not going to have those sorts of maps. I do like this particular map pool, though. Cape of Storms, Fortress, Frontline, Migration, and Team Acropolis. I feel like that's a nice variety.
Does Team Acropolis have fish in the pond?
Well, it just depends on the version that Daniela wanted, so no idea.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out, because sometimes you can have fish in the pond on Team Acropolis, and that could sometimes be irrelevant, sometimes be very, very contested, and we'll have to see what they do in this version.
Oh, we have a random Chinese player joining the lobby.
Yeah, so LY seems to have split into two teams, which I guess I'll call LYA and LYB, even though the B team isn't going under the LY branding. That's going to have Bad Koala, Daniel, Jibatong, and some other high-level Chinese players on it.
Yeah, I actually saw them practicing together yesterday. I was casting some games. Obviously, they are quite good, as you would expect from players of those calibers who play as many team games as they do.
That exactly is what you'd expect. Samaro AFK. Samaro wants his walls.
So
I'm
no
assuming
teams are invited.
Yeah, no teams are invited. They all got to qualify. So what do you think we're going to get from Onamaru? They could do rosters in different ways.
I imagine it's going to be... What? The former Tyrant guys. So Viper, Tato, Doubt, Jordan. And then it's probably going to be Dogao, Miguel, Vinchester, maybe?
Ooh. Now what about Lewis and Andy? They just don't play?
No, Lewis, Andy play... Maybe it's Lewis, Andy, Vinchester. Maybe Dogao, Miguel find another Brazilian.
Now, so this is my thoughts on the team. All right. So Onamaro, they got 12 people. You do the OG Tyrant team of Viper, Jordan, Doubt. You do the Brazilian team of Dogao, Miguel, Goku. You do the young team of Andy, Lewis, and Vinch. And then you do the Spanish-speaking team of Tato, Kingstone, and Nacho.
That would be interesting. I feel like Nacho isn't quite at the same level as those other guys.
He's on the roster.
In the organization.
So, I need to go read the handbook. Since we're waiting, I think this is a good handbook time.
Wait, Abunza Halt?
Abunza Halt? Oh, is he an Amigo? Alright. Again, one of those incredibly good Rage Force players who I wouldn't think is at the same level in other types of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a bit of a different skill set, and I do think very highly of Abunza Halt in a Rage Forest context, but again, that's not what we're dealing with here.
Okay. Also, just a reminder, if you want to play, sign your 3v3 team up. Signups end on July 14th at 22 UTC.
And we are in the game Mr. T West.
Alright, Cape of Storms, let me load on in.
Let me set up the overlay.
Also need to change my capture age settings, be in 3v3 mode.
All right, we are in there, everybody. Of course, thanks for joining me, Mr. T West. Thought it would be fun. I saw that you were going to stream it. I'm like, it's been a hot second. And so here we are, guys. Interesting spawns, though. Oh, check this out.
Not loading. I failed to download match content, Ornu.
Oh, no.
Oh,
well, I'll introduce everybody real quick. Lix is in the red as the Celts on the flank, as you would expect for LY. Yo is the yellow Huns in the pocket. And on the north flank in the purple as the Portuguese, it's Vivi. It's not everybody lined up on the coast. There's actually just a player who's very far away from the water. And actually, neither of the players are especially, This is so different.
I realize my chat is not in the right position for 3v3, so apologies, chat, but you will be not on display this game. I'll have to sort this out for later.
Do you have a... Did you get Capture Age Pro yet?
Oh, no, I'm not gonna support a subscription model.
There you go.
Anyway, we'll just go score in the right position. Everything just normal capture age, and we'll get the team names set up. LingYuan against the Amigos. And so it's Yo, Vivi, and Lix. I presume the purple player is Vivi.
Yes, the purple player is Vivi.
Vivi or Vivi? I know you like to be a contrarian in your Vivi pronunciation.
I don't think there's a canonically correct version of Vivi.
Okay. So this is, again, a play all five. This is a show match for the league. And as we said, signups will end in 2 days on the 14th at 22 GMT. And, well, Celts, Huns, and Portuguese against Armenians, Georgians, and Muisca. Some very different priorities on when the civs were added to the game versus when they're drafted by each team.
Yep. And yes, those are hills in the ocean. That is like the original version of Cape of Storms.
Those are the storms.
Oh, why is there like an island to the south that has nothing on it? Oh, I guess it's for setting up for trade. Oh, okay. I get it.
That's a good question. Can you build there?
I mean, it looks like rocky terrain.
There's rock terrain, but there's also the rock beach terrain, so you might be able to build there on the beach.
Yeah.
It's the Cape.
At least that's what I would imagine.
The edge is the Cape. The storms are the hills.
It's based off of the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. Or, yes.
Oh, we have some quick walling from Ganji. He's going to try to save a Vil. Save it by that scout from Vivi. So immediately, Ganji's going to wall up. And we see all 3 players on both teams docking, even the super pocket up there on land. Not going to let a good fish boom go to waste.
But is it a super pocket? I mean, look at the orientation of the players. Usually you would have red and blue very close to each other, yellow a bit further away, and then purple very far away, but still on the water. But this is set up more or less like a regular game, although the top players are further away from the other players.
Yeah, but they're so far apart, I don't know what you can really do. It's so easy to wall this. I mean, Ganji really needs to realize there's a hole in his walls and shore up the hole. But other than that, it's easy to wall. There he goes.
Yeah, he's fine. So, yeah, I mean, he's got another settlement incoming. He's got the full walls in. He is on the 30 population. He will certainly be going for a fast castle. So it's now going to be down to Vivi to do something about this. As he is... What is he doing, actually?
He's tower rushing.
Yeah, but not especially fast. He's got no military behind this. He's got a barracks, but no archery range on the field just yet. He's just now placing the foundation. Whereas in the south, we have Lix, who is ostensibly going for water, yes. And double ranges for Abund.
He's going to try to Hulk smash this fish boom. And there are no whales on this map from what I can see. It's only fish, no oysters, so you're only getting food on the water, no gold. And the Hulks will come in. And now we have to think about how do the hill bonuses come into play for the ship damages.
I don't... It shouldn't matter with the Hulks. I think it should still only matter with galleys.
Yeah, because the hill bonuses are applied after all of the armors, but before the minimum damage of 1. So if you actually are just doing the minimum 1 damage, then the hill doesn't matter.
Exactly. It's why it doesn't matter in tower rushes. It's the same principle.
But they do matter there against the fishing ships. That fishing ship went down really quickly.
Yes, very much so. So, Abunza Halt is going to need to be careful, but he is now across the map with the archers, and it's going to be down to Yo to defend both him and his ally, and that should be basically impossible with his scout opening here, as the archers are going to be followed up, and I don't really know what you're supposed to do to defend this as Yo.
And this is Lix trying to go water, relying on his pocket to defend him and a tower. So it's going to be a tower defense. But that means you can just kind of skip Lix and go to the pocket. You ignore the tower, you go to someone who doesn't have a tower, and maybe force up another tower so they can't use the market and sell the stone.
Well, and beyond that, it's just you don't have enough army. The scouts are not a very good defensive unit. It's not really one that you can rely on to win 1v2 in the same way that you can kind of do with archers. And like maybe archers with some spearmen. You don't really have that, as Yo just doesn't have enough units here because the scouts from the 2 pockets basically cancel each other out. And that leaves these archers here to actually snipe villagers and make Yo's eco a mess, which it obviously is at the moment.
Ganji, though, he's getting distracted on land by Vivi, and he loses all of his fishing ships to Lix. He could have garrisoned the dock. And you know what? I wonder, Ganji might be so used to playing Rage Forest, where I disabled the ability to garrison in docks, he might have not realized he could have just hopped into the dock and saved his fish.
Well, he could have saved at least 5 of them. I think he lost, like, what, 7 or 8?
Yeah, he lost a ton of them.
Yeah, that is definitely a big mistake and something that you need to be paying close attention to, as even if the docks aren't amazing at killing Hulks, they're still pretty good at killing Hulks.
And Yo just taking his boar.
Oh, check this out, T-West. Good scouting here from Abunza Halt. Vivi's clandestine stone mine has been discovered, and those villagers are going to need to flee for their lives as Cyan is almost up to Castle Age.
Yeah.
Yep, and if Ganji's up, he should be able to stop this aggression. Vivi going for the forward market, but you never want to do a forward market because then you don't get as much value from the trade.
Always something you need to consider when going for your aggressive trade cards. Only going to be generating like 2 gold a trip, man. Really disappointing.
Oh, on the water now. Nice blocking from Lix, stopping the fishing ships from getting to the dock, and he'll destroy 3 of them. So Lix has been dominating on the water, and with that tower, hasn't really taken too much damage on land. It's more Damage has been thrown over to his teammates, who have taken, as he pointed out, that clandestine stone mine being forced off of it. And now Vivi maybe has to deal with some scouts coming over to him as Yo's trying to chase.
Yeah, Yo needs to keep the scouts honest of his opponent, so at least they can mirror that. It is Bloodlines and full Blacksmith upgrades for Yo. Just Bloodlines and +1 attack in now here for green. Scale mail armor coming in for Ganji. He's likely going to be going for some Temple Guards, and that is exactly the case. But one Temple Guard will still be killed by a bunch of archers, so you're going to need to have a Siege Workshop as some component to this.
There's a blacksmith there. Part of me thinks if he's hiding behind walls, you open one monk, and that gives you room maybe to do a TC first, instead of needing to immediately go for the Temple Guards. Also, he has 1 gold in the back, but he has to be careful that he breaks out and secures his main goal by the time that runs out.
Yeah. I really don't get these... okay, now the monks are queued up, but the 2 Temple Guards just don't do anything. I mean, if there are scouts in your base, yeah, sure. But Temple Guards obviously are countered by archers and are not likely to catch up to them.
But look at what Yo's doing. He's running his scouts directly through the middle to the right. Now, these Bobab trees in the middle, they have a 50% chance of spawning a tree on each tile, and they have 200 wood each. And as Ganji overchops, Yo is gonna get in. Oh, this is horrible for Ganji. Which he can't garrison, right? That's the 2P. That's not his settlement bonus.
The 2P.
Oh, he doesn't notice
heals,
this.
But that is nowhere near enough, and Ganji is on a one-way trip to Frown Town here, losing his fishing ships, losing these villagers. We're looking at 18 dead villagers this game for Ganji, as his fast castle has simply not done anything useful. Meanwhile, Yo, by doing this, did leave his allies open, because remember, there is nothing at home. Lix barely is developing his army, Yo's army was out of position, and Vivi's army was forward, so there is a decent bit of counterattack damage coming in, but with the fish boom involved, it's still just not competitive.
He also left himself open, but now those scouts from Vala's gonna run into archers, run into double stables from Yo. And that just took Ganji out of the game for the moment. He's gonna lose his dock even. So no attempt to control the water at all for the Amigos. They prefer their fish booming in small ponds rather than stormy oceans. And they're just trying to defend now in the middle. The middle of this map is so tricky because Ganji walled a lot of it, but then overchopped, and even otherwise, he could have left the side open. Maybe Valis could have gone for a team wall over there with Ganji, but then it's so tricky to wall to the water, as now Yo's getting on Valis' base. Oh, it's gonna be more dead vills he couldn't quick wall in time. Oh no.
Yeah, this just feels like one of those games where one team fought for water, the other didn't, and then the team with the fish boom wins, as LY have almost a 50% eco unit advantage over their opponents. And this is simply nowhere near competitive enough. Ganji still hasn't busted out of his base against the feudal age opponent. Vivi's still training more archers. And I just don't see this one here for the Amigos.
And this is what I love seeing about team games. There are some players who are good at 1v1s, and then there are players who are absolutely great at team games. And as much as Yo still can finish top 4 in 1v1 events, he's an even better team game player.
Yeah, Yo, Tato, Viper are definitely, and maybe Vinchester as well, are the top players that I think of where they're like just as good in team games as in 1v1s relative to like being a top 10 player. Maybe ACCM too.
Yeah, Slam plus ACCM is a beastly team, but I guess they're going to be in different lineups. Slam should probably join Wonders. And then
I don't know how active Slam is.
He's a Rage Forest captain.
Yeah, that's true. Well, crossbowmen are coming over here, but Yo does have knights with decent upgrades, so yeah, actually 3 knights is plenty for 6 crossbowmen. Now we even have Lix in the castle age. Everybody is north of 50 villagers right now in LY. Nobody is at 50 villagers here on the Amigos. Abunza Halt is the closest, but it is just not a very competitive game number 1 here.
None of these players are in the southern hemisphere, right? Abunza Halt, where is he from?
Switzerland.
Switzerland? Okay, it's all in the northern hemisphere. I'm just thinking now, since I'd just gotten back from Brazil, if you are in the southern hemisphere, should it be south of 50 villagers if you have more than 50 villagers? Like, do we have to change the phrasing depending on where the villagers are?
I don't think so, because on a compass, south is still down. Even if you're in the southern hemisphere, it's just further down. Anyway, there's the GG called, and that was a dominant showing from LY, and of course showing why they are one of the best teams in the world. And the Amigos, this isn't going to be a good map for them regardless, but that was pretty painful.
Yeah, and LY, certainly a team capable of winning. There's no question about them as a team. Remember, last time there was a Nations Cup, it was these three, along with Tim, of all people, who won against that Canadian
Tim played well,
team.
which was the crazy thing.
Yeah, right, and that was against that Canadian team of Hera, Chris, Slam, and Mentalist, which was a crazy lineup too. And also winning against that Finland team of Valis, Rubenstock, the Max, and Valessa. Yeah, speaking of players who get much better in team games, freaking Rubenstock.
Oh yeah, he is the classic example.
Anyway, we will have a 50 to 12 KD for Yo, and a 14 to 28 KD for Ganji, 11 to 36 for Abun Zurhalt. Yeah, Abun, the player, I would think more of a Rage Force specialist. We'll see how he holds up in the team games. If the Amigos don't have Barrels, I think we might be at risk of seeing another 5-0.
Was there a 5-0 last time as well?
It was.
That is very unfortunate. Some low draft priority there as well for Team LY. Some of their later picks versus Georgians and Armenians, which were both quite high up for the Amigos. So that's a little bit scary as well. But the next map is going to be very different. The next map is going to be, I think, actual RF.
As in Regicide Fortress?
Yes.
I was going to use the Muisca, right?
Yeah, Muisca.
Yeah. So it's Georgians, Armenians, Muisca losing against Huns, Celts, and Portuguese.
Yes. So Regicide Fortress is going to be next. What are we thinking as far as the civs go? Britons feel like an obvious one here for LY. Khmer, Teutons, Burgundians.
Why is my chat not here? My chat.
Oh yeah, Burmese.
Check. Yeah, my chat disappeared. Streamlabs, what are you doing?
I think for the Amigos, Turks, Slavs, Chinese. I think, or maybe Berbers thrown in there.
I don't know. I think that when I look at maybe thinking of LY, Britons feel like they could be a Regicide Fortress pick for a flank. As could maybe Vietnamese or even Maya, right? Remember the Maya have such a great economy for it. With the extra villain they can produce right away. Teutons as a closed map pocket could be used here. Byzantines also has a fast imp civ. Burgundians and Burmese as unique units. Italians as a unique unit civ too. For the Amigos, feels like Chinese have to be here, right? Just Chinese Regicide Fortress. Probably Mongols. And Berbers, Slavs?
I think it's the Slav pockets, very likely. Slavs are amazing. RF pocket, because you start with the farms. You have a super good late game. Turks, I don't think you're playing Turks on any of these other maps, so might as well play them here.
Chat, I'm gonna experiment. If I swap my scene and swap back, do you disappear? You don't disappear. Only my chat.
Saracens plus Woo? Oh no.
Saracens? Oh. Yeah, because the Saracens bonus applies to the Fire Archers, right?
It sure does.
Is there another map where that could be used? Maybe Frontline? Oh.
I feel like Frontline might be too aggressive. Maybe the Team Acropolis?
Maybe Team Acropolis. I feel like you want more of a mobile civ. Now that I think again, LingYuan, I think Burgundians and Burmese. Maybe Burgundians, Burmese, and either Byzantines or Khmer for Team Acropolis. Now, I think we might get the Dravidian Viking combo on Migration for LingYuan.
Oh yeah, that could totally be a thing.
Leticone on YouTube.
We have drafted. Oh yeah, there were a bunch of banned civs, so Saracens were among them. Yeah. Some interesting bands, though. Ketons, Gurjaras, not Civs you typically associate with team games. Most of the other bands, I think, make sense. Mapuche? Mapuche don't really feel like much of a team game, Civ.
You never know.
I know they literally have a team game unique tech, but still.
I mean, you never know when someone comes up with a creative use for something. Maybe they just practiced and found there were a bit of a hack with some type of strat with them.
Mapuche are the best team game, Civ. The Bolas kill all in every FC map.
Maybe they do.
Well, I mean, if we just look at the actual maps that we have, which, of course, I don't actually have on the screen because it's fixed maps, you're not going to use them on Cape of Storms. You're not going to use them on Fortress, Frontline, Migration. Maybe you'd use them on Team Acropolis. I mean, that could certainly be a good
on Team Acropolis.
Yeah, the Bolas would definitely be very good on Team Acropolis for sure.
The Amigos could go Berbers there and actually have Genitores, which, considering all the Cav Archery unique units, could be pretty darn good on Team Acropolis.
Oh. I did cast a big Nomad game yesterday, and I did see the almighty Jurchen Genitors from Dragonstar do work. That do benefit from that faster attack speed like they're Mongols.
I mean, what if you combine them with Turks, right? Because then Sapahi gets applied to the Genitors, right?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, so the Turks suddenly have one of the best trash units in the game with their Genitors.
Yeah, I think it's 95 HP.
Which, considering their Cav Archers are 100 HP.
Yep.
That's pretty insane. Oh, Dravidian Genitors, they shoot faster, or throw faster. Yeah, throw more rapidly.
But you do miss Bloodlines. You used to also miss Husbandry, but now they got Husbandry for some reason.
Now you have to build a stable to research Husbandry with the Dravidians.
Yeah. They are selecting a map right now.
Yeah,
there we go.
Fortress. Do we know what version of Fortress it is?
Nope. I have not seen any game so far
on
these versions of the maps.
I think it's safe to assume there's no water on the map.
Yeah, TOS, it's been a little while since we've had big lakes on Fortress.
So actually, I looked back at Black Forest. Did you know, Ornlu, that Black Forest in the Age of Kings did not have roads? The roads were only added in the Conquerors.
I did know that.
It's insane to think about that. Black Forest, only one theme, no roads.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of we take for granted in AoE really came from AOC and not Age of Kings. Which makes sense since they were able to refine on the basic idea of Age of Empires 2 with it.
Alright, looks like we are launching. Up, and here we go.
And it is mostly civs we were talking about, but a few interesting ones, not because the civs are bad, but because I thought they would be used on other maps. And check this out, T-West. Looks like a completely normal version of Fortress.
How large is it, though? Because the one from the ladder is one size larger than normal, and it looks like this is a pretty big map.
Yeah, no idea on the exact dimensions of it.
Yeah, this feels like the super large fortress. I'm not a fan of that version. I think it should be a normal map size since the water's removed.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason for it, but indeed, we are here, T-West, and it's going to be the Malay from Vala, so not playing them on Migration where I thought they'd be picked. So he'll be there on the flank for the Amigos. This is where we'd expect them to be at their best. Lithuanians here in the pocket for Ganji, and then the other flank will be Abunzua Halt as the Turks.
Let's look at the relic positions. We have two very safe relics immediately for our Lithuanian pocket, but the rest of them might be kind of hard to secure. They're all pretty far forward. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relics. 7 relics.
7 relics.
The king was obscuring the minimap for one. All right.
Yeah, so that is going to be a very good setup for Lithuanians. Late Chai, if you get to them with a bunch of relics, they really don't have much of a counter in the entire game. Ganji almost losing a scout to the board, but not doing so. Dancing around like you just don't care.
It's going to be pretty important for Abund to scout that relic in the right corner with his king early on. If he does, then they should be in a good position to at least grab a third relic for Ganji. And I think the team is then going to have to prioritize that relic in the middle of the map if they scout it. And that gives them 4. I don't see them getting the other 3 to the left all that easily, but I think that's a good way to secure 4 relics for your Lithuanian pocket.
Yeah, and I think that's really what the setup is going to need to be, because the other side here, we have Vivi as the red Italians to the west, Yo as the yellow Burgundians in the pocket, and then Lix as the purple Britons here on the east flank. Burgundians are going to very heavily outboom Lithuanians. I mean, that their eco is amazing, but they have nothing that can challenge the Leta, so they will just die horribly. Now, Genoese crossbowmen and longbows can both kind of work. So it's, I think, going to be really about setting up the pocket so that the Lechai can crush the other pocket before the Burgundian boom, or rather after the Burgundian boom gives them a big timing advantage.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Genoese crossbowmen are one of the scariest team game units, but the Malay are a civ that can probably deal with that just by having their timing to push the Italians.
Yeah, it definitely feels like both Malay and Turks are going to want to leverage some very strong timings. You don't want to just sit back and let the Genoese crossbowmen / longbowmen mass up. So it makes a lot of sense. Buy time there and sort of keep your opponents occupied with the 2 flanks, and then just let Ganji get to his death ball of the elite Latus to shred everything.
So Turks Britons on one side. Part of me would feel if I'm LY, I kind of would have wanted that swapped and had Italians versus Turks. I feel like the Genoese crossbowmen kind of take out the Cav Archer and Scout play, and the Britons are a bit vulnerable to that these days.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree with that. You also have condos to help deal with gunpowder units. I mean, everybody has condos, but...
Oh, that's a good point.
Britons don't want to be making infantry if they don't have to. Italians are a little bit, I'd say, more willing to go into that. They do get the extra pierce armor for their condos as well, which is very helpful.
Yeah, and also comparing Janissaries versus hand cannoneers, the condottieri resist anti-infantry attack, which the hand cannoneers have, but the Janissaries do not. So Janissaries still kill the condottieri pretty well. What the condos will have is an attack bonus against both of them. So they have an attack bonus against the Janissaries, but still have to close the distance and surround them to use that.
Which, thankfully, they are quite fast. 0.96 movement speed for both hand cannons and Janissaries, and then 1.32 for the condos. It's actually the same as a king.
Ooh, so the king gonna work out with those condos, try to get them to run around. Is that with squires they have that?
Yes.
Has to be with squires, right? Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not as fast as a Geppetto. Those with squires are 1.38, which is faster than a knight without husbandry at 1.35.
Yep, I did a video not that long ago showcasing all the different speeds for units. Geppettos, only units at 1.25.
Remember that video I was in about the Berber trade cog?
I think, yeah, you were in that one. I like to give you a cameo.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sandra says Abendzuhalt was picked very, very early in the Rage Forest draft. And backstage at Brazil Land, everyone was talking about how he might have even been a captain for Rage Forest. So not a very high elo player, but that's what happens when you play Rage Forest games and your elo never really gets changed because you're not playing the ranked games. Definitely a good team game.
Doesn't
player.
matter. Yes, the Berber trade cog is even faster now.
So there is the TC for Ganji. Looks like he's going to boom. And I'm also just wondering how quickly does Ganji go for a monastery. He's long distance mining 50 stone now. Looks like they did play with standard regicide fortress resources, which is 150 stone instead of 200 for some reason.
200.
It's just always been like that. So you got a long distance mine 50 stone if you want to do a third TC.
Yep, 500 wood, 500 food, 0 gold, and 150 stone are the regicide settings for whatever reason, but that's just the way it is. Yep. And we will actually have 3 TC booms here from everybody on Team LY.
And you also got to be careful of Loom, because you start with 0 gold, you might not think to get Loom right away. And I've seen enough Regicide games over the years where people get pushed and they don't have Loom, and they forget they don't have Loom.
Yeah,
Mix. Look at his boom. 4 TCs immediately with the Britons.
Yeah, going to leverage that booming strength there of the Britons. He's also getting Bowsaw and Heavy Plow, so very good build here for Lix. He's certainly going to be a very experienced player on the Regicide setting. It's interesting, though, because everybody's booming, but it's just going to delay the timings, I think. I don't think we're going to be seeing a 4th TC from Valas or Abunza Halt. Probably going to want to go up to Imperial Age pretty quickly, because if they just sort of stand back, they're going to die horribly. So we'll have to see when the flanks here for the Amigos are going to want to start to attack.
Yeah, and we still just got to keep an eye on monks, especially for the Amigos. Getting monks to Ganji for late game Lithuanian attack bonus will be absolutely crucial.
And the monastery is indeed coming in now for our green player. I did see Yo slap one down early as well, so he already is out of the map. There's a Custelier who's going to be being a bit of a bodyguard. And really, I mean, Burgundian teammates also are going to like picking up relics, although that bonus was nerfed. But really, it's going to be more important to just deny that from Lithuanians.
Yeah, that's true. They do get the food with the relics. And there's Valas. I think he just missed scouting Yo's monk. And Yo, I think, wisely going for the relic right in the middle of the map. That's the one where I thought maybe the Amigos want to secure that, make sure they get 4. But I think that's probably going to limit 3 relics. We see an X on the side from Ganji for the relic in the corner.
And if we look at the scouting here for the Amigos, they do see both of the corner relics, so that's going to be a nice pickup for them. So there are still 4 visible, but certainly a good idea. Take the most vulnerable relic first. Yo did drop his monastery very quickly and faster than Ganji, so that's certainly an advantage you can take nice and fast.
Yep, and that relic had been scouted by the Amigos, so if they're paying attention to the Fog of War, they'll see that it has disappeared. Disappeared also from their minimap. And that should clue them in that there's a monk picking it up, but I don't see their scouts going to try to find it.
Yeah, maybe they are just going to cede that one. We do have some longbowmen and Genoese crossbowmen starting production. So a little bit of military presence. Other players, I mean, look at this 4th TC coming in now for the Amigos. Are they all going to just try and play to post-imp?
I think so, but Yo immediately grabbing 2 relics. I think that's absolutely what he needed to do. And he'll get them immediately. Great play by Yo. Also 4 TCs behind it. Yeah, everyone just booming. Everyone just booming around. TCs for everyone.
Vivi. Vivi's the only player to stay on the 3 TCs. So the one who's going to try and leverage, I think, a pretty good uptime. But I know, I'm just really surprised that you're just going to try and hang back here with Valas and Abunza Halt if you're not just going to be dying to a timing from Yo.
Yeah, and Italians, I think as you call them, the discount civ, don't need the best economy to go up. They can have a ton of discounted bombard cannon and university techs. But here come Karambits. Okay, Karambits against Genbos. You get enough Karambits, you can overwhelm them. Is this enough Karambits?
Well, good awareness there from Vivi. Going to try and take the best shots that he can. You do get the 1 melee armor, and you have actually quite a high base HP for the Genoese crossbowman at 45. But, I mean, still. Karambits with their free pierce armor upgrades, well, free armor upgrades. Very, very fun bonus for the Civ. Good micro.
Alright, we have some Karambits going down to the Genoese crossbowman. Vivi's gonna come forward. He's got Vills on the way forward, or he's got Vills forward. And what I'm seeing here is 2 forward golds for Valas, with his main gold not too far behind. So this feels like it's gonna be some type of forward castle imp timing, as Vivi has the stone, and he'll want to control all the golds.
He sure will. That's a great castle placement on the hill. Genoese crossbowmen are going to be back to raiding. That's going to certainly be annoying for Valas. I think it's pretty bold to go for the forward castle against Malay, who are almost always first up. Yeah, no,
he's finished his loom.
He's got loom.
Well, I mean, he's Italians, right? Italians and Malay, 2 of those civs that can race to him.
And we will have Imperial Age on the way here. If you look at the eco now for Valas, he's still pretty far off. So this could be giving a really nice opportunity here for LY. The Coustelier are also here to support from Yo.
On the right, some longbows even from Lix. They'll be fighting the mangonels from Abunzuahalt. They outrange the mangonels, so not the easiest fight for Cyan. He needs the longbows to get trapped on that hill or mess up a split.
Yeah, the Repairville does help, but excellent micro there from Lix. The Light Cav is coming in. It does have its extra Pierce armor, which is always nifty as the Turks, but this is a situation where players of this caliber just going to micro and dance around all day. They're too powerful.
He gets the mangonel, gets the light cav, and can even maybe get the Latus, which only has +1.
Yep. Is a longbow better than a fully upgraded Italian Arbalest? I mean,
No.
It depends on the situation.
Longbows need elite to be better than arbs. Strictly, unless you value the cost differently, their stats are strictly worse than those of an arb. Other than the range the Britons get.
Well, the Italian arbs get thumb ring and you get the extra armor, so again, it's a little bit situational, but I mean, in general, you'd prefer longbowmen.
I mean, at least if you're Britons, you prefer the arbs over non-elite longbowmen.
Yes, for sure.
For other civs, it's how do you value the range versus other bonuses.
Well, Genoese crossbowmen are continuing to climb in number here, and I mean, it's just one of the scariest units when you can get a good mass of them. Really, only super vulnerable to siege onagers and, you know, things like Huskarls or whatever.
Yep, and that
Ganji's
also
still booming.
And that also kind of stops the pocket from being able to help early, especially if Ganji wants to go for the latest. Genbos will be there to keep them away, and that's going to let the Trebs and Bombard Cannon come out for the Italians on the west and push the Malay, who don't really have a good answer other than maybe their own arbs or skirms.
Yeah, I mean, look at this army count, guys. 44 to 14 in favor of LY. Yes, the Amigos are going crazy with their boom. It's a bunch of raids happening there at the far north of the map. But right now, it is just the pressure here from LY that is going to be tough to stop, which is why I wanted to see a bit of a more aggressive approach from the flanks here of the Amigos, because it's going to be tough to hold back, as Yo is going to be able to really do a lot to support his allies in the near future.
Even the back, he was getting some raids in with some Coustelier, forcing some creative quick walling there from Ganji. Ganji get a conversion? Yes, he will. He'll lose the monk. But Ganji right now, only 2 relics, which does kind of worry me for the Lithuanian player. You really want more than that.
Yo has 4 of them. And again, it would be so much easier to get those relics if we had the flanks being more aggressive. They'd be able to be out on the map, contest LY, and enable Ganji to pick up those relics and get to that uber powerful unit. Now, he is getting a 3rd relic, so he's at least going to have that. And 2 relics is kind of the bare minimum, because that gets you to 20 attack, and there's a bunch of units whose HP is a, multiple of 20.
And now those Trebs probably go down for Valas before they can even take out the castle. And Valas is in trouble here. He can't stop the Genbo push. And the Genbos are there to take out the Lechai. The Coustelier can focus the crossbowmen. Not looking good there, and on the other side, the Britons and the longbows still pushing the Turks.
I mean, they're elite Coustelier too. Again, there's a huge timing advantage for Burgundians. I mean, they just have a much stronger economy than the Lithuanians. It's just how the civs work out. So, I mean, this just feels like it was the wrong approach from the Amigos. Huge army leads here still for LY. We've got elite longbowmen coming in. This side is going to be getting pushed like crazy by that timing advantage here from the Britons, as you'd expect, because again, Britain's far better economy than the Turks. Now, there is a chance that maybe Abunzuahalt gets to fully upgraded Sipahi Cav archers, which are at least going to be better, but I'm still not too thrilled by this.
Wait, Ornu. Does Valos remember this is regicide? His king is in that tower.
Oh, so it is. Does LY remember it's regicide? Oh, they sure do. They sure do. Oh, it's over. It's so over.
There are the Trebs, and he's ready to call GG. Okay, does he right-click the king? The king dances! Oh, the king dances! He dies.
Get out of here! Get out of here, and the GG will be called, and LY. Great pressure. Did not just sit back and let the game happen. They were decisive in taking map control, pressuring the flanks here, and Ganji was just simply not really able to support in time.
Yeah, and that's the... I think the key is that they're pushing with the Italians, knowing that the pocket won't be able to help that side. Maybe there would have been room for the Amigos to rotate around the map and try to have Ganji head towards the Britain side first, where, yeah, longbows are good, but they're a bit slower, and I think don't quite fight the Leichai as well as the Gembos do, right? But that requires a bit more initiative to force the fight on the right instead of on the left.
Well, I think that they needed to be in a position where they weren't defending an early imp, and you're not letting the massive ranged units go up, because if you have the flanks playing aggressively, then, you know, you're doing everything to keep the longbowmen / Genoese crossbowmen numbers low, and then at that point, you just, you know, Ganji just patrols across the map with Elite Leichai and obliterate everything.
I take my scoreboard, so it's 2-0 for LY. And we have here... So also the Maya and the Chinese, not used for Regicide Fortress.
Nope, but those civs are also very good on other maps, so... that at least makes some sense.
I wonder where the Chinese get used. Now it'll be frontline, which is 3 players in a line, or 6 players in a line. You have a flank, a middle, and a back, I guess.
Yeah, that's kind of... or a flank, a pocket, and an omega pocket. The pocket to pocket all pockets. Anyway, hopefully we'll be getting into that one soon. I'm going to get some more coffee, T-West. I'll be right back.
Ooh. Get some for me, please, Ormway. I could use some coffee. Also, did my chat clear again? Yeah, the chat cleared. I don't know why the chat clears. That's a weird thing. Maybe if I have it visible in Capture, it won't do that. But I'm not sure why it disappears. We need Ornlu chat to spam to refill the chat. Maybe it's a setting I can change. Let me allow the YouTube chat. I think Viper mentioned Lewis. Part of me thinks Viper plus Vinchester would be the best pair for Onimaru. And I'm not sure what the top 3 for them would be. Part of me thinks Viper, Vinchester, Andy. I'm not sure who Lewis plays with, though. If not Andy. As I feel like Doubt, Tato, Jordan probably isn't going to be a team. And I don't know if Lewis... I don't know who else Lewis would play with then. I guess they could have 4 people on a team. And do something like Viper, Vinchester, Andy, Lewis. And I'm not sure how they split everyone else up, though. Oh, hello, gentlemen. How you doing? Good afternoon to you. And frontline, indeed, the next map. Same set of players. I wonder if this is where Chinese could be used. They don't have camels now, so good eco to camels as the super pocket shouldn't be a thing. Franks could be used here. Finally having position for a Night Civ.
I return.
Showmatch was Doubt, Lewis, Andy. That doesn't mean that's actually going to be the team, though. I mean, what is the other team, then? Viper, Jordan, Tato?
It'd be odd if Doubt wasn't playing with Viper and Tato and Jordan. You just, associate them all together.
I mean, Doubt, Lewis, Andy just feels like a weird team. Avenge, Tato, Viper sounds strong? Maybe.
I think Vinch Tato Viper is probably the best team if you are just looking at who are the most skilled team game players.
Probably. I don't know about Lewis or Andy, though.
Mm,
How do you feel like... I feel like these days Andy's probably the most, in terms of 1v1, favorite of those, but I don't know. You never know with Tato.
yeah, it's tough.
So this map, we'll get to see who the flanks are. It looks like we have Valis as the flank and Lix as the flank. Then we'll have Yo and Abund as the pockets, and Ganji and Vivi as the super pockets.
I think, yeah, that does look correct. Civ-wise, this feels like we're going to be seeing a Civ like Teutons or Incas doing some sort of nonsense, super aggressive on the flank. Maybe Mayans, Vietnamese in the first pocket for regular archer play, and then you go for a scout Civ like Chimera Romans in the Omega pocket.
I have seen Huiguang Cav used as the Omega pocket, but I guess we won't see them with this Civ draft.
Where do you go for Mongols? Because we have Migration, Frontline, and Team Acropolis, and I feel like you
Team
could justify
Acropolis.
Mongols on all of those maps.
I think you go Team Acropolis for the Mangadai. I think Team Acropolis now has to be Mongols, Berbers, and either Slavs or Jurchens. Probably Jurchens. Then, actually, how are Jurchens as a water civ?
Not very good.
How are Franks or Slavs as water civs?
Very bad.
Maybe
I mean,
Migration
that feels
then
like
is
the
Wu,
Uwu,
Shu.
Berbers. Oh, maybe Chinese Pocket on Migration. You know, we're a fan of that.
That's different, though. They don't have demos anymore.
Yeah. But they have the dragon ships now.
Yeah, you need to get imp for those, though. I don't know. I mean, do water maps even go imp these days? Oh, Aaron, I failed to download match content again.
I did too.
I'm even subbed to the mod. Okay, frontline once more. Okay, well, we have the answer to the civs, at least for this map.
We do, and they do not have Black Forest at all in the.
All right, we'll see if OBS reconnects. So I think we're back. Or not. No, we're not.
Oh no. Could have swapped Burmese and Romans. I don't think Burmese are a civ you want to go with the chicanery with, because they don't have any Dark Age bonuses.
I think we're back now.
Good.
Okay, can you hear me, Orlu?
I can hear you.
All right. So it's fixed maps for the show match. It's just a show match where they're doing all the maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, and YouTube Tyler James asking if it's lagging. That is my internet dying for a moment. I think we're back. All right.
I think this is a big mistake.
Orlu, are we gonna get a douche? Look at how many vills are back here. That's 8 vills.
I don't think so.
I mean, the front line. Think about that, right? Your flank player. You vil fight the other flank player, disrupt them as much as possible, and then you douche one of the pockets, and you're disrupting 2 players.
Yeah, I think that this is all sorts of wrong here from LY. I think that Lix isn't doing enough early nonsense. Yo isn't going to have a good time just going scouts here. It's just not going to be enough army, and Vivi has no chance of making it to Castle Age safely. You can see that Ganji's going up on 20 pop here as Frank, and he's going to be going scouts, and then Abunza Halt's going to be going for archers. And this is what I was suggesting, right? You have the aggressive player on the flank, who just is going for degenerate nonsense. Then you just play it like aggressive archers and scouts from the pockets.
Yeah, so no fast castle, just all aggression. And that's not what Vivi's doing. Vivi wants to go FC Arambai, I think, as the Burmese.
I mean, yeah, but this is going to be so tough. He's already had his one lumber camp lamed.
Oh.
It's still going to be expensive to get to the Arambai. Vills are running around. Scouts are going to be coming in here from Yo, but I just worry that there aren't going to be enough units on the field here for LY in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah, I might be roboting again.
They sound fine to me.
I do? Okay. My internet is dropping again. See if it comes back. I need to get my ISP to fix something again, maybe.
Oh, look at this. The walls are coming in. The walls are closing in, T-West. Oh, he finished that one too. Oh, no. Deleting the lumber camp. He now has no more lumbar support, and those vills are getting wrecked.
Oh, man, those walls now protect the villagers from the militia.
Yep.
They're kind of trapped there, but they're safe for the moment, at least.
Yeah, and as soon as the men-at-arms try and cross the map, then they'll be going into the archers. And this is one of the weirdest towers I've ever seen.
Oh, he wants to kill the vills, right? The tower has to, I mean, there are, how many vills there are? Only 8 vills? You get that tower up, the vills have to run, and they're running into scouts and militias. And now it's the scouts and men-at-arms.
Oh. Yeah, I thought he'd delete it at the back to go away from the men-at-arms, but nope. It's going to be a lot of dead units, but Valas is basically a sacrificial player, and there's the TC drop coming in, T-West.
There we go.
What we want to
I
see.
knew we were going to have a douche. No use spending economy going up to the feudal age on this map. Just go for the TC drop.
I mean, I didn't think you'd TC drop Vivi, but yeah, this makes a lot more sense. And again, I feel like this is just the best possible way to approach it. We got a Bunzo Halt, and we have Ganji making plenty of units in the near future. It's a tough map to defend, so the best way to defend is to never have to defend, as now it is going to be just such a mess here for LY to clean up.
And you know the interesting thing is, Abun could also put the archers inside of Valas' TC, and then Valas could send his vills to the berries and actually not idle them.
I feel like Lix isn't a super consequential player at this point. I feel like you want to get to Yo. Yo feels really juicy right now because he only has scouts to defend himself, as Vivi's going to be still quite a while before he can actually help out.
Yeah, I still feel like the TC drop needed to be on one of the pockets, not the flank.
Yeah, but there were never, I think, quite enough vills back over there.
Well, you know what? Maybe you can destroy a TC and then go for the pocket.
Oh, yeah? You get yourself 2 TC drop chances with your starting 200 stone.
You do. This is where it gets careful, because if Lix rebuilds the TC, he could do like a counter douche TC and try to 2v1 your forward TC.
Yep, that is something we have seen in the past. Yes. Castle Age is coming in here for Vivi. We have a defensive tower here from Yo. He does have the Khmer houses to help him out as well, which is going to be a big assistance. And right now, Abunzo Halt going across the map here with his archers, but Vivi is not the one who you can really pressure, because Vivi's far away and he's full-walled, as, you know, if at first you don't succeed, TC drop again. And right now, Red just going back a few inches.
Ooh, men-at-arms from Lix running right under the TC. They'll get sniped down.
Bill there is sniped. Castle Age is coming in, but so are the Scout Cavalry. Oh no, Ganji breaking into the base of Vivi. This is the last thing that should happen.
And how many vills will we get? There's one that's very weak. I think he just gets one, but that's a lot of idle time anyway. I don't know if Yo, does he have numbers to clean this? He might. So 7 versus 5, but he doesn't have bloodlines yet. He's gonna fight before that, wanting with the numbers to take the fight. And Vivi, I think he needs to wall this up so the scouts get trapped. Unless Ganji just fights anyway and loses them.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what happens there. It's going to be tough to drop the castle, but you'll still have it in here fairly soon. We don't have another TC drop attempt yet here from Valas. He does have the resources to do so, but oh, never mind. Sorry, I missed the big blue blob, T-West. My apologies.
Where's the big... Oh, there we go. There are the vills. I mean, Yo needs
the big blue blob.
I don't think there's a TC drop here, or no, I think there's just a bunch of dead vills.
Yeah, that needed to happen sooner. Archers are coming into support, so that will be nice, but we do have bloodlines in, only 1 spearman, but that's going to be enough to scare away Yo for the time being. We have Ganji coming into support here as well, but right now, big army and villager lead for the Amigos. These Arambai have their work cut out for them.
And yeah, Valas still is in the Dark Age. He does have a nice spot for dropping on Yo with the TC. And I think that's where he would want to go, right between those houses. And that should be good. Let's see if he deletes his TC. Does he want to steal and delete the farm first? Yeah, he should have done it earlier, because Yo's just going to do a house there. And he could have done it in range, but now with that house, and with the next farm that fills the spot, the anti-douche farm.
Yeah. Classic. But the castle's in, the Arambai are on the way, and yes, Arambai are awesome units, for sure, but you need a lot of them. You have a big Vil deficit right now, and that's not even counting Valas, who doesn't really matter at this point.
Double-bit axe, town watch, and scale barding armor all for Yo.
That is a late double-bit axe, though, only at 41 villagers. That's not what you want.
Another 5 farms there for Valas.
Going to be starting his adventures. Both of the regular players, shall we call them, here for the Amigos, on their way up to the Castle Age. Not too many scouts left here for Ganji. The most important thing is going to be trying to keep that crossbow blob alive, because that's going to be your best bet at dealing with the Arambai, which are obviously going to be the most scary unit coming here from LY in the near future.
And also, if you can just kind of disrupt the farms a bit. A few archers will be picked off for Abund, but he's bringing a big mass back behind Valas' base to keep them safe. And it's going to be a while before he can upgrade to crossbowmen. Valas could even just do a bit of quick walling there just to make the pathing more difficult, try to keep those archers back. But it looks like the Arambai won't chase. Oh, wait. Oh, no, we have a tower from Lix. They're Xing on the map. Tower from Lix hitting some of Abund's farms.
That probably shouldn't have happened. You have Ethiopians, you can drop outposts all over the place without any issue. And this is just classic Lix, though. He's down and out. There's very little he could ever realistically contribute, and he's still making himself a nuisance. He's still being a pain in the butt, and that is just awesome to see right there.
That's what he does. We need a team of, like, Lix, Vivi, Ruben Stock.
Who's gonna be the who are they messing everything up for? It's just they're all messing everything up for each other.
Yeah, so Arambai now raiding Valas. Valas really can't do anything behind the TC at this point. He's up to the feudal age at least, but even then it's a long time before he can worry about the Arambai. Do you think it's worth it to continue attacking Valas at this point? I mean, the Arambai can kill a lot of Vils.
I just don't think Valas is super relevant right now. The issue is going to be that the combination of Abunzo, Halt, and Ganji should be able to 2v3 this, or 2v2.5 this, because we have both of these players in a very good position. University does need to come in. I would wish that was a little bit sooner for Abunzo Halt, but of course, he has been having to deal with Lix, who is, again, brilliant move here with the towers.
Yeah, Lix might lose a couple of Vils there, but it does allow the tower to get some damage in the crossbowmen. Now, there was not much walling here for the Amigos, so that'll let the Arambai run around. And Arambai play is something LY does quite a lot, even in those Arabia 4v4s in Nations Cup.
Yes, the Goth-Burmese combo.
Yeah, the Goth-Burmese. Goth make stuff as messy as possible while the Burmese pocket FCs.
And yet, it feels like the game is a little too fast for that these days. It's just Age of Empires is only getting faster and faster and faster. Yeah, don't try and do that, guys. The Arambai deal a lot of damage.
And I think they still escape. They just need to get around the outside.
Ballistics is about to be in.
Does ballistics matter these days? The crossbows are weak. Maybe the Arambai even win the fight if they just take it properly. Vivi needs to pay attention, though.
Lix is still tower rushing. Ganji's trying to help out his ally, but this has given Yo an opportunity to get to Castle Age. And Yo's on 48 villagers to Ganji's 48 villagers, so that's still really freaking good play from Yo. This game is in the balance, and although I've liked the overall approach here of the Amigos more, LY are fighting, man, as the scouts going to be killing more of Valas's Vils.
So Yo, he's not doing military other than scouts right now. Does Yo
just
go for... Okay, he goes for knights. was gonna say, he might go straight for elephants, and just, you could use elephants to push straight down the middle.
That would be fun, but unfortunately, not what we're getting. Foraging now coming in for him as well. Note that this is not an all-in play from Vivi. He is grabbing a university because, yes, ballistics does affect Harambe. And Yo himself is also expanding his eco, so the game will march forward with each team having basically a dead player and each team having 2 healthy players-ish.
Does ballistics actually improve the Harambe? Because don't they benefit from the lack of ability to hit stuff by spreading the projectiles around?
It does help because it makes the, let's just say the blob of darts is still going to be more on target than they otherwise would be, where they'd like all miss.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah, like Thumb Ring would be really bad for the Harambe,
Right.
but ballistics is still extremely helpful, if that makes sense.
Ooh, Yo trying to wall, but doesn't get it up. Valis will get a Vil through for an outpost. And Valis is up to the castle age. Valis could even monk rush if he gets that Vil through. Or just siege push, whatever the Goths want to do. You got 7 on stone, you get castle drop with 1 Vil.
It'll be interesting for sure. If anything, it might just be to add TCs, keep himself alive, and then eventually work towards an army that's going to be particularly good here.
Yeah, if he does TCs and can boom, then he should be able to outboom Lix, who's still in the feudal age.
Yeah. I mean, Lix has done a great job applying pressure, but he is still very resolutely stuck in the feudal age, although I guess he could buy a lot of food at the market, but that's going to get very expensive. Harambe are still here doing some good damage. 3rd TC here for Abunzahalt. More archers are coming on in, and they are going to try and take a few more pot shots. The Vil count is still dead even between the 2 teams, although the Ecos, I would say, have been more disrupted for LY than for the Amigos.
Crossbows will take... I'll go down to the Harambe.
Man, I love Harambe. It's such a fun unit.
I think this actually does depend on Valis' ability to reboom now, because Harambe Knight is such a powerful combination. I don't think the Amigos can fight it right now. And Valis is going to lose a ton of Vils here. I mean, Lix has more population, even though he's in the feudal age. Maybe Lix is actually in the better spot, because Valis is still getting 1v2'd. Remember, when he douched, he built his TC even more forward, so his eco is even more vulnerable. And remember, he's down to 7 Vils, 6 Vils. And he's got 4 in the TC.
This doesn't really change the situation where you have Green and Cyan in the best spot, but I feel like this is where Abunzahalt not being quite at the same level as all these other players outside of RF is a big issue, because what should be the case right now is Green being on like 50 crossbowmen.
Oh my gosh,
but
he's got 2 Vils. One of them is a forward sneak Vil.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll find where the other one is.
It's not going to be super relevant anymore this game for Valos.
Both of them are forward, Ornu. Like, both of them would be offsides in soccer right now. That's how far forward both of them are.
Oh,
one on each half of the map.
do they have a hair too far forward?
He might hit a cable with one of those Vils.
Oh no. Or claim to not hit the cable.
Or run into a TC. Oh no, okay, he backs off, Oh, but there's a knight there. He needs the quick wall. Immediately quick walls the Vil. Well, that's basically a dead Vil now.
Thumbring coming in for Green, but it just... Right now, we're looking at 23 to 31 crossbowmen, and that's not enough crossbowmen for how good Harambe are. The Harambe are fully upgraded as far as they can be at the moment.
They'll pick off a few Harambe. I mean, we do have 92 Vils for Ganji as the Franks. I mean, he could still go Imp and go Frank Paladin with Chivalry and carry the game. But this is a great wall from Lix to secure the map and ensure that whenever Ganji gets up, he won't overwhelm them.
I mean, it's just been such great support play here from Lix with that more aggressive approach. I mean, it was almost great for Valos, almost getting to those extra TCs. I think that's what he was going for, but it just ultimately did not work out. He's on 1 population. He is basically a non-factor at this point.
1?
Eco upgrades coming in for red.
Will he escape, Ornu? Will this Vil escape? Can Valos get to safety? There's 1 more tile of wall. No.
Oh, no.
Gets walled in. Let's see. There's still an opening. And Lix wall that in time. Needs to speed wall.
But here's the issue.
I think there are lots of issues for Valis now.
Yeah, the Amigos are not love and life.
Oh, no, no, Vivi, no. Defeat the Vil. Here comes a knight from Yo.
Oh no. We got a runner here.
Oh, he's so close. He needs to get to the TC. Oh, can he wall the Vil?
Rip. Now, Valis isn't literally defeated because he has a building somewhere. Actually, what is keeping him in the game?
The market. The forward market.
Where's this market?
Bottom right corner.
Oh, yeah, of course. Why didn't I look for the market over there? Yep, that's literally the only thing that's keeping him in the game is the market.
Meanwhile, Arambai getting
big fight happening over here. This needs to be an overwhelming victory for the Amigos, and it will be, because the crossbowmen, again, are here in just enough number. What I was going to say earlier, before the Vil incident, is that the thing is, once you get to a good number of Arambai, they will kill Infinity Knights. Like, the Knights, you could have, like, 30 Arambai versus 60 Knights, and the Arambai would still win just by micring around all day. So, having a big eco here with the Franks doesn't really help you all that much. You need the archer numbers for green, and he is now on his 50 crossbowmen. But now, Yo, of course, able to bounce back, and he's on his way up to Empty West.
Yeah, he'll be the first one up. 89 Vils, so not quite as boomed as Ganji is. But if the Khmer can get to Elephants, that gives them actually a stronger unit than the Paladin from the Franks. So Elephant Arambai on a kind of a narrow map where you can push in one spot might be nice. I think the problem is just Vivi needs to avoid dying to that crossbow mass with the Arambai.
It's definitely easier said than done, because that is a bunch of fully upgraded Ethiopian crossbowmen at the moment. That said, I don't think Yo will go Elephants yet, at least, as he doesn't have the eco for it. You definitely want at least 120 to 130 Vils before you start considering a big Elephant switch.
Why is
I think Cavalier with +4 defense is going to be enough.
He's Xing the middle of the forest.
You know, sometimes the versions of this map have cliffs in the forest so that you can't onager cut around, but this one does not have that.
Okay, I've never seen that. Interesting.
He does have a trade cart. Our assassins are concealed in these trade carts. Oh, guys, I think the Shah's in trouble. Valis is going to give him a champion surprise.
Now, the problem is, Vivi's castle defense is market. He can't even trade.
No, no.
Okay, another
Big
Arambai
fight here.
This should be better for the Arambai. There's more of them now, but that's a lot of crossbows trying to flank and surround them. I'll have to run away. If they can isolate a group of crossbows, it'll be a good fight. We see also the spread formation for Abund. Making sure he doesn't get essentially mangled by the Arambai.
Really, really good play there from both players, knowing exactly how you want to take that fight with the Arambai involved. Yo's an imp. Cavalier is going to be on the way. +4 defense is going to be not far behind. And now the question is going to be, right now, there's going to be a big lead for LY once these two upgrades come in. Then we're going to have both of the Amigo players in the Imperial Age, and then eventually, once Vivi gets in, it's going to be advantage back here to LY. So it's going to be about who can best survive the timings.
Oh, you know, I just realized, Ornlu, that market is so bad for Valis because he's in the Castle Age. The rule is you can't sling until Imp, and because he's Castle Age, he can't sling.
Well, I mean, he's got
300 stone.
only a little stone he could sling anyway.
I mean, you could trade and sling some gold eventually. Oh, they're going to spot the trade cart. Outpost to spot the trade cart.
Oh, no.
Oh, they don't see the market, or they don't see the market. They don't know it's there. Maybe the trade cart.
Oh, Crouching Tiger, hidden market. No, but honestly, like, Lick's now coming in very, very clutch. He's got fortified walls all over the place, and that can buy, you know, so much time. He's adding in TCs. He is, again, in just such a great position to help out his allies. The walls are not here in time from Abunza halt. That's an Imp is in now for the two remaining players of the Amigos, but they really have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they need to push as ASAP as possible, but the full fortified wall defense is here, and Abun can't finish the walls. That tough for the Rage Force players not to finish the walls, but we have Yo coming forward with Vils getting to the inside where the Arambai have already breached that opening. Yeah, things just keep looking better and better for LY. This is, I think, the most promising game the Amigos have had, but LY is such a good team.
Yeah, they can just make something happen out of nothing. Oh, that's not really what you want. The knights in the back, the archers at the front. It's going to delay the fight probably long enough for the castle to come in. But the Arbs are here. You need to get a leader on by. That will be in shortly for Vivi, but right now the fight's going to happen without it, and this is really probably the last best chance here for the Amigos.
The castle's up, man. I don't think they're going to be able to take that fight. Iranbai, once Elite comes in, they'll be better against the Arbs. You still need a lot of Arbs to fight Iranbai. 56 feels like maybe not enough, especially if they're clumped. Just wait to see Elite and Parthian tactics even for more armor. And then you just kind of mangonel the Yarbs with the Iranbai.
I mean, we're looking at 50 Iranbai that are about to be elite versus 64 Arbs. It's still a far more valuable army here for the Iranbai. We should have some bombard cannons on the way, and indeed one is coming for Ethiopians. You have 7 petards from Ganji? What?
Want to breach the wall. He's getting ready for sudden disaster. I don't even know where they're going. I don't see them.
Ethiopian Arbs are very good, but Paladin is not in yet, and right now the Cavalier numbers are fairly unimpressive for Ganji, despite his good eco, and the Iranbai are coming in, the Cavalier are there as well, and this is possibly going to be it here for the Amigos in this game, as all of those Arbs are going to get massacred, Key West.
Oh, they're all going down. They're clumped up. Once they get clumping,
yeah, it's
start
ogre.
just stomping them. Oh, there's a petard in there. It just explodes in the middle of nowhere. Paladin, I mean, we do have Cyan Pocket Paladin, but I don't think that's even going to be enough for Ganji to save him.
Nah, no way on Earth. Hassar's coming in here from Yo as well. I guess his gold is running low or something. But, yeah, I mean, Paladins are great. Cyan Pocket Paladins are even better. But the numbers are simply not there anymore for the Amigos, as we're looking at 150 more population here for LY.
Oh, nice walling from Lix, reacting to the 3 petards and fortified walls behind it, so no paladins get in.
I mean, just such amazing play here from LY, and really they are showing why they are going to be one of the teams to fear in this tournament.
No matter what you throw at them, they'll throw something crazier back.
And it's just like they will always adapt to a situation no matter how bizarre it is. Like, I mean, it was the perfect reaction to the TC drop. Lix's play with the forward towers to throw off Abunzua Halt, which then left the Amigos defending back at green space, which just opened things up for Yo and Vivi to smash Valos and take him out of the game. We have Elite Battle Elephant coming in, and this is so over.
It's got more petards. I like that Ganji's trying something with the petards, but so far it's not been working.
Yeah. Don't think this is really going to be a thing for the Amigos, and I mean, they're going to go down 0-3, and this was a good game. It's felt like they've had, like, opportunities, but they just haven't quite been able to follow through in all these games.
Yeah, now that
and yes,
LY
we have our good old
trading.
Donald Tusk swords.
Now that LY is trading, they do see the market there. They should start trading with Valis.
Add insult to injury. Force him to delete the market so he defeats himself. Oh, that would be funny.
Some petards exploding. Remember, petards don't do anything against land units, only against walls.
It's the best land unit there, and the Paladins are looking good. I mean, I wouldn't mess with Pocket Frank Paladins. But still, how do you push in time? Red's on his way up to Imp, and he just probably needs to go to a bunch of halbs. Oh, wait! The gate's open! That probably doesn't matter, though. You kill the Paladin that's there first, which he's not doing, which he isn't doing, which is going to let more units come in. He absolutely had the chance to kill the one Paladin that was holding the gate open.
Oh, that's a lot of Iranbai now, but I think the Iranbai still beat the Paladins. And like,
yeah, I mean, like I said, this number of Iranbai kill basically infinity Paladins. It just doesn't work for the Paladins whatsoever. The Arbs will force some damage, but yeah, the GG's gonna be called.
The Elephants have gotten to the back of the map. And, well, the douche was good. I still think the douche needed to be on a pocket and not on Lix.
Yeah.
I think that's the key. That's what I learned from watching all those Nations Cup Chaos Pit games. You douche the pocket, because they have the most to lose by being douched.
And then I just think that the follow-up, allowing the tower rush from Lix to throw off a Bunza halt so much, the archer numbers were never what they needed to be in mid-game, and then eventually. Just not enough there. Valos getting essentially defeated.
I'm worried about the 5-0 again, Ornu.
Yep. Could be going in that direction for sure.
So Goths, Franks, and Ethiopians lose. That was Khmer, Burmese, and Romans. So we're getting to migration now. And what do we see on migration from LY? It has to be Dravidians and Vikings, maybe Byzantine pocket. You can go camels for the middle.
Could be. I mean, it's just, I haven't really seen a ton of team game migration post water changes.
I haven't either. Do you think Vikings are the pocket here? I think they gotta be the flank. I mean, Byzantines could be a flank.
Yeah,
for
no
fires.
way you can go it. You just want the best, well, I mean, you used to want the best galley rush sibs.
I don't know now. I think you probably still do. I don't know. So Chinese... The final map is Team Acropolis. Chinese Wu Malians? Or Chinese Shu Malians for the Amigos?
The thing is, I think we might see Berbers here. Because although
Yeah.
Berbers are very good on Team Acropolis, it feels very redundant with Mongols. Like, what, they're both going to go FC Cav Archer unique unit that just, you know, it's like, that's too much, man.
Yeah. I feel like there's overlap between the two maps for the Amigos a bit more than for LY. I mean, Maya could even be an interesting pocket save to go Imp and then go Eagles.
I mean, that feels like that could be okay. But also, you'd rather just play them on Team Acropolis. Yeah. Play them with Vietnamese and Hindustanis.
Yeah, also my chat, you might want to just refresh because I think the internet drop I had might have lagged you if you might be behind.
Barles goes, well, I still think Amigos are going to be a very strong team in the tournament. It's just,
I would have liked to have seen the trade, honestly. That would have been fun.
I just wanted to see the trade that forces the deletion of the market.
Yeah, exactly. And there's migration. So if you are a tournament organizer, Ornu, and your finals are going to be played at the Garrison, what team do you want winning? Or
if I'm a tournament organizer that has to pay for travels, I want the teams that are the closest geographically to Hamburg.
Well, I think first you want overlap between the players who will qualify for the Garrison, right?
Yes.
Then you're double dipping.
Yes.
So something
as
like something like Yo, Lix, and Vivi, where yeah, Lix and Vivi are good 1v1 players, but they're probably not LAN level qualifiers. You don't want to fly them out from China just to play one 3v3 set with Yo, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you would want the Vitality because at least 2 of the 3 of them are going to qualify.
Also, they're the
Heart
sponsor.
might be. Oh yeah. So you definitely want that.
Yeah, Heart might be questionable, but it's a questionable where he could still qualify, right?
Yeah.
And actually, he's got to be there anyway, because if you pay $1,000, you can ride in a limo and eat dinner with Hera, Leary, and Hart.
Oh, jeez. Such nonsense. Uh-oh. The dashboard's offline? Panic! Okay, it's all good.
Yeah, dashboard offline is my nightmare.
Here's my chance? Yes.
Only 1K.
Well, they're all in the lobby.
They are. Just,
And
typical
30 seconds.
lobby things.
Hosted by Daniela. Oh, jeez, ruining her own tournament.
Did I spell? Okay. Did. Wait, where does it say that? There's a typo in the bot. Hosed. There's a typo there. Let me fix that. Let me double check I didn't just copy and paste from the handbook. Okay, yeah, that's my typo then. Alright. We gotta play that, was it the Power Wash Simulator? You seen that game, Warrenloo?
No, I haven't.
Power Wash Simulator, you go and you power wash stuff.
Oh, boy. I guess there's a,
Boosted.
There's a simulator for everything.
Just
Anyway,
about.
the game has started.
Alright, someone type the bot command in. It is correct now.
Oh, this is a large version of Migration T-West.
Loading in. Loading in. It's taking a while to load in. It must be a large one.
Lots of fish here. I mean, we're looking at a map that is with a relatively long rush distance. It's still going to be aggressive from flank for sure, but you don't need to click up as unhumanly fast as possible.
I don't know
So,
if it's large. Might be normal.
But that's definitely a longer rush distance than we have seen in the past. On
Yeah, I don't know. Also to note, no predators in the middle, and there are pigs in the middle, so if you scout them with your fishing ships, you might be able to scout in the middle a bit. Or a transport ship. Also, no hills in the middle. It's completely flat.
Huh.
Like,
Migration
completely
usually
flat.
has hills.
It does usually
In
have
fact,
hills.
Migration can have huge hills.
Oh my gosh, look at the beach terrain over here on Ganji's base. I don't know if that's intentional. Got spots of beach everywhere.
So disappointing.
Do other players have that? A bit. Maybe that is intentional. Yeah, people can get weird. If they base this on DE's map, there's going to be some very weird terrain blending all over.
Yep. Can actually pay for dinner if it's with Ornlu. Finally, a way I can make money.
Or in having dinner. Dinner's got to be expensive, though, in Illinois by Chicago.
Yeah, it is. It certainly can be. I've been on enough first dates to know that. Well, interesting civ picks. So we have Abunza Halt in the blue Wu on the east flank. Ganji is the green Chinese in the pocket, and Valas is the Cyan Jurchens on the west flank. This feels very strange.
It does feel strange. And meanwhile, we have Vivi as the Vikings, Yo as the Byzantines, and Lix as the Dravidians. No questions there. I mean,
Yeah.
this might be the top 3 civs for Migration 3v3. Byzantine Pocket for the fires if you fast imp. Then Camels on the mainland if you want to boom a bit. Then probably the 2 best water bonuses for the docks. Cheaper docks plus pop space for docks. And you can have a very clean build order.
Yeah, I think it would be hard. You'd be hard pressed to be more optimized than this. Maybe Chinese over Byzantines, but like,
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, it feels pretty darn close, and it's interesting. Whenever liberty is threatened, you'll find the 3 amigos.
Oh, thank you, Sean DeWolf, for the cheer in Ornlu's chat for the amigos.
Cheer, cheer. All right, so what will we be seeing? Because the 3v3 meta could differ from the 4v4 meta. It could be more aggressive when it comes to the Castle Age fire ships, but now that hulks are a thing, maybe you don't want to go for the hulks at all if the flanks still go for galleys?
Also,
Or if the flanks go hulks.
the map
then you
has
go
whales
galleys.
on it, so you can get gold on the water now too. So maybe the middle is less important because you can win the water and still get gold for a while.
That's true, but the whales are very far away from the shoreline, so it's not going to be very good gold income.
It depends if you dock the middle and take them. I mean, the map generation is much better for the Amigos in terms of whales. They have 6 whales across the back, whereas there are none for Vivi. There's just 1 between him and Yo, and then just 2 in the other corner, so a bit unfair in terms of whale distribution.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit unfair, but I don't necessarily think it's the end of the world. Thus far, all of the flanks are on the way up, so if you look at these uptimes, T-West, they feel very galley rushy, but not as fast as they could be.
Could be Hulk rushy. Probably galleys, though. Ooh. I was wrong, Warren. There are predators in the middle. There are snakes.
Snakes!
And they can go in water, too, unless they modified them.
Yes, snakes can go in water, which I don't understand because snakes can't attack ships.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense.
Like shallows I could get, but all predator animals could already go on shallows.
Anyway, people are up on the flanks, and it will be Hulks. So triple Hulk from Vivi. Triple Galley from Valas, which should counter the Hulks. Triple Hulk from Lix. And then still on the Dark Age is Abund. And he'll be opening with galleys.
Lix is being a greedy gumdrop T-West. Look at this, fishing lines and 2 more fishing ships.
Ooh. So that completely changes migration then, if it's a defensive map with more docks and fishing lines, rather than aggressive 3 fishing ships, as many hulks as you can create.
So we have, on the Amigos, both flanks going galley only. We have 3 hulks to open it up, and then a switch into galley. So it feels like maybe they'll switch back into pure galley soon.
Maybe you swap for fires? I mean, hulks are maybe better at destroying fishing ships. Yeah, I think Lix was trying to get to the pocket. Well, it shouldn't be able to get there with Abund up.
Yeah. So my big question is, did the Amigos just screw up the draft, or why are we playing Jerchins here? Jerchins are not a great water civ. Although they do technically have the single best water unit, which is the Jerchin LingYuan. But they're bad at everything else.
I mean, good Dark Age eco with the food lasting longer. There are still a couple of geese under the TC. Maybe that's a reason you'd want them. That's about all I can think of.
Yeah, but it's like Jerchins over... I mean, like, Mongols and Berbers both feel like they would be better civs here. Actually, Malians also feel like they would be a better civ here.
Yeah, kind of surprised not to see Malians on the flank with a wood discount. But also, Malian's late game on water really fall off.
But they do have they are good at taking map control afterwards. So like you go for the full-on galley rush and then you just play land.
Can use them as a
you
pocket.
can go for camels.
But if you use them as a pocket, you're not using your first picture Chinese. I mean, I think Ganji's still just hoping that the dragon ships will carry.
Well, dragon ships are better than Byzantine fire ships, so at the very least, that's that's all even.
Well, how do they do then against Therissidae and longboats?
Longboats can still kind of make things work. I need to double check the melee armor again. I think they're also better against hulks. Moral of the story, dragon ships are super good.
Yeah, both pockets up to the Castle Age with a ton of fishing ships. You think we see fast imps?
Probably. At least that used to be the name of the game. Yo will definitely have close to imp resources with Byzantines. Yeah. Ganji, meanwhile, still looks kind of far away, but when you have so many fishing ships, that food income comes in very quickly.
And looks like it's full galleys to the west, so no addition of fires, just going for galleys. And I think nice opening then for the Amigos if they catch the hulks with galleys before they lose fish.
Yeah, if we look at the eco units killed, so far VV has killed 1 fishing ship, but that's it. So nothing that is going to be especially decisive over the course of a game. I guess Valis only has 3 fishing ships to VV6, while they're even in villager numbers. So that will be better for VV over time, especially as he is Vikings. And once you start farming, that free wheelbarrow is going to be very helpful.
See how this galley fight goes, because Valis is pretty far forward now, and it's always hard to fight under your enemy's docks when they get their reinforcements out instantly.
Especially when your opponent's Vikings and they just have the cheaper production and the better economy. It's a terrible matchup on the water here for the Jurchens.
And Yo actually gonna do a TC in the middle. So he's not going straight to Imp. He will do the TC first. I mean, he could still go to Imp. Doing a monastery.
And look at Yo's resources. He absolutely is going to go to Imp T West. He's got the monastery done already. So, yeah, he's doing fine.
Going to Imp with the gold shaft mining, too. So he's going to 2 TC boom on his way up to Imp, along with Byzantine fires, it looks like.
Honestly, I feel like this is a really good build. I mean, you're getting Imp at a good time. You're getting some presence on the mainland, which is going to be more important than in a 4v4, where you could just go, like, pure fast fire ship. So, yeah, it looks really good.
Okay, so Vil fighting the snake by the TC. That snake will go down. Medium warships for Ganji, along with gill nets, but he's close to Imp, too. So maybe that's the build these days. You're able to go Imp, but with a few things. University, monastery. Should be no problem for him to click up either.
I mean, check this out, T-West. This is just straight up better from Yo. Ganji had to sell his stone. He has no presence whatsoever on the mainland, and he's slower to Imperial Age. He actually has slightly fewer fishing ships. He's behind in eco compared to Byzantines. What, 600 food behind? Like, that is not what you're looking for.
No, and then still, you're the Chinese. You're a civ that should have the extra vills to have a good eco. But the migration start makes that a lot more awkward when you're waiting for the food to get under the TC. And if you're not getting as good of an advantage as usual, then you're falling behind to the cheaper Imp of the Byzantines.
Yep, siphons coming in for both of them. No incendiaries for actually either of these civs. They both have the 2 best fire ships, and yet neither have the exploding fires, I guess just to balance them. You also miss the final speed upgrade as the Chinese, because you essentially get it for free. It's one of the weirdest bonuses to get a 5% and 10% movement speed boost.
Yeah, some bonuses are weird these days.
Remember when Chinese were, other than their start, a very simple civ?
I honestly, I think they were better with camels, like more well designed, and with the demo HP too. That was actually kind of a unique bonus.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I mean, the dragon ship
I
could have
do know
just been a unique unit for one of the new civs, and not a replacement thing.
The thing is, the new Chinese are more historically accurate. It's just, I just don't feel like they're as good of an AoE 2 civ.
Yeah, they're not.
All right, guys, fire ships are speeding on in. 1.7 to 1.5 movement speed. That is a big advantage. This needs to be a very good fight here for the Amigos. They are behind in economy.
Gosh,
Meanwhile,
look how speedy they are.
Yeah, I mean, the fire ship speed bonus is quite good, and you do get the free armor upgrade as the Wu, which is quite helpful.
And Lick's being forced back. But I like that Lick's and Yo already are on the middle. Yo's grabbing relics. Lots of relics spread out across the middle, so he'll have good gold eco from them.
Indeed, you got Dry Dock coming in. Get yourself the extra Pierce armor to help out against the galleys, so that's going to be quite nice. Heavy warships does just give you the dragon ships. It's not a unique upgrade. And right now, Lix is adding in some demos, so clearly he is lost.
They're adding in demos that never feels good. You need to upgrade them,
too. In the big 2026.
He's doing the demo ship upgrade, even. I mean, is this going to be worth it? He could get some hits from the docks, but on garrison's in the right spot.
Oh, but the dragon ships are now in T-West.
Are they good against dragon ships at all?
I mean, insofar as they're good against fire ships, I guess so, but...
Are they still good against fire ships? They're not fast enough to catch them. The dragon ships are
dragon
faster.
Ships are super fast. I mean, look at that 1.89 movement speed.
That is insane. It's like not fast enough to catch a Berber trade cog, but faster than anything else I've seen.
Yep, I'm pretty sure it's the second fastest unit in the game. boy. Well, the dragon ships do need to make sure that they are there, because right now, the Amigos need to win water super, super hard.
There's no elite upgrade to dragon ship, right? It's just the final fire ship line replacing fast fire.
Exactly. Berber fast fires aren't faster. Dragon ships actually have a higher base speed than fast fire ships.
What's the Berber ship bonus then?
10% faster movement speed. Although they do get all the speed bonuses up as well, so maybe it is faster.
That's then 15% in imp. And in clinker construction would be another 10%. So 10 times 10 would be... what, that's 1.21? So they should be faster than the dragons that are just the 15%. That's a 21% boost. Alright.
The more you learn. All right, we now have careening coming in for both of the flanks here for LY, and it feels like they're doing well enough on the water to compensate for the fact that they are just going to be going crazy on the land. Lix actually has a really solid eco. I mean, compared to Blue, he's already, what, 25 villagers ahead? That's like 50%. Oh, boy.
Dragon ships here, I mean, the longboats should be able to deal with dragon ships somewhat, right?
They have 9 pierce armor to West.
Yeah, but that's a lot of arrows, though, from longboats.
But remember, longboats attack different than they used to. All their arrows deal the same damage, and they have much lower base attack.
That's true, but it's still attack per arrow that happens, right? As long as it's doing 1 damage, it's still damage.
Yep.
Right?
That's true.
I mean, do the Byzantines really need Greek fire? Is that still useful these days? It's just
Yeah,
range.
definitely.
Yeah.
It is useful. It is range, but I mean, we're gonna rock the dragon here. Dragon fire ship. I mean, look at those things torch everything, and against buildings as well. They are incredible.
Yeah, I guess against buildings, but I mean, look at the middle. Yo's doing a castle. LY has been booming uncontested in the middle. Yeah, 254 to 199 population for eco, and most of that will be a Vil lead. That is 86 Vils, 71 Vils, and 62 Vils, compared to a high of 55 on the other team. And they certainly have control of the middle, no doubt about that. And I feel like control of the middle when you're not completely dead on the water is nice. Defensive castle from Lix just to try to secure his starting island. Should get that finished. Might lose a few Vils. Should get finished.
Yeah, he can't afford to lose a few Vils. And that's interesting, Grovsy, because that is actually a change from when they first released the dragon ships as part of Three Kingdoms, where they actually were faster than the fast fire ships.
Oh, man.
Because there's only 1 speed upgrade, and Chinese had it.
Wait, there weren't
All right,
2 speed upgrades at the start? Weren't there always 2 speed upgrades? Since the Thalassocracy? No? Oh.
Or there were, I guess, in the water rework. But dragon ships were in the game, I think, before the water rework was implemented, right?
I
think they were.
That's a good question. Oh, because Three Kingdoms was before the water rework, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
The water rework was added to the game with
That
the
was
last
the
chieftains.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've been there for...
Okay, so yes.
Wait, were the dragon ships, though, then added with the water rework? No, they were earlier. They were with the Three Kingdoms.
They were added with
Okay,
Three Kingdoms.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
We got there in the end.
Anyway,
the Amigos are winning
the
water.
dragon ships.
Well, remember, they do have an extra melee armor compared to fast fire ships, unless they change that too. Nope.
3.
Or, yeah, it's the same now, actually. So the dragon ships have 1 more base attack. And that's it. Yeah, they have 1 more attack and 5 less HP.
Yeah. So castle on the coastline for Vivi. He could lose some Vils if Valis wants to fight there, but then the longboats will come up from behind, and Valis risks losing the navy if he wants to deny the castle. See how Vivi can pathfind here. Also have a castle race on the east as Abund and Yo both want castles over there. Snakes attacking Yo's Vils. And Valos feels like
Oh,
he's getting
Lix also
pushed
wants a
back.
castle over here to the east, so
Ooh, triple castle.
that is going to be a little bit messy, but Lix is the one who's in Imperial Age, and now it's elephant archering time, and Lix is about to elephant archer all over the place on the land, and again, this is just not enough of a win at all on the water for the Amigos for this to be
sighting.
worth it.
Cataphract sighting, or the Yo has a cataphract. Beautiful cataphract. Admire his majesty.
Glorious cataphract.
Ooh, 2 cataphracts. 2 cataphracts. Lovely. All right. So I think that LY is showing what the thing I think that we realized when we played Migration is that the land in the middle is more important than the water. And you can lose the water and win the game by holding the land. And here they're holding the land without having lost the water. They're still fighting on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, water will win you the game if you win water very fast. But if you don't win water, like, instantly, really it's like, you need to kill all of the Pocket's fishing ships. That's the big thing, before they, you know, get up to Imperial Age. Like, once the Pockets get established on the land, then the water doesn't really matter as much.
That's the thing, though. With how you can garrison now, can you actually destroy pocket fish? They really have to be not paying attention, I think, for that to happen.
I mean, at the very least, it's quite difficult to do so. Trebs are trebbing out. You're not on the way to, you're on the way to Imperial Age, but you're not there yet. Ganji is going to mix in some Lochuans, and yes, Lochuans are very, very, very strong. But you just haven't won water hard enough. Cyan has a decent fill count, but he's got no presence whatsoever here on the mainland.
Yeah, whenever LY sees the Amigos on the mainland, they're just going to castle drop them and go after them.
I mean, LY have looked like a tournament-winning team in this series so far. They are not messing around. The trade cogs are cute, but it's just not quite good enough. Vivi now in Imperial Age. Elite Longboat's going to come in shortly, and I mean, like, what are you even going to do here as Valos?
Cataphrax destroying a TC. And LY is just a well-oiled team game machine.
Always have been.
I know if they didn't play Black Forest, not in the map pool for the show match. They did play RF, where it stands for Regicide Fortress. Still Frontline, I think, was the most competitive game between these two.
Yeah, that one probably should have been won. I mean, I feel like needs TC drop more efficiently, and you need to wall better and not get your units caught out of position.
Valis is trying to go for a tower rush on Vivi's island, but Vivi up to Imp can just trap that down. So not too big of an issue for him. He's also gotten a lane to transport over where he has a TC and some eco established. And
worst case scenario, you just ferry the villagers right over.
Yeah, I'm not
Elite
seeing
Cataphract QS just for you.
Elite Cataphract, and I'm not seeing a way into this for the Amigos now. You can admire the...
I'm not even seeing a woo into this.
I'm not seeing a shoe on the right
No,
foot
I
for
think
them.
LYR a shoe in.
At least we have the glory of Elite Cataphract. But 4 docks now from Yo, and they can start pushing into the trade. We do have some trade cogs, at least. It's at 1.98 speed, so something even faster than those dragon ships.
Yep. And you do crack the 2.0 speed threshold with Berbers.
Caravanserai, do they apply if you build them on the coast?
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Literally
Oh,
the
that'd be
first
sad.
thing I checked with Caravanserai is if they affected Berber trade cogs, and no, they don't. It's very sad.
Berber trade cogs.
But I guess,
still
you know, the Silk
fastest.
Road, not really known for being aquatic in the middle of Eurasia.
Imagine that fishing ships could build floating caravanserai where you could sail over them and they give you a speed boost.
I mean, what would that be? I mean, it's literally would be like a dock, a harbor.
Maybe you just
Elephant archers versus ships.
and maybe you just like build an obstacle in your enemy's water and it slows down the trade.
What they just did a big pile of driftwood. Getting a Swahili Civ? We'll see if you ever get a Swahili Civ. Jurchins don't get heated shot, by the way, guys. It's very tragic.
How do they counter camels then?
Not been a thing for a very long time, I'm afraid. Bugs Vigar coming in. The slowest fight in AoE 2. I still think the Elephant Archer mirror with Bengalis is the slowest fight in AoE 2.
Other than Hulk versus Hulk.
I think Hulk versus Hulk is faster than an Elephant Archer v Elephant Archer.
Well, Elephant Archer versus ship we have here. We have LingYuan's taking out the docks. But Yo just continuing to push even against the Carracks there that counter the fast fires. He's got like his elephant support.
Well, I guess maybe it's not the Bengali Elephant Archer anymore since they lost Parthian tactics. So now they actually deal some damage to each other.
Maybe it's the Dravidian ones that heal.
Yeah, but they also attack faster, so they deal the damage more often. Just not quite enough range on those. I mean, the towers get some decent shots, and I mean, towers are still very good against ships even without heated shot.
I'm curious, how do you actually destroy?
Byzantine.
How do you destroy trade cogs when they're so fast?
Ranged units, same way you kill trade cards.
Oh, wait, you can trade for wood too now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that means this game might never end if both teams are just trading for wood and gold, right?
Well, I mean, you're still going to lose to the better army, and I imagine it's still going to be much better to take the resources in the middle than just trade.
Maybe.
Also, stone's going to be an issue.
Okay, so Droman's now for Yo. He's pushing castles with the Byzantine Dromans that shoot faster. Still doesn't have Logistica or Greek Fire.
Nope. But it does remind me of Tyre from Saladin 5 with the yellow Byzantines. But yeah, there's the GG called.
Yeah.
And, I mean, LY looking great.
Feels like despite with the Chinese as their first pick, the Amigos were horribly outsived.
Well, they were outsived a bit on the flanks. Well, a bit to a lot on the flanks. And I really just don't think Ganti was able to properly utilize Chinese.
Yeah.
Byzantines might get to imp faster, but Chinese should have a way better economy.
Yeah, I mean, fair question of Chinese versus Byzantines. What's the better pocket, right? But in terms of flanks, Dravidian plus Viking bonus is crazy good. And
Yeah.
you'll see that manifested in the KD. Ganji the only one with a good KD on his team. The flanks got destroyed.
Yeah.
And Yozika was crazy good since he was in the middle.
And he was in the middle quickly as well. Again, just being able to get an eco lead over Chinese is not something that you should be able to do early on like that.
And so that's Chinese, Wu, and Jurchens losing against Dravidians, Vikings, and Byzantines. Alright, I will be back in a second. Can you entertain the chat?
Will do. Needed the Loach ones faster? No, I mean, not really. The issue wasn't destroying the ships. Or the issue was that they weren't destroying the ships, not really the buildings. Am I an amigo? No, I'm very unfriendly. Anyway, I think this should be Mayans, Vietnamese, Hindustanis versus... Do you go Mongols, Berbers, Slavs? Again, my concern with Mongols and Berbers is that they kind of do the same thing with the FC unique unit. Yeah, it's Team Acropolis is the last map. Like, Mongols and Berbers feel very different when you play them, but in terms of what role they play in this particular situation, it's basically the same thing. What are they going to do versus Hindustani? Halbs from Slavs? I mean, Hindustanis are a very good civ here. Mongols can go drill SO. That is much harder to make work, though, on Team Acropolis than it is on Black Forest, though. You just don't have the space. And, yeah, you probably need to, like, actually provide units and not just siege weapons. Yeah, the whole tournament's 3v3. So what maps does the league have that we haven't seen? Crescent, which is a variation of a map that we used to see, whose name I have forgotten. This map used to be called something else. I don't remember what it is. We got Fortified Clearing, Grand Barra, all good maps. Menindee, I loved Menindee. That's a great map. That was from my tournament, World Desert Championship. And Tres Leches, also solid map. And then Arabia, Arena, BF, Enemy Archipelago, and Nomad, all classics. With two, well, there's only one game left, so there's just 2 extra civs. It is 4-0. Trace Leches just magically appeared at your computer. It's amazing.
Trace Leches. So it was 3-0. Oop, that's because I forgot to update the score. It's actually 4-0.
Yeah, it's because T-West is a terrible streamer is why.
It's because I gotta click 2 buttons. There's one in Capture Age, there's one outside of Capture Age.
Yeah.
All these buttons.
It's a real struggle.
I think you mean Tide Pool is what you're thinking of. It was in NAC.
Yes, that one.
It's different though, because Tide Pool was closed on both sides. Crescent is, as the name would imply, open on one of the sides.
Okay, so it's Tide Pool with a little roosterness thrown in.
Yep. 100% my fault. That was not an internet lagging. So Twist needed to click a button. Has anyone actually, this is a while ago, has anyone actually fronted the 1K for the dinner? I don't think so. I don't
1K
know
for the what?
sure. The 1K for the dinner. The limo dinner with
Oh,
Vitality.
nonsense. That's just like, why are you trying to take people's money in that way?
If people want to do it, they can do it. There was someone who did the $1,000 for NAC just to be on site for the final day, for the Friday.
I guess.
People can be a VIP. Am I enjoying the soccer as well? I haven't really watched. Honestly, I've seen some of the controversies, but that's about it. I'm not much of a soccer watcher. I'm one of those people who's very confused that offsides would ever be a reasonable rule.
I've been told that it actually makes the game more aggressive and not less aggressive. The Orange Loose swimsuit calendar, that's next month. All right, no fish. Question is answered.
Fish, so let's get this game started. Dropless load, please.
The Malian team bonus is the 80% faster researching university texts. Whole calendar. All right, so it is at the end of the day the exact civs that we suspected. So looking for the 5-0, we will have Vivi in the red as the Vietnamese, Yo is the yellow as the Hindustanis, and Lix in the purple as the Mayans on the south flank. Team Acropolis, you're all very close to each other. Flank and pocket doesn't matter as much, but it's there.
It matters. We'll have then Mongols, Berbers, Slavs, all unique unit civs, Berbers in the middle for the late game where the flanks go siege onager and the Berbers go bombard cannon.
Berbers also could go for a knight-based mid-game if they wanted to. Certainly
Or
nothing wrong with that.
mid-game.
Or a camel-based mid-game.
Also, it looks like this is not just fishless, but also deep water, so I don't think anyone can dock here for potential cannon galleons and ponds in the late game.
No camping.
Very
Oh my
backwood for Vivi, and I believe that the rock terrain surrounds the entire top of the hill, so if you want to wall yourself on the top, you have to actually commit to doing a circular wall. You can't just use the edge of the map as a wall.
This has to be one of the best team game maps. I agree. I think it's very versatile in what you can go for. There's a decent balance between aggression and late game. It's a good one. That said, a little imbalance with having 2 wood lines in the back versus 1 here in favor of LY.
That's a big chunky wood line, though. It's got a boar, a bear, and some ibexes in it. I don't think that really matters too much, though.
It just might be a little bit easier to defend early on. Not going to be the end of the world, though, for sure. Most important thing is that you do at least have 1 corner open for trade later on.
Yeah, that's true. You kind of want to take that wood early just to open up your trade in some ways, because then you get markets and then you're playing either towards the north or the south for trade. One of the ways to play the map is by controlling the corners to ensure you have the better trade route.
Yep, and that is certainly something we have seen. This is a classic map. Been in the game since the Forgotten, I believe. So, seen plenty of team game tournaments on it. We do have a barracks coming in here very early for Valas, whereas Ganji is ostensibly going for an FC.
Players also luring some of those super far boars. Some versions of Acropolis have far boars.
Yeah.
Ooh, I wonder if we could ever see reverse Team Acropolis. Remember reverse Acropolis from TTL?
Yep.
What if we just reversed it for Team Acropolis?
So it's basically like Enemy Archipelago, but with an Acropolis.
No, I mean like you're like downhill instead of uphill.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Reverse enemy Acropolis. You're in a pit with one enemy. It's like a cage match.
Ooh, we could do that.
All right, so already we have some interesting openings. It will be scouts from Yo, although he'll likely struggle to get some damage done, but at least the scouts keep your opponents honest and punish them if they aren't taking that precaution of walling. Barracks coming in here for Abunzwa Halt. Valas likely going to open scouts as well. Or no, sorry, he's just now clicked up the feudal.
They're just gonna FC. I mean, Hindustani scouts do have that attack bonus against buildings, so if you're gonna break in, they're an option. Part of me would love to see Hindustanis and Saracens together in some capacity here. Then you put a lot of pressure on the feudal walling.
Yeah, just go for like forward archery ranges. We've seen that in the past on this map.
So where there was a map like that in NC 2015. Probably was there. It was definitely in, I believe it was the War is Coming land in China, where Tyrant tried to stonewall the entire map in Viper left holes.
Yep. But the Forgotten came out in like, what, 2012, 2013?
The mod was the end of 2012. The HD DLC was in 2013.
Yeah. So it was absolutely around by the time that NC 2015 happened.
Yeah. Acropolis itself originally was a map by Scripter.
Yes.
Original Acropolis had flowers under the TC and roads on the side of the hills.
I forget what they used before the rock terrain.
It was roads.
Was it
The
roads?
rock terrain was added in the HD edition, but the roads were The original OG Acropolis.
Yeah.
And you definitely remember Land Madness with the ice.
Yes, and only ice and bamboo. All right, well, the walls aren't in yet here for the Amigos. They are completed, as far as I can tell, for Team LY. Meanwhile, Lix is just going to be going for FC Plumes. Vivi going to be going for FC Rattan. So we're going to have double ranged unique unit, and notably 2 ranged unique units that are not that bad against Mangudai or Camel Archers.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, wait, will the scouts break through? They will. Some weird walling from Ganji, but the Hindustani scout bonus already going to get a Vil. Ooh, nice start to the game. You gotta wall against Hindustani scouts immediately. They're just so quick at breaking through.
Yeah, really, really underrated team bonus. It is just so annoying to deal with them early on, especially because Palisades are so weak these days. I have no idea what Ganji's doing. He's going to ostensibly be going for FC Cav Archers, which doesn't feel very exciting. He's going to make an Archer now, but I think that's just to shoo away the Scout Cavalry.
He needs that. You can't let them attack those walls freely.
Yeah.
Oh, Mongol Genitors? Against Plumes and Rattan Archers, maybe. But not against the Hindustanis. Although, I guess if the Hindustanis are going camels, maybe you won't really care about Genitors like you normally would. Is there an overchop on these trees, Zornlu? I don't... Okay, no. Behind the house is
not
tree.
Yet.
Go hoping for one.
And the Castle Age will be in here in just a moment for Valas. Not many vills on gold, so I suspect it will probably be some camels. Maybe add the TCs behind then.
Also, notably, the houses get stronger when you get up to the Castle Age, so that helps keep you safe.
Yes, Mongol Genitors have a bonus, and they are the exact same as the Jurchen Genitors that we saw the other day, as in yesterday.
Only they have Thumb Ring as an option, so they can be better.
Well, they get the slightly higher accuracy, but Genitors already have higher accuracy than most range units. Is stack patrolling allowed in the tournament? I think it's banned from every Microsoft-sponsored tournament.
I mean, it's as normal. You can't just stack patrol on one tile continuously, but you can patrol into fights like you always have been able to do. Are they better than skirms?
Mongol Genitors are definitely better than Mongol skirms.
I'd say in general, but they're just kind of more awkward. You don't have the same attack bonus against the spear line that skirms do. So when you get to the trash wars, it's a bit trickier to include them because you won't be killing halbs as readily. Can you patrol 20 scouts to hit one house? I believe that's disallowed. Because that would just be a continual fight on one tile. Or a continual stack patrol on one tile.
Well, castles are incoming, so again, two strong foot archer unique units at that. We already have an extra TC that's also going to be coming in here from Vivi. And in the last game, one of the major advantages that LY was able to achieve was actually the expansion of the flank eco. And we can see already that Abunzua Halt is going to be a fair bit slower than either of the flanks here for LY. Second TC is coming in here from Ganji, but the Mongol Cap Archer play feels like a little bit of a waste of the Civ.
Well, I'm sure it'll go to Mangudai eventually. Also, thank you, Coastal, for the follow. Follower number 15,990, as we're almost at 16,000.
Well, there you go.
So TC's all around. This is a map where you're very far apart, but one mistake and the scouts get in. And Yo is in on Ganji's wood line, and he'll lose at least 3 villagers. At least 3. There he goes. And Cav Archer's not in time to save him. Where'd he get in? Just through the just through the palisade.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the scouts on this map. Like I said, it's to keep you honest. If you make a mistake in your walling, the scouts will run in and kill you, and the tiny forests plus large surface area does leave those units ripe for the picking, and that is going to be several dead villagers that the Amigos can ill afford to lose at this point, as the Cav Archers are only going to pretty slowly kill those scouts.
Also, the difficulty, so much of the top is taken up by farms, it's hard to wall within your walls because you end up needing to delete farms. The scouts don't care about the TC fire. They're in, looking for more stuff to kill, but won't find it. Could maybe just open up the wall again.
Third TC for Vivi is denied at least in the short run, but a couple dead villagers is something. Yo is able to add in those Hindustani camels, and those are going to be really, really annoying to deal with as LY. Honestly, this entire series have done a great job with their civ management.
Yeah, Valis has tried to go for camels. It feels like LY every game has had better civs.
Yeah.
Which is hard to do over the course of 15 used civs, 3 per game over 5 games.
It's, I mean, it just shows their experience together, right? Like, they are very, very good at drafting. They know what they need to do, and each player understands the role well.
Also forcing the game into situations where their civs are good.
Yeah, I mean, now you're just allowing the Hindustani player to make camels, and then the two flanks to make their archer unique units. It is exactly what these players want to be doing. Mongols don't want to be making cav archers. Slavs are okay making knights and booming, but it just isn't going to be very good. And now, what's Valas even doing? He's on 2 TCs and with 2 knights?
Oh, but Yo, finally a mistake. He's moving Vils for a TC, and those Slavic knights bring a bear along with them. They'll find the Vils out of position. There'll be a few dead Vils for Yo. And a bit,
That's so racist. The Russian adjacent civ getting a bear. Come on, man. Need to make it more. Make it more fair. Right now, the camels will chase the units away, but that's at least enough of eco damage here from LY to equalize the villager count, and that's really what they needed at this point.
Yeah, they need some damage.
Yeah, it's what, 7 villagers killed to 4. Idle time is even enough, so yeah, I mean, the game is at least going to march on.
Yeah, and those are the cav archers now getting amassed. Faster shooting Mongol cav archers. And as long as they don't take a horrible fight against the camels, we'll be okay. You need a lot of plumes to fight that. And Yo might not get the TC again. Those cav archers come over. He has to run.
Vils, they'll have to retreat for now. The Rattan archers are coming out to support their buddies. Bodkin now in. No ballistics in yet for any of these players, and Yo is really missing armor upgrades. No armor upgrades in yet. Scale barding armor is on the way. But this is the exact sort of thing that you are looking for right now as the Amigos going to try and at least steal a game from LY, as more camels are going to go down.
Oh, thank you, Jeep, for the sub.
Broken Heart.
Shot it.
Jeep. T-West loves you. I know it. I know it in his heart.
So forward castle now for Valis. And, oh, we have him, or no, the Genitors. We have the Mongol Genitors. I'm going to try to clean up the mess of these unique units.
They are going to die horribly to the camels, so you need to make sure that engagement doesn't happen. Castle's in. Camel archers are going to be on the way, but it's just to be so slow to develop them, especially relative to these 2 flank unique units who have already pretty decent numbers as they've been produced since early Castle Age.
And there we go, hand cart for Albund. So he's getting the eco set up. Slavs will have great farms. And I do think late game the unit composition for the Amigos should be better. Even though, yeah, there are the unique units. I mean, Vietnamese can be scary if they get elephants. But other than that, the Maya, you don't really fear too much late game. The Hindustanis are a bit limited, really just going camels.
Yeah, I mean, once we get to full-blown post-imp, definitely give the civ advantage to the Amigos, and those are Genitors that are able to attack downhill. And Rattan archers are scooching back. Ballistics is almost in. The Cav archers definitely going to want to skedaddle out of there.
Yeah, they'll get out, and TC's expand. Oh, we have a castle. We have a forward castle from Lakes. He wants to drop right on Abun's expansion with the TCs.
Bloomed archers frolicking across the map here. That castle is going to be tough to stop. The TC's now done. It can't be canceled. And this is going to be very tough. There are only 5 knights on the field here for Abun's halt. His eco's looking all right, but they just need an army at this point.
And Valis is camel archers, so it'll be all 3 players here, knights, cav archers, camel archers, but there are too many plumes. Plumes are so cheap. They're tanky, and they'll keep the fight They won't win the fight, but it'll be long enough that the castle could go up. This will be close. It's on 65%. Can the Amigos win this fight? They want to stop the castle. There aren't too many vills there. Only 8 vills. The vills now will fall back. And the Amigos, they might be doing it. They might be stopping the castle drop.
Well, Defender's advantage is huge here. The Rattan Archers were simply not in the fight. Honestly, a rare slip-up in communication here from LY. The Vills are going to try and punch, but with the reinforcements coming in, if you look at the overall numbers, heavily favoring LY. We've got both flanks on the way up to the Imperial Age, T-West, and this is going to go right back to looking grim.
And this castle will go up. The Mayan and the Vietnamese, two very smooth economies. And just go Imp, and they start Trebin. We also have Imp for Abund, but a lot slower. And not really the same early Imp pressure with the Slavs that you have the Maya. You have more expensive units and you need more upgrades.
I mean, yeah, what are Slavs going to do in Imperial Age on 84 villagers? It's not really what you're looking for. I guess he's going to be going Cavalier, but that doesn't really feel quite good enough. Yes, the ecos are a little bit better for the Amigos, but they just don't have the army. They don't have the map control. We see LY continuing to expand out across the map. And at this point, I mean, how do you just stop this early Imp push? You have the forward castle in here for licks.
I think you do stop it, Orn, I don't think you do. I think this just comes up when we get Trebs. I mean, where are the Trebs going to be from Abund? I mean, the best thing you can do is Cavalier plus Armor, and yeah, that's pretty decent against Plumes, but they're immediately going to get Bracer and Chemistry while Trebs come.
I got a few more Genitours coming in. Second forward castle from Flix here, and this pressure is just looking really, really good. Vivi doesn't have a forward castle, but he does have a bit of a stronger economy, so that's gonna kind of cancel out. He's on 2 castles, which is totally fine. The Genitours are here. They don't have that +2 defense, though, and that would be really nice to have at the moment.
Yeah, the poor,
Still, it's gonna be a 3v1.
Mongols, honestly. Well, they will stop a castle for now.
Yeah?
But it will be Trebs popping soon. There's Bracer Chemistry clicked immediately for Licks. Probably not going to see Leap Bloom, probably just Trebs, but second castle for the Trebs.
And now the Rattan Archers are coming in. The Camels force back the mounted units here for Ganji. And oh my goodness, that is just a free firing situation. Unlike most archers, Rattan Archers don't care about TC fire. And that is going to be a very expensive castle here for Green.
It's not going to go up, Roman. It's not going to go up.
No.
Oh, no. Valis. Absolute disaster there for Valis. The Trebs are going to pop out for Licks. And I think LY is going to get the clean 5-0 here.
I mean, and they are just looking good. Game 3 was definitely the closest in the series, but every other game, it just felt like LY had the civs, they had the strategy, they had the execution and teamwork, and it's just really hard to argue with how they played. And
yeah, there's the Treb for Vivi.
Yeah.
Sad poor Valis. Poor everyone. His team just collapsing now. Everything being rated there at the GGs, and LY will win 5-0 in, I guess, the last of our show matches for the league. But that was crazy. Unique unit double FCs from the flanks while Yo went scouts. What a strat.
I mean, I really like it. I think that that strategy is only bad if your opponent is forwarding. And that just wasn't happening. Yo was able to, again, keep his opponents honest with those walls and even punish it and get in and get damage over the scouts. And that just bought all the time that our Chinese flanks needed to get to Castle Age, get their unique units rolling in. It's just the Amigos never got to the situation he wanted.
Yeah, and the Amigos team were all Castle Age late game civs, whereas everything from LY can be played early game, and they used that early game push to their advantage.
Yeah, really strong stuff there, and it will be 5-0 there for LY. And that should lead us into the league actually starting, which is...
Signups end on the 14th.
It ends on the 14th, and the first qualifier starts on the 18th, so...
So I think LY is going to qualify. What is while we were here, and we can potentially look at the handbook, what is the format of the qualifier?
I just see round 1, semifinals, final.
Is that like a GSL thing then, or just a bracket?
No, just a single elimination bracket.
Okay, so qualifier 1, I see 5 knockout brackets, 40 teams total. Losing finalists get first round bye for the second qualifier. Qualifier 2 is 4 knockout brackets, 27 teams total. Round 2 and 3 losing teams qualify for Division 2. So there will be a Division 2 of 12 teams and a Division 1 of 9 teams.
Sounds good. And that will be starting on Saturday. So definitely look forward to that. I will be back. I'm going to be on vacation during the weekend, or during the week, but I'll be back for the weekend.
Where is Ornley vacationing?
Just going with my family to northern Michigan.
Northern Michigan? Was that a vacation spot? What's in Northern
It's actually
Michigan?
a very popular vacation spot.
Northern Michigan as in Upper Peninsula?
No. Upper Lower Peninsula.
Alright. So you don't gotta go through Wisconsin.
Nope, not today.
Alright,
But I'm going to head off now, T-West. Are you going to keep streaming?
I'll probably keep streaming for a bit.
All right, I'll throw my viewers over to you then.
Alright, see you later, Ornlu.
Bye-bye.
We'll end the share together, and we'll find something to do. Bye, Ornlu, miss you already. Yeah, lake vacation. Also, hello, Lily. Also, if anyone wants to say a hi in YouTube again, you guys are still on the chat window. The chat window just isn't updating properly. I need to learn my Michigan hand map. My Michigan hand map. Something I've never heard of. I kind of want to take a vacation to the Midwest again at some point. I haven't been there in a while. So, there we go. Thank you very much, Ornlu, for the raid. Hello on YouTube, Cavill at rest. But you're not T-West, you're just in the T-West YouTube chat. I have to figure out why the chat gets cleared, though, when I swap to Capture Agent back. Let me see if I can actually just go to Capture Agent, reignite my overlay. Maybe then it won't clear. I don't know. It's a hand map. In the United States, since we have turkeys and we have Thanksgiving, we learn to draw turkeys using hands. Like the thumb is the head, and then you get like feathers with your other fingers. Close show match. Not really. Okay, we're just gonna do an ad and we'll find something else to do. Just get ad stuff out of the way. Apologies, just came from a raid and get an ad. Horrible viewer experience. Everyone in Michigan shows you where they live by using their hand, since it looks like the Lower Peninsula. I have no idea why my YouTube auto mod just didn't let that comment post that, but okay. Thank you, mod. And again, we'll just shout out Daniela, because she is hosting this. Oh, I have to wait. I shouted her out too recently. I have to wait another 30 minutes before I can do that. Alright, so what do we want to do? We can cast people. Who's streaming right now? Oh, let's cast T90. Cast him again. Let's do a couple of games. Just edit that on YouTube. There we go. Alright, so who's ready to see T90? So just be Arabia. Will be Operation Mirror. YouTube Automod must be a Ohio fan, maybe. It contained the slur Michigan. Well, Michi apparently is named after Michigan. If you ever played the map Michi, it's where you have the line of trees across the middle. Alright, so chat. Also, YouTube. Spam in the YouTube chat again so you show up here along with the Twitch chat. Let's see. I need to remove that, and I also need to get my chat 160 and -8. Alright. So I'm thinking actually of moving chat so I don't need to move score as much. I think I can do something like this and move that up eventually. So chat might be down here eventually. I'll need to move stuff. Oh, why is that pause? Don't pause. But that'll be for a future twist to organize. I think they fixed my bug report that couldn't be moved up enough. Yeah, so then I won't need to modify everything else. It'll just be beneath the stats, and I'll put the other stats higher a bit. That I think makes my overlay more consistent for different viewing experiences for team game versus other stuff. Kicking into the wrong direction, getting an own goal. Alright, so this is ladder migration. Let me just change my capture age to play all one. I'll just... If T90 is going to play games, he's going to be casted. Is this map called Thor's Hammer? Look like a hammer. You can like grab and seal the gate to Takaris that Gargarensis is trying to ram through in the Norselands. Yeah, so fishing lines now for Chaos. And Chaos is being a bit more aggressive, it would look like. T90 doing Loom before the ships come in. Kind of like Italy, then Sicily, and then just like a random island, and then kind of like the Texas treatment. Oh, John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. We're here casting the Arena of the Sea, as I like to call it, migration. Also, this map, they used the darker snow texture, so it doesn't blind everyone like the brighter snow texture does. The ice is still pretty bright. Also, there's no snow on the player islands. Maybe a tiny bit by the woodlines. It's kind of uncanny with how much snow's in the middle. Do a bit more masking of terrains. Anyway, this migration has whales on the water. So a bit more emphasis on the water than in previous migrations, I think. I don't think you can just play land and ignore water completely. I think you have to explore the water tech tree, and both players here deciding Vikings, presumably picked civs on this map, are the civ for contesting the water with longboats in the Castle Age. And a pretty good feudal wood discount on their ships before they get there, too. So we see T90, more res collected. He is on 11 fishing ships. 11 to 10. Since this is being a bit more aggressive, I think Chaos invested more into ships. So Chaos looking to take out some hulks and then maybe push the docks with the fires. I wonder... Maybe this is a crazy idea, but I wonder if there's some type of islands map that would work for sudden disaster with transport ships. Because migration would be very different. It feels like it's probably just too water dominant, though, and not enough sneaky options for petards. So lumber camp from Chaos. As Chaos will be the first up to the Castle Age, T90 shouldn't be too far behind. Needs to do his market, though. Actually, he's missing the building. Needs to throw down a market with 10 vills all at once. Yeah, there he goes. Only 2 vills. So he's actually going to be much slower to the Castle Age, and that could hurt him if it comes down to longboats and longboat numbers, or even in terms of monk plus relic fight in the middle of the map. So we look at the relics. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think that's pretty evenly spaced. T90 pushing now. Has a couple of galleys to deal with the hulks. See if that's enough for him actually to make a dent in the naval numbers. I always find it funny that people are bothered by the snow, but they don't mind the sand. Yeah, there is a no desert mod, too. I've seen that used before. That's actually, I was watching Andy practice Lençóis Maranhenses in the lead up to the Brazilian dynasty. And he was really confused because he was sending his vills to the wrong side and he could never tell where the edge of the map was. And that was strange for me because I'd never heard that complaint from anyone about the map. And it turns out he was just using an only grass mod, where all of the terrain, the sand, the grass was the same color. So he didn't see the grass terrain indicating where the forest was at the start of the map. He was just completely guessing where the woodline was. We worked it out, though. We found that he could figure out and use the hill to figure out where the woodline was. But his terrain smoothness mod kind of backfired a bit on him. here's Chaos going to be surrounded by both the T90's navies. And T90 should catch up and score a bit once he gets up to the Castle Age. Nothing really happening in the middle, but longboat production will be started earlier by Chaos. And now it's a question of, do you do anything other than longboats? Is it longboat plus fire, or just pure longboat? I'd imagine fires to destroy docks might still be something you consider. Other than that, you don't want hulks because longboats will wreck them. And that's kind of what makes the fires maybe viable, is that you hard counter the counter to the fires. Hello, Red Cliffy. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hole?
Have I seen beach snow terrain on south-facing elevation? Well, I guess that one isn't too light. But yeah, the south-facing elevation, or I guess southeast, is a bit lighter.
Twin.
That's just how the lighting engine, the western side's a bit darker. So I guess AoE 2 takes place in the morning, where the sun is to the east. That's just generally how stuff is lit. See the western side of the dock a bit darker with the shadow. They picked civs. I'm presuming they picked civs. This is a ranked game, so they're just practicing their Viking mirror on migration. And now Chaos up in Res Collected. Added in a few more fishing ships on the way up. Gets his longboats out. And T90, he's going for the TC in the middle, so not focusing as heavily on the water. You can go pick up the cattle, move them to the TC. Won't need a farm. You can take the deer too. And Ballistics for Chaos, who is focusing fully on the water right now. And as I mentioned earlier, still, you can take gold from the whales. You don't necessarily need to be on the mainland. You need to do some outside docks on the mainland to get the whales, but as long as you have the dock, you can fish. Or whale, I should say that. I guess that's a weird thing. The verb, or the action of hunting whales is called whaling. I guess that's analogous to fishing for collecting fish. This feels weird to say you can whale. It's like Chaos, he could be doing another type of whaling, because if he's crying about losing his navy. And there's clinker construction for T90 to move faster, along with ballistics. And if he just goes war galley, I mean, the Vikings used to be able to fight war galley versus longboat and even win with the war galleys because of how cheap they were. Good morning, auto. Ready to auto everything? Look at that dancing in the micro. Chaos. It's back and forth. Those longboats just pulling back. On the other side, a couple of fires pushing a dock. Here's the Imperial Age for Chaos. So he'll be up first. And the T90 with a score lead now can be tricky to hold the mainland when your opponent gets in, because suddenly it's chemistry plus cannon galleon and that TC gets threatened. And he's trying to be forward with fires. It feels like it's mostly war galley for him. So not going to go for the longboats. And actually if T90 moves here, which he's doing with his fires, he can trap all those longboats. This might be a horrible fight for Chaos. Chaos getting trapped around the back of T90's island, won't be able to sail around the edge. And all the galleys will chase the longboats. They'll try to dance, but eventually the galleys should get them. Look at that micro, though. Look at all those dodges. T90 trying to sail in as close as possible, just to hit them. You gotta close in on them just to see. Oh my gosh, they're still dodging. The fewer he has, the more he can dodge. T90, he's even staggering the shots to try to hit them, and he's dodging Chaos, causing Chaos with his micro. And the two fires will chase that last one down. It's faster. Oh, nope, actually not faster. 1/100th of a tile per second slower than the fire is, but... Alright, T90 can do his own longboats now, but he's nowhere close to Imp. Res Collected for Chaos is so much farther ahead. And T90 with a score lead for, I don't even know what. It's 36 to 36 KD. Maybe the ships he's destroyed have been more valuable, whereas he's been losing fishing ships. 8 to 14. Chaos is up to Imp and then some, with Eco left over to fight on land with a huge res collected lead. They removed demos for unique unit ships because they're afraid of page 2. So longboats will fight the war galleys here. And will T90 get back? Once Imp comes in, Bracer is research for the war galleys. Bracer and then whatever university tech. I don't know if it's chemistry. Maybe it's even the speed. Did Vikings get the speed? Yeah, Carvel Hull. You might even prioritize that over chemistry so you can catch and take proper fights. And he hated page 2. I legit had an IRL page 2 situation where I couldn't figure out how to get my phone to connect with Android Auto to my car. And I realized it's because the connections tab on the first page of the settings that showed my phone was connected was not actually what I needed. I needed to go to the second page of the settings where there was an apps tab, which let me select the Android Auto app. And it took me a good couple of years to figure that out. So I can sympathize with those who didn't figure out the second page of the dock. But then again, I mean, you've had 26, 27 years to figure out the second page of the dock exists. AB2 is older than my car. And my phone. And YouTube. And everything. Is Chaos on a team, by the way? I forget if he is. Is he Nocturna? Is he not even with a good old box formation? Oh my gosh, look at that. All the longboats and war galleys moving forward. A couple of vills go down to the longboats. Okay, hearing their cries for help. Oh, and I hear the cries of foxes. Arctic foxes. I'm sure T90 loves playing Migration, hearing the foxes everywhere. Though he is picking up relics, he has one. Still a huge res collected difference, but he's taking a lot of losses now, falling down in KD. And elite longboat. The elite longboats look pretty cool. They get gold, the dragon heads. Longboats, take out the dock decently fast. Quite a few volleys. Guess it's not as fast as the fires do. Still, they shoot a lot of arrows, so they do a lot of damage. There is a dock here. That's going to go down too. So T90 losing his docks. He's going to castle his home island, not the middle, his home island. And he'll get Imp himself. Still feels like the military numbers are okay if he can do his upgrades. But he needs to afford upgrades on a worse economy. He's still picking up relics. Going to grab his third. And that wolf will fight his Vil, but his Vil should survive. Yeah, this migration has some hills on it. There are a couple of hills here and there. Needs to use some important castle spots. They're small hills, though. Can't place TCs atop them. And that'll be masonry plus crossbow for Chaos. As he transports to the middle and is ready to drop a castle. A castle on the bit of a hill would be nice, and that's exactly where he goes. No castle for T90 on the middle, so no trebs. And castle then a TC. T90 blissfully ignorant of the fortress constructed on his doorstep. That'll be a good TC location. The game is paused. That is not my internet dying. Ooh. Hello, Snuck fan. How you doing? Game is just paused. T90 needs a bit of a break. Like, oh no, I'm being streamed. Gotta make sure I win the game. 3 relics there. Should be able to pick up the 4th, no problem. 5th may be out of his reach now. But he can do a castle soon. Thanks, go. Thanks, go. We're going. That's a lot of longboats. We can see their little golden dragon head. And little golden shields, too. Look pretty cool. It's a nice, subtle elite. I like the elite graphics the most that are the most subtle. This is a good... This is a well-done elite graphic. In a water map, yeah, I don't know, did he... What were the ban pick situations? If we type... Does the dashboard bot give that to us if we type match? Does it give us that? It doesn't give us anything. I gotta actually check the spectator dashboard. Is the show match over? Yes. Do I think that Vikings are too powerful on water with their longboats? I think Vikings in general are just too powerful on water. Are the YouTube chats still showing up? Yeah, the show match is over. We're just casting T90 for a couple games. Someone type something on YouTube. Just let me know if it shows up. I'll type something on YouTube. Smiley face. Is that going to show up? Because sometimes the YouTube chat just stops showing up. And my smile didn't show up. Makes me sad if it doesn't show up. And it didn't. So once more, my solution for combining Twitch and YouTube chat still needs work. What day did I get back to North America after the LAN? I flew back the evening of the 6th and arrived on the 7th, so Tuesday. My flight was delayed by 6 hours. Storms had destroyed the train tracks that led to my final station, but I made it back. Big water fight right now. It's huge projectiles with chemistry from the war galleys. And Chaos gonna fall back. T90 does not have elite longboat, but still Chaos not offering the fight. Full advantage in this castle war, and T90 is just gonna call it. Doesn't think he can take it on the water or on the land. He'll call the GG there. And I think a lot of that game was simply T90 not having the market. When he didn't have the market in time, he wasn't able to click up to the Castle Age. And we'll look at the... What tab is the up timing? Yeah, you see the Eco pulled ahead in the Castle Age transition. But also, Castle Age 90 seconds apart. And I think T90 probably should have been up first if he had had the market in time. So GG. And just head over here. I don't need the league logo there. We'll try to find T90 playing. We'll see if he queues again. See if he queues again. I think people sometimes like watching T90. Testing, testing. Show up. It's not showing up. Oh, is it showing up over here? Does it show up here but not in Capture Age? Oh, that's because I turned the wrong chat on in Capture Age. Up and I turned another one on and it like turned stuff away. Yep. Okay. Why is my chat getting cleared when I swap scene? It's okay. Freaking stream labs. Oh my gosh, we have migration again, but it's gonna be T90 versus Emu Warrior. It'll be T90 versus Emu, a USA matchup. We also have some Black Forest. Wait, we have Ganji, Valas, and who's their teammate? And Abu against Vivi, Yo, and Lick. So they just playing Black Forest. Did they extend the show match just to play Black Forest? They might have. They're like, we need a map where we win. I guess they have a game 6 going on. We got Emu versus T90 now. And it'll be different civs. Emu will be the Wu, T90 will be the Italians, again on migration. Long spec delay for the games. Let me get some ads out of the way. It's like both work. It just gets cleared. Maybe I can clear that issue up. Chat. just check this chat. Thanks for bearing with me as I try to fix my chat. Throw that to a attempt to answer the question. All right, so YouTube chat, we're gonna head in, and we're gonna hope that you're there. I think you are there. Look at that. Look at all those YouTubes and cat clips. Hello, hello. That's cool how I combined them. I did my best, Quatemok. So says Quatemok. And Dio's in YouTube too. So GLHF from Emu. It'll be the woo for Emu against the Italians for T90. So we got different saves. Oh, it's the chicken start. Or the hare start. This happens sometimes instead of deer. I don't know why, but migration does this where you get hares. Lu Xuan? You heard of Lu? Lu Xuan? Is there a joke? Chat, is there a joke I don't get? Emu's, I'm sure Emu knows Lu. Nice guy. Nice guy. Sure he'd be popular if he streamed. He shoots a lot of arrows, though. Yeah, he shoots a lot of arrows. I knew him before he shot arrows. The world turned him cold. The world turned him cold. What a chat from T90. Wait, let's see the chat. Is that the world turned him cold? It is a snowy map. Is T90 streaming? I don't think so. He's just playing games. I know he was a bit sick after the Brazilian Dynasty, so we're just going to try to cast him for a bit. We need another 10 followers to hit 16,000. We were so close, so we're just going to stream a bit until we hit it. Will there be community games again soon? I have no idea. Prepare to be championed. It'll work this time, trust. So Emu probably wants to go woo champions. And if this menu loads, remember... What do they have? Actually, I want to check something. What is my memory usage of capture age? How do I monitor that in Windows 11? GPU. Using 33% of my GPU. I wonder if I actually can increase the GPU slider and capture it so it hasn't crashed in a while. So chat, I'm going to do something risky. Alright, I'm going to do something very risky. I'm going to increase this. We'll see if capture age crashes. I'm wondering if that affects the loading of this menu. Like, sometimes it takes a while to load. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I'll see if maybe capture age lets me zoom in and out more if I increase the VRAM I allocate to it. Maybe things will crash, so we just gotta test. I know that they made some improvements to that. Test? Does the test show up? The test should show up. Test should definitely show up. Oh, and Monaspa, thank you very much for the sub. All the RAM, eat it up.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
As if you seek to lead the Huns yourself. Thank you very much. I need to get those shown up for YouTube too. So, what are we going to have Italians woo? Italians, the discount civ, good monk civ for the middle. Can go hand cannoneers against the woo swordsman if Emu tries to champion T90. Those are bunnies. Those are bunnies. Shigorath, hello, hello. And Virenide, hello, hello, hello. Chat showing up. Beautiful. So dock up for Emu. More fish. And that's how you do migration. You take all the wood you can while keeping the TC running. Pump out as many fishing ships as you like. And then try to go up. What advice do you have for someone currently around 1300 elo in 1v1 looking to push higher? Probably just comes down to like your basic like dark to feudal and feudal to castle transitions in your builds. They're going to be more than anything, it's going to come down to economic inefficiency. And you're just not going to have the numbers that other players will. I think for the most part, until you get to around like probably 1700 or so, it comes down to just very small efficiency things. Those things still matter after 1700. But that's where differences in strategy, I think, matter more. Because you saw Dave, right? He got to, what, 1500 using the controller? And if you're not efficient enough to beat someone with a controller, that's indicating there are some efficiency things you need to work on. It's not speed. It's not speed. Because players can have very low APMs and still click all the things they need to click. It's more about knowing how to send vills to different places in your economy at the right times. And knowing how to allocate them. And I think the key thing is to pay attention if you watch your recs. Where are you floating resources and where do you not have enough resources? And that indicates something was wrong with your vills. And especially if you have times when you get raided. Figuring out when you actually need to run the vills. How to send them back to work in time. Where you could have maybe done a few subtle walls here and there so you don't get raided. Stuff like that is very important. More so than any like unit composition or specific civ fancy builds or anything. Probably gets a bit harder these days because you need to deal with phosphors. If you see someone going Magyar FC Magyar Hussar every game, that's a bit tricky to deal with, and you might see that at that elo. Just little efficiency things add up.
Yes.
Check sharpens when I move around. Let's see. See, those didn't need to load again. So maybe those images are just stored in memory and they were being cleared at some point because I didn't allocate enough memory. That's capture rate. Just it went through a period where it was very inefficient in VRAM and crashed consistently. And didn't just crash capture rate, but crashed my whole PC. So we'll try I think they've made some changes, so we'll try giving it the VRAM back. See if it still crashes or not. So there is the Hulk for T90 and Feudal Age. So Feudal Age first for T90 by quite a bit. And he'll start sailing around the island to be aggressive. He's also captured some cattle in the middle that he's using to scout. A bit slow walking, but he'll scout nevertheless. And some fishing lines there for T90. As he'll sail around the western side too, pick up some more cows. Remember, you can transport the cows back should you want to take them to your TC. But no transport for him. Emu going for a transport. And the Hulks might spot the wait, where's Emu transporting? T90's scouting everywhere. He's just looking for Emu to land in the middle. And Lowe's a transport if his cows start being stolen, because that means something came to the middle. A couple of foxes there. Oh, foxes in the middle now in migration, so your vills can take them. It's interesting. Bit of gold from the middle. Oh, there are predators now. So everything in the middle. Foxes, deer, predators, cows, you name it. It's in the middle. Entire menagerie of animals. There are the polar bears. The Arctic foxes. No Arctic wolves, though. Looks like it's just polar bears. The cows, even the white cows that blend in. The deer, at least, are not the Arctic hares. So none of those chickens to... Or the white chickens, too. They're white hares and white chickens. You put everything to blend in. So Hulk's down here will be attacking the dock with another Hulk chasing them away. So T90 just doing a bit of damage to the fishing eco, but Emu's ready to click up to the castle age. With the market, he'll go straight for the fast castle. And T90 doing his market won't be too far behind. Might just need to buy a round of food, but he should be up momentarily too. So won't have that huge difference yet now. He just buys one round of food and clicks up. Not buying. Doing one more Vil. Oh, he didn't have the blacksmith yet. Okay, so blacksmith, then he's up. Might not even need to buy then. Just force trap at the dock and he's good. Emu's selling stone and buying wood. Okay, that's interesting. Selling the stone, so no TCs in the middle for him. Just gonna play water. And does he use this for forward docks, or does he just... Let's see, maybe thinking of a dock on the coast. There's a house there for scouting. Does he have town watch? No town watch for him. And yeah, dock... Castle Age for T90, a minute behind Emu almost, 50 seconds behind him. It is a pretty good gap. I thought he'd be a bit closer. He's throwing his Hulks forward, but throwing them into the galleys, into the dock. Oh, F. Another break in the internet. At least they didn't drop from the game. Oh, I am, as I say that, I am maybe dropping from the game a bit. Do crash. Okay, hopefully we're back or not. Let's see, I can maybe call my ISP again about this issue. See if it comes back, because I'm still in game. Just having difficulty with the upload, it seems. We're live? Okay, we're live. Just a brief drop, I hope. Press F5 to pay respects, and I think we'll be okay. See, how about YouTube? Are you okay on YouTube? I saw we crashed there. But I think we got all the Fs accounted for in the chat. Hopefully we're back. As I said, one day this year, I'll move, and we'll get stable internet. Hopefully we won't have this before we're live. Hashtag refresh. That should be a sponsorship, like hello refresh, to restore the stream when my internet drops. Let's see if OBS stabilizes this. I think I'm still dropping frames. Okay, now it's stabilizing. Okay, now we're good. Not as bad as it was in the middle of June, but still rather annoying for me. Dude, with the constant internet not working. So ballistics for both players, slightly faster for T90, and the Vil counts are still pretty similar. Res collected slightly ahead for T90 too, as the Italians. And you're still looking at the Italians maybe as being the save to get the faster imp. Oh, but I'm realizing he's Italian, so he didn't even need to use the marker. As the fires will push these Warhulks and War Galleys back. Emu will keep chasing. There we have Clinker Construction for Emu. Why are these people playing Migration anyway? Where's the good Arabia? And Imperial Age for T90. Okay, there we go. So Italians up first. Still what you'd expect from them. Emu just doing a massive houses on the mainland. 12 houses. It's like he's playing Vinland Saga. You need to build 12 houses, a TC, and a market in the middle to win. That might be what he's playing on Migration. So a big fight here. Is this the fight T90 wants, though? Because he's up to Imp, and he's up first. And losses here will be horrible, because he's invested into Imp, and he won't be able to upgrade the ships. And the ships have to go back. And it's a weird fight, because he still has the numbers in the reinforcements, so he should be okay. He was reinforcing too. And it's still a situation where Emu, if you see what we see, and you see the uptiming difference, it's where you want to push. Actually, he is careening now, and T90 doesn't, so definitely push here. Because he'll have the armor. Now, destroying the fishing ships isn't as useful now, because T90's already up, but then T90's going to have 0 on food. And now, how does T90 get the food for upgrades? Might not get the food for upgrades. When is the Ships of the Line upgrade coming? Or I don't know about that. On both sides, the Hulks run away. There's T90 up to the Imperial Age. And Emu's just going to take out the docks. So there's Bracer. T90 may be struggling to afford the other upgrades without those fishing ships. And heavy warships in this dock, which kind of worries me. I mean, if it finishes, it's ideal because he gets his ships in the back and can reinforce his navy. If it goes down, that's a worry. At least it's not this dock, and I don't think 3 fires will destroy it in time. So he's going to take a fight with Bracer, a fight that he probably wins. Emu not far from Imp himself. If he sells wood, he's up. Has a few farms. Running out of gold, needs another mining camp. Does he have the buildings? Does have the university? Does he have a monastery in the middle? He does, so we can click up whenever he's ready. And there he goes, noticing and clicking. There he goes, up, but 3 minutes away. A long time to hold. Some fast fires in that dock now as we have the heavy warships for T90. Emu still with the score lead. Fishing lines. Oh, he never did fishing lines. That's not good for his eco. Maybe he's a bit farther ahead if he had an earlier fishing lines. Does fishing lines affect the whaling ships, too? I think it does. I'll need to check that. Also, whaling ships, captures changes their names. Oh, it changes the villager names now. That's a new thing. It used to just say villager. Now it changes the villager names. That's nice. That's nice. Emu long distance mining the gold. We'll do a mining camp there. See if the ships can turn around and defend that dock. Some fires on this side. We'll push into the galleons. Have a TC coming up for Emu. Oh, the bear. The bear gonna fight a Vil. He does have Loom. He does have Loom. Alright, Loom, so the bear won't get a kill. Unfortunately, the bear won't get a kill. Well, T90, he doesn't have Loom. He's thinking, I'm afraid of bears. If I go to the middle, I need Loom. Fishing ships into the dock. And there is Imperial Age for Emu as the fires come forward. And once he gets Imp and does heavy warship, he should start winning the fights again. But T90, meanwhile, in that Imp transition, has taken the score lead, doing pretty much what the Italians want to do, taking the score lead, destroying the navy, and Emu taking a fight that maybe he doesn't want to. And it feels like that's some mismanagement from Emu paying attention to his navy when he could have been Imp a lot faster. And when someone asked earlier, what do you do when you're 1300 looking to improve? You're going to have exactly what we just saw this game, but in more situations, where you're not paying attention to your eco, and you're 2 to 3 minutes behind in when you could have clicked up. if you manage things ever so slightly better. There's some small differences, like having the building in time, using the market properly. Can be crazy with how big of a difference they make to your up timings. Doc goes down, we'll have chemistry there from T90. So doing chemistry, Monk goes down. This monastery with 2 relics might go down too. And castle for Emu on the mainland. He's taking his claim to the mainland. T90 pulling super far ahead and score from the water. And will the whales be enough gold for T90 on the water if he can't quite take the mainland? So another TC there for Emu. And 3 TCs on the mainland with 1 at home, so 4 TC boom for him. Vills at home might get trapped, but this is a fairly large island, so you got space to farm here at least if your coastal waters are taken. Vil on a hill fighting that polar bear. And a 4th TC, so huge boom for Emu in the middle, in Imp. 59 Vils to 66 Vils, and we're starting to get fire archers from Emu. Fire archers in the middle. Okay, he lost the relics, but he's getting fire archers. T90 with an outpost, scouting the middle, he's getting some map control. Still no gold, but he sees a gold. Emu outposting 2. And T90 will get the TC up. Galleons will be destroying the market slowly but surely. Monastery for Emu. Emu can lose some houses, but I don't think he'll lose much sleep over that. Hello, Capital. How you doing? Fire archers do have bonus against ships and buildings. Or is it ships and buildings or just buildings? I guess it's just buildings, not against ships. They themselves might have an attack bonus against ships, but they don't have the extra range. Yeah, okay, it's +3 attack they have against ships. But they don't get extra range against ships. It is if they get the Red Cliffs tactics, then they do the fire damage to the ships. Yeah, there we go. I don't think you know one of consequence for using your Prime sub.
You challenge my every decision. It is as if you seek to lead the Huns yourself.
I feel like we've heard that one a few times today. I still don't know if there is proper randomization from stream elements playing the alerts. I'll have to investigate that. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. And here's where the Fire Archers shine with their extra range against buildings. Not against monks, but against buildings. We'll kill the monk anyway. And there's Red Cliffs tactics. Emu's going to start amassing Fire Archers. They'll destroy the outpost, especially with the hill. And he'll go straight for the castle. On water, ooh, T90, he's transporting. He went for the transport ship castle drop on Emu's home island. So T90 will have the water. He'll have both islands, but Emu will have the middle. And he'll have enough Fire Archers. Can T90 ever actually take the middle? T90 needs to repair. They do use it against the ships. According to this description, it says long-range attack against buildings. So unless the description is wrong, or incomplete. They do get, as I said, the Red Cliffs tactics bonus against ships. So, I'm not sure. What is a ship if not a floating, moving building? What is a building if not a columned ship? I know we'll need Emu to shoot at a ship. Can you tell him to go shoot at a ship with a Fire Archer for science for us? There's just one. We just need to experiment. Let's see if he sends one. Right now he's just focusing on destroying that castle, also dying on land, trying to do a tower just to protect some vills. I'm convinced the fire archers don't get used enough, and in 2 years there will be a hard nerf because they become obnoxious. Maybe. We did see them a lot on Coast Arena. I think what he really needs is a Saracen ally. So Traction Treb trying to hit the normal Trebs, but also hit from the coastline by the Galleons. Maesty thinks they're good. I know Ornlu doesn't think they're good. Sometimes Ornlu's wrong, though. There's a Treb that goes down. Cannon Galleon hitting the castle. Fleet Cannon Galleon, that is. We're actually hitting Trebs behind it. So this castle goes down. Now I think T90 has this down if he takes the castle. He needs a way to fight the fire archers. I mean, they'll still be able to damage the castle. But if Emu's losing castles and doesn't have more stone. I mean, he does have stone here. And he doesn't get more fire archers. Amazing, when your opponent is trying to stack patrol, they have a small amount of blast width on their arrows. Oh, they do. 0.25. I didn't even realize that. Okay. Run into some castle fire there. The castle does have bracers, so Emu has to be careful with his micro. That'll be 12 range against 11, so just outside the range, and with some Trebs shooting back at them. They're gonna have to fall back off that hill. T90 holds. So what does T90 do now? He just needs skirmishers, right? Skirmishers destroy the fire archers and he wins. I think that's all he needs. That's all anyone ever needs in life, some skirmishers. Okay, always the answer. You gotta believe in the skirm theory. Okay, now that Treb could go down. The Red Cliff's tactics do the burn damage to the siege, I believe. Or no, just the ships. Okay, not to the siege, just the ships. The splash might hit the vills. The traction Treb goes down. Okay, you see a couple of repair vills dying. Now that you pointed out that blast width, I think that's a good example there. Hitting the repair vills, kind of like the Warwolf Treb shots with their splash damage, destroying or killing repair vills. Destroying Trebs and killing repair vills. Emu's almost got the Teutonic Healing Fortress here with the castle and TCs next to it. Not quite there yet, though. He hasn't given up on besieging the castle. More fire archers again. 30 of them with traction Trebs behind. A few Trebs, 4 Trebs for T90. He'll try to shoot down the fire archers. There he goes, and there they go. Nice Treb shots there to defend. Quick to use them in the right spots. And a few Genoese crossbowmen now, killing the rest of Emu's initial woodline, so he'll be massacred there. And well, what do we think of this? 1 relic, 2 TCs, and a castle. Emu restricted now to the middle island. And he's still just trying to push the castle. Do we think he has anything here? I think T90 has this at this point. I don't see a way for him to lose. Only skirms made by MBL. I mean, most people play only skirms, right? That's the meta. Ooh, Treb goes down. Be very surprised if T90 lost this, says Maesty. Let's see if he loses the castle if he can hold on to it. He's getting redemption and block printing on the monks to try to convert traction Trebs. But traction Trebs kind of hit monks pretty well. They have almost the perfect combination of inaccuracy plus splash damage still to kill the monks. Especially with 50 plus 1 attack, they'll one-shot the monks if they hit. And the monks have merely 30 or 45 HP, 45 after Sanctity. T90's housed, need some more houses. Build some houses with these vills. Emu, delete the farms, don't let T90 steal the farms. It's the only way he'll ever get well-placed farms, stealing them from other players, and he gets 4 of them. Fire Archer, Elite Fire Archer. Let's go. Look at how majestic their fire looks. Kind of weird in Capture Age, probably better in game. There they go, attacking the castle. Trebs deploying to attack the fire archers. Will have armor on the way for T90. Are Condottieri enough to fight this? I still think Skarbs would be enough. Does Does he have barracks here? He's adding his first barracks now. Where is other condottieri? In queue somewhere. Oh, barracks over here. Okay, he wants to raid. He wants to raid under the castle too. So getting the final armor, that'll be nice for the condos. This is the castle though, and Emu's still pushing. T90 about 5k score ahead. But this game isn't over, as the fire archers will destroy the trebs. Traction trebs taking them out too. Trebs go down, cannon galleons on the water hit the fire archers going down. And handcart, ooh, T90 could lose the handcart TC. It's a quick tech, but maybe Emu focuses it. He has 6 traction trebs. And he could go for the TC. Does T90 get handcart? Emu's selling food. He's going for the TC. Ooh, it's close, it's close. Handcart 98%. And he finishes it. He finishes handcart right before it goes down. Emu maybe traction trebbing his own fire archers, but now T90's gonna lose some vills here. Flyer skirmishers meta. They're good against archers. And there are so many units they're good against, and since they have high Pierce armor, it's kind of tricky to stop them. They're cheap, and they're good against a lot of the power units. And if you play defensively with them, and you keep them under your own defensive structures, they're very tricky to kill. It's a weird case where technically it's a weak unit, but by virtue of having the bonus against archers and high Pierce armor, there's a lot of different uses. And the way AoE 2 works, everything does at least 1 damage. So once you get enough skirmishers, even against units with a lot of Pierce armor, skirms still take them out decently enough since they're still doing 1 damage. There's Silk Road. Wait, Silk Road. Capture Age has something wrong here. I'm sure T90 is doing Pavisi? Or Pavis? But there are 2 silver crowns for the Italians. As the Capture Age thinks Pavis still exists. That's now a free Civ bonus. Something's wrong there. No, he did the Imp Tech, which should be the hand cannoneer one. What's it called? Not incendiaries. Not arquebus. Whatever it's called. Pyrotechnia. There we are. Pyrotechnia. So I think that's a weird capture age thing. Let me just take a screenshot of that. I'll post that in the capture age Discord. Everybody's asking questions. Okay, I'm gonna go post a bug report for Capture Age. Double castles for Emu. I feel like Emu is in full healing fortress mode now. Like, he's completely dead, right? Capture Age Discord bug reports. The Italian tech tree doesn't have the right unique techs. Think this should be Pyrotechnia as the gold crown. Researched, but he doesn't exist as a tech anymore. That's a Civ bonus now. Silk Road. Castle Age tech, yeah. Alright, bulk report posted. We're good. Bulk report posted. What's Emu's win plan? T90 disconnecting? I mean, it's USA versus USA. You never know what the internet quality is going to be. We've disconnected during this stream several times, so you never know. Alright, Monastery T90 with relics in. I guess Emu's plan is win the middle, maybe run T90 out of wood. If he has more wood. T90 is going to go light cap now and raid. He can go, he's more fishing ships, so actually T90 can go fish traps by his starting island and fish. And have a safe eco. I mean, he can do fish traps on both islands. And have a safe eco that he can just use. He's also collecting relics here and there on the sides. Oh yeah, fire archers, long range attack. Were they just attacking ships? Okay, here we go, here we go. Will Emu do it for us? Oh yeah, that has to be long range. Look at how long they are. Long range attack against the ships. Yeah, the long range. I think it does work against ships then. Sounds good, I guess. So Emu's just gonna try not to die for a while. Oh, freaking Emu. Our whales being taken on the sides. So, is there... How does T90 actually push this, though? Because Emu's gonna make T90 work for this. The fire archers will clean the stables. Becomes a lot of light cav, but the fire archers might still win this. Like, I think T90 just loses the light cav here. I don't think he has enough. Yeah, that's a horrible play. Oh no, this is like Yamato versus Healing Fortress all over again. Oh, he doesn't have the armor on them. He also doesn't have the Hussar upgrade either. Like both those things he needs. Doesn't even need to be in the middle to do it. Just like do him at home and go forward. Okay, so some Condottieri here for T90. Are those better than the Hussars? I guess they have more Pierce armor right now, especially. There is the final armor. T90 will lose the stables in all likelihood. Okay, the ships go down. Transports go down. Light cav go down. Maybe the Vil goes down too. Emu leaving the Vil. Never want to leave Vils on islands. Chuko new fire arrows? What do you mean? Chuko new fire arrows. I mean, he doesn't have that much gold. All the gold's in the middle still. I guess he can fish the whales, but the whales are going to run out soon. He's on the whales. I think better just to use your eco for cav upgrades. And he wants another stable with that Vil. Now the cav have their armor, so maybe a better fight, but they still don't have numbers. And Emu will just hole up in the choke point. And there goes the Vil. The stable will go down. Still no Hussar, as T90 is wasting a lot of food on light cav. Daniela, thank you so much for the raid. We're here watching T90 against Emu, and Emu's doing his best Healing Fortress impersonation by holding with a couple of castles and TCs in the middle of migration. So Lons, everyone. Hello, Limerncroft. You're a follower number 15,991. We need 9 more followers to hit 16,000, and we have a nice round number. Thank you, Danny. Hope you enjoyed the show match. I saw there was a Black Forest game afterwards. Did the Amigos get a win on Black Forest? Jeep's still around. Yay, Jeep. They did. Alright. 5-1. Didn't get completely swept. Glad for casting the show match. Oh, thank you for hosting the show match. Alright, now here comes T90. A charge of the light cav. A charge of the Condottieri. Now with the castles down, no more fire archer production for Emu. Emu, nowhere on the side islands to be found. Just in the middle is the Condottieri charging the fire archers. Emu still, look at that KD he has, 250, 260 to 200. I mean, he's gonna destroy all of T90's army. There's no military left for T90. There are still 40 fire archers there, but Emu will call the GG for us. That's 270 to 202 KD. But much better eco for T90 there. Alright. Thank you for having upcoming games in my Discord status. I tried to do that. You reminded me I need to clear my Discord status now that I'm streaming. So it shows my stream. Great. Let's go there. Also, did the chat clear when I swap up scenes? It kind of did. Okay, I still need to figure that out, why the chat is clearing when I swap scenes. It's a weird Streamlabs thing. Might need to just make another source. Alright, I'm getting AI advice on how to fix the issue. So thank you, get your GGs in the chat. Is T90 throwing? I mean, it took him a while, he's not throwing. Let's see, is he still playing games? There's some Rage Forest going on. He's queuing again, We also have Gabby versus Bananji, that could be a fun game. 45 clearing. Johnny Ona H. Oh, so Johnny without H, a German player. What is this skill level for these players? Milan von Dutch. Oh, Emu's went to play the Hobbit. Emu's now playing Hobbit v 1,98D. War of the Orc. Emu's doing orcs versus orcs or whatever it's called. So Emu's moved on. He's moved on. He's not playing T90. He's playing custom scenarios. But T90's gonna keep going. Oh, he's queuing again. Alright, I'm just gonna run to the restroom while T90's queuing, then we'll get back and cast him some more. So stay tuned. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. And let's see, has T90 found a game? He has against Edelreis. I don't know who this is. We'll find out. This will probably be the last game I cast today. In the game, there we go. This. Finally, it'll be a game of Arabia. So this is a map we all recognize, right? Finally, some Arabia. So what is this? Threeville, Arabia. Feels like some classic AoE2 action aside from the hares. Free-skinned chickens. One has a pond. Yeah, T90. Oh, wait, actually T90 has a nice pond there. Wait. T90. Could T90 fish boom? I don't think the dock would fit in this pond. He would have to take that fish in order to fish boom. So not the best pond for him, actually. Could go over here. Here you could fit a dock. Here, blue could dock. There's a pond in between them. I think you could fit a dock there. This pond completely encased in wood. Can't go dock there. Alright, so Tatar's Bohemians. T90 pretty good elo advantage, about 200 points higher. Don't know who Edelreis is. We'll maybe learn who they are.
Co žádáš?
So Bush A. So Bush A, if you want some nerdy details about the maps, is the bright green bush. I think we'll have Bush B. Yeah, you see Bush B here in the oak forest is the dry, more orangey bush. I used a lot of those Bush Bs on Satan and Tepui for the Brazilian Dynasty maps. Just give them that little dry, deserty look. I use them on 1v1 Black Forest too when I do the African theme. Just gives it a bit of a different look. Well, what do we think, chat? Is fish booming viable? I guess not for T90. It's just this sad shorefish blocks his pond access. Could have at least done a dock and fish traps, but not with that shorefish there. I don't think he's gonna mill it and take it.
Zdař Bůh.
Don't think he's gonna spend the time doing that.
Ano.
I wonder how he lures the boar. Is he
Připravena.
is he 4 on wood? So this is probably some type of barracks then.
Jsem připravena.
See a TC shooter now, and how many vills does he use? So 8 vills there under the TC. He's got a 9th on the way,
Ano.
10th luring the vill. One goes up there.
Jsem
So
připravena.
6 vills, shoots once, repositions the vills. So he wanted the boar in the right position there. Wanted it in the right position. Sometimes you get massive ponds. Maybe that should be a map. Arabia, but you're guaranteed ponds. So if you want to fish boom, you can fish boom. I guess Arukarias was kinda like that in some ways. So you were guaranteed the ponds. Some players went for the fish, some didn't. Still not quite sure which is the best approach on that map. The vills will take the hares.
Co žádáš?
And more hunters sent out from T90. Yeah, there's the early barracks, and he's going to do 3 militias. I have seen the 2+2 drush be pretty effective. 2+2, where you do 2 in the Dark Age, and then once you click up to Feudal, do 2 more. And you get 4 men-at-arms at that point. So I'll have Vinch do that a lot on Arabia. T90's got to be careful not to lose his sheep. And the scout from Edelreis will see the militia at least.
تیار من سلام
There is Feudal Age 4 again for Edelreis. So T90 staying Dark Age for a bit longer. 21 vills. That's a lot of vills, but also kind of necessary if you do the 3 militia drush instead of the 2 militia drush. There's Loom, so 22 vills plus Loom. All right, not too slow compared to drush timings. I wonder if he'll keep adding more militia in. He will find the chicken mill, but that's taken already. He'll get to the wood line, and Edelreis not too worried about walling just yet. Feels like he maybe has enough vills to turn and fight. And can turn and fight with his own scout if he needs to. Yeah, the opponent hasn't walled yet, and maybe a mistake just not to have a couple pieces of palisade wall around the lumber camp. Loses the vill there. It's a nice fight from T90. Loses one militia. Still has a scout alive. There's Edelweiss up. And with the feudal scout, will kill T90's scout, but loses another Vil. So 3 militia drush. Trades a militia and a scout for 2 Vils. Getting some value out of it. But he's still late to go up. And we'll see if Edelweiss is able to take advantage of the timing differences here. Getting the range out first. So I'm not going to go scouts. Going to open for the range. And since there's no gold being taken, might even open skirms. There's double bit axe for Edelweiss. And what is this? More walling for T90. Again, using the mill. I've seen this from him quite a bit. Using the chicken mill as part of the walls. Using the chicken mill.
Jsem připravena.
There's a house from T90 and more palisades going up. He has to be careful to keep the Vil on the inside. I think he realized that. We'll just go back. And so far, some counter scouting. He hasn't moved out to the berries yet. We'll do a range of his own. And upon seeing the range and an archer, looks like we do have 4 Vils on gold now for Edelweiss. Has to be careful with that gold in the hole. Cheaper to go to the other wood line? What do you mean cheaper?
Jsem připravena.
Oh, in terms of walling? T90 walls? I think he's done it about as well as he can. Cheaper, you mean to go to this wood line instead of the edge of the map? Maybe, maybe. It would keep the gold safe if he did that, so I wouldn't mind that. Maybe a bit harder to repair the walls, but I guess getting out here would be hard enough anyway. Yeah, I think he would need an extra house tile a wall over there by the pond. But yeah, going straight there could be nice. Especially since he sees the archers are clearing the militia, he knows he has a bit of time to get out there. But he will be up by 2 Vils. Up in res collected. And low HP scout for Edelweiss, so he will be fully walled now. Nothing will get in. 6 farms, and what does he transition to? 3 on gold. He is amassing more archers. Not going skirms, just going archers. These walls will... Oh my gosh, look at this wood line. Look at this wood line, chat. It's a 1-tile wood line. It has to avoid other terrain, so when it's placed, it's squished by the cliff. Squished by everything. Oh, man. So some skirms and archers in the range. And this T90 keeps walling up over here. Imagine that wood line before it. Imagine it going straight down the middle of the map. It'd be quite an obstacle if it separated players. And skirms going for this small group of archers from Edelweiss here. Archers also hitting the scout. See if these archers go down. They do. So nice clean from T90. And it's his turn to move forward, maybe think about hitting the walls. Berries are exposed and the gold is exposed. So this is where you get to the point of, yeah, you walled, but did you really wall? Because Edelweiss has no gold. I mean, look at how awful the gold positions are on this map. Both golds forward, that gold forward. Queuing more archers, but also playing very passively based on the gold positions. T90 can get away with a bit more of a passive playstyle with that gold being protected inside the walls, fully contained by everything. Barracks in range in a good spot in front of the berries. And if he sees there's a Vil inside there, he can force the deletion of the mining camp to make the Vil run or kill the Vil. Like the Tatar mobility better, but Bohemians have the better power comp. Yep, I think I'd agree with that. The relic's fairly spaced. And there we go. Edelweiss off the berries. And market for T90, he'll be able to go up. He sells stone. Free mining upgrades for the Bohemians. He has 13 farms. He'll start adding in more houses. He has the range already, so that's the second building. Has the blacksmith already, has 2 buildings. Just needs the market to go up. So second range for Edelweiss, but staying in feudal versus the faster uptiming at T90. And I think T90 is a really good advantage right now. 500 res collected ahead. That'll shoot him towards Castle Age instantly. Yeah, selling 200 stone, buying 200 stone, 200 food, and he's up. Never tire hearing the agonizing screams of pain before they die. Especially of the like the chickens and the hares and the foxes, those really scream at you. I don't think anything else really screamed that way, but man, those are scary. Nightmare fuel there, at least for T90. We all know how much he likes the animal noises, I'm sure. The capybara screams. I'm sure everyone heard a lot of capybara screams at the Brazilian Dynasty land. I saw them, they had like a vending machine with a crane in the airport where you could get a stuffed capybara. That was pretty cool. I'll need to get some of them next time. Next time there's a bugged map and a capybara is missing, I'll just throw one of those at the players. I did have one map, it was Fernando, where I added 1 pair of extra capybaras beyond what I had intended. But it was okay. I'm fine with that map having a lot of food. There's a gate up. Archers and skirms collecting around it. Yeah, the double restart for the, what was it, the javelinas. The scout got stuck on top of them. That was crazy. I'm lucky, though. One of those happened when the map was bugged and failed to spawn a stone, so that would have been restarted for the lack of stone. But that's okay, because we saw the javelina on stream, and it's restarted for the bugged javelina. I'd never seen that before, but it was pretty crazy. The bow assault and crossbowmen for T90. And wheelbarrow too. He's doing all the eco upgrades. And also look at the gold upgrade for free, remember? And stone, but ballistics too. Still looking to upgrade the army before moving out with it. And the scout from Edelweiss will see that. And now, how does this gold get defended? There has to be a tower. Has to be a tower there. Do we all know each other? Pretty much. There are a couple people I haven't met over the years, but yeah, pretty much. I've known each people since like 2017 or so, before we started having all the big lands and whatnot. There were a couple events from like 2015 to 2018. Then I think things really kind of picked up with Escape Gaming and having the lands. So Edelweiss up the Castle Age, but as he's up, T90's victorious. Doesn't think he can hold that gold. So fair enough. That's a very tricky map to play. And just wanted to get Castle before resigning, but didn't think he'd be able to hold the gold. Yeah, T90 had a much better map. Got some damage with the Drush. Never took damage himself. Good res collected lead. Everything you want. And yeah, military, I mean, had the numbers still, but down in KD. The thing is just, T90 was ahead, right? Like, not everyone would call it GG there. Some people would play on. But he certainly was behind enough, I think. Okay, so that I am getting some advice. 160. Where I'm going to try to fix this chat thing. So bear with me for a moment, chat. I'm going to try something. And this might break. Okay. That clearly broke. Move you across, right? And I'm gonna see if I crop you. No, that doesn't work. Okay, that didn't work. You T90's queuing again, so we'll keep passing T90. There's also Scotty versus Emil going on. That could be interesting. Scotty, a fellow American, had a good set against T90. Gabby's still in that fortified clearing game. Ruh's playing. Scotty Emil's a good one. And we'll see what T90 gets in his queue. Thanks for the stream, GG's. I know Ornlu. I do know Ornlu, yes. I haven't seen him in a while, but I did meet him back at the ECL LAN. That would have been 2019, I want to say. Finally, the World Cup has paused, so you can focus on the real games, the T90 ladder games. Those are the real ones. Let's see, he's still queuing. He hasn't gotten an opponent yet. A lot of people are playing Rage Forest too. So I think tomorrow I change it from Beta D to just Rage Forest 2026. Get the maps all moved around. See if I can fix this chat box. Trying to figure out how to get my chat in different sizes on different windows. And let's see, he's still queuing. He still is queuing. Move that over here. And just show you the queue briefly. See also the players in game. As I said, Scotty Emil is a pretty good game. You have some Rage Forest going. I feel like there's always Rage Forest. Miguel's playing. And Gabby Benangi. Looks like they had a good game of Fortified Clearing. Or a long one, at least. One big chat box. When will they stream on X? Probably never. Don't you have to pay for premium to be able to do that? I doubt anyone would ever do that. Is Rage Forest different than Black Forest? There were a few changes to it. It's mostly a more balanced and less buggy version of Black Forest. We use it for all of the Rage Forest tournaments. Oh, he got Uzi. Okay, that's going to be good. T90 Uzi. That's a good matchup. On Mega Random. No less. All right. So we got T90 Uzi on Mega Random. Wrong scene too for me. There you go. Oh, massive lose streak. Yeah, that was just a leftover from the show match. So I had the wrong overlay for a second. Trying to debug my chat and had the wrong overlay. attempting a second chat box. Fill this in capture age. It's the same URL. Nope, never mind. Alright. E. Open again. Wrong scene. Alright, so just waiting for the match to start, and here we go. 30 seconds. T90 versus Uzi. Put Uzi in blue, T90 in red. It'll be mega random. Oh, you're gonna like this Civ matchup. Chat. You're really gonna like this Civ matchup. Alright, take some guesses. You'll see if you're on the dashboard, but take some guesses. I think we're gonna have a good emote for T90 Civ. Hello, Comic Chronic. Either of the polls. This is one y'all are gonna enjoy. Wu versus Britons. Hun War would be peak, but no, it's just gonna be. Oh wait, it will be Arabia, not mega random. The dashboard lied to me. It'll be Teutons versus Maya. Very close elos, within, what's that, 38 points ahead for Uzi. So Uzi will be the, put him in blue, so we're not doing red versus green. The blue Maya to the northwest, T90, the red Teutons to the southeast. And this is when we all spam our Teutonic Knight emote. Boom, if you're sub, spam the Teutonic Knight emote. We're gonna hope T90 makes some Teutonic Knights. I think we can manifest it if we spam the emote enough. Maya should win this. I definitely would favor them on Arabia. But Teutons are kind of scary, I think. They have a cheap farms are a nice eco bonus. They can go scouts pretty well. Good men-at-arms. Oh, they have javelinas. So less food than boars usually. Yeah, Jeep's got it. Uzi, player, plays for Uxmal now, from Mexico. Probably, I'm trying to think who else is from Mexico. I would guess he's maybe the number 2 player behind Kingstone. This is just Arabia. It was the dashboard told me it was mega random, but then I loaded in and I got Arabia. So it is just Arabia. Maybe I looked at the thing right next to it. And maybe I just need glasses and misread the map. But it will just be Arabia. So standard things from both players. Pushing the Reyes in. Reyes are reskinned deer. So it is not a chicken map, a more standard map. Push them in, and when we look at Uzi's map, very safe berries. These pineapple bushes are reskinned berries. His gold is pretty far forward and exposed, a bit of a hill by it. T90's gold's forward. Pineapple bushes are forward too. He's taking a back lumber camp. So tricky for him to wall too. Not the easiest walls for either player, if they want to control gold. T90's berries a bit forward too. At least he doesn't have a hill in front of them. But tricky map for him to play. Relics are pretty equal, I think. He's slightly favoring Uzi. T90's found 2 of them so far. This isn't a crazy mega random. Well, hopefully we should have some crazy maps for Sudden Disaster. When that happens. We still have a map scripting competition for people who want to submit maps there. There's a barracks for Uzi. And a barracks also for T90. And let's see, there is an escape route. That's not just going to be a hole. Okay. I always worry about holes by the forest. You ungarrison your units into the hole and they get stuck. But Eagle gonna come over. We'll find the geese there. Uzi could lame, but he's not gonna. He's gonna be polite. He's gonna be like, you know what, T90, I'll just leave your geese right here. Not gonna steal them. I see you're hunting your javelina. No need to worry. Not gonna lame you here. Just a ranked game. Not a hardcore tournament game. So javelina not quite under the TC for Uzi. Bit out of position, but not too bad. Good boy, Uzi. And a near airport. And T90's a long distance mine that gold.
Yeah?
I mean, if I'm Uzi and T90 hasn't taken them yet, I gotta think, okay, at some point soon I'll move them away. I'm generous, but can you really be this generous? So is T90 gonna keep mining gold? There are 2 militia for him. Going for 3 militia now. So Teuton's 3 militia continuing to mine gold. Okay, but he's gonna... Didn't intend that, I think. Just gonna go to the mill now. Building the mill a tile away from the berries. It'll be easier to wall. Any Wordle? I haven't played that in a long time. Oh, also a Drush. So Drush also from Uzi. Both Drushing. Third militia from Uzi, not quite grouped up. But you'll have the Hill and the Eagle in the Dark Age for the fight.
Shot it.
Have the Hill and the... take a downhill hit on that militia. Ooh, rough hits on the Scout, though. Yeah, T90 wants to take the hill in the fight. He's gonna go for it. He's doing Loom. He's focusing one of those militia, losing his own militia at the same time. That's the micro like in this Drush. He's almost lost his Scout. Does lose the Scout. And that was a good Drush from Uzi. He'll lose the Scout too, but he'll clean all the militia. He's got 3 left. Could consider healing the 3 HP militia, but at this point I guess you just go forward. Let's see, Twitch wants to play an ad in 2 minutes, so reminder that you can go check out YouTube if you don't want to watch the ad.
Yeah?
Shot it.
And we'll see if the militia hit the house. Or if they just kind of hoover around a bit. T90's slightly faster up, so a Vil faster on his up timing. And again, the idle TC, or the housed time, isn't necessarily accurate, because if you're housed while you're on your way up to feudal, it still takes up. Or if you're housed while you're doing loom, it takes up.
Hey, yeah?
So I don't know if early loom with housed time is right, but feudal age while housed shouldn't matter. So maybe there's some adjustments that can be made to the stat. The militia will attack the house. As Uzi wants to wall. And he's just repairing. As he walls in the back, right? Chat, would you be able to entertain yourself for 1 moment? I'm out of water. And I feel I'm going to need some water during the game. Rara, Baron, you're in charge for the next 30 seconds. I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back. We'll entertain chat. Baron's here. Baron has a cute puppy and cat he can show photos. I'll be right back. Alright, has the chat successfully been entertained? Alright, so T90 just walling up. Those militia didn't get in. He did a range. I don't think anything happened. I think it's just standard Arabia walling. So, Vil here walling up. And we gained 20 viewers on Twitch while I ran to get water. We should have a tournament with maps generated by AI. I don't think those would be very good maps. Oh, the ad break was there too. So I got water during the ad break. Alright, there you go. That all worked out. You see the insanely strong Teuton skirmisher rush, killing the militia. Baron casting from chat is popular. Baron's just a popular guy. Showing off his fiber internet in Maine. Better than my New Jersey cable. So blacksmith there from T90. He can work towards fletching now, or just click it if he wants to. Yeah, he clicks it, spends his gold on fletching. And he's just trying to add in his farming eco. Same thing here from Uzi, trying to add in his farms. Have the pineapples over there. Maine is better than New Jersey. There might be 49 states better than New Jersey. And yet we're the ones hosting the World Cup finals. Bill pulls back. And there's padded archer armor. As Vils look to wall, but I'm worried T90's gonna let this in. He doesn't wall fast enough. Is there a hole between those two houses? There is. So there is a hole there. He needs to realize the Vil was just there. And now this army goes in. I don't think he realizes there's a hole. And Iced Chain, thank you for the follow. And the Eagles are there, killing the Vil. And okay, this is now rough for T90. The farm there will stop some of the quick wall. He tries to get a gate up, sacrifices a Vil for it. This army is under the TC. The Eagles are getting in. He's not getting the walls up in time. One more Vil going down to the Eagles and the archers. And not much HP on that palisade. The Eagles can get in as the skirms keep the Vil away. And this has been a disaster for T90, who loses another Vil on the woodline. He might clear the army, but he's lost 4 Vils here. And could lose a 5th. Yes, does lose a 5th. And now Uzi up by 1k res collected, sacrificed his army, but killed 5 villagers. And as long as he can reamass skirms, and he's the Maya against the Teutons, so he should be able to reamass skirms. He's in a great spot, doing a market. He'll be ready to click up right after this. T90 is not. And he's fully walled, so there shouldn't be an immediate counterattack to this. Can't be letting Alabama off the hook like that. Yeah, but since Ivan mentions it in the YouTube chat, I do want to do a video about AIs generating AoE2 map scripts, because it's something they particularly cannot do very well. And I think it's an interesting topic to look into. And Mr. Arcanium, thank you for the follow. So I think we're up to 15,992 followers according to OBS right now. We need 8 more for 16,000. So T90, what are you doing? T90 is going forward. T90 saying, I know Uzi's up to the castle age. I know I'm going to be slow. I need to disrupt him. Let's just tower the gold. He only has 1 gold inside of his walls. Or at least T90 thinks that by his scouting, and if he thinks that he's right. So force a counter tower from Uzi. And Uzi's just trying to go pure archer here. So maybe a bit of a risk if T90's forward with all of his skirms, towering here, and Uzi then can go crossbowman and sneak around to hit T90 again. Which is kind of what you want to do with, as you're the Maya. If you can get another, maybe... Yeah, you get 8 crossbows, that's a great number. You go forward just as you're hitting the castle age. And you just kind of ignore this, go forward, hit the woodline. T90's trying to go skirms over here, but that doesn't matter. Yeah, so you use your castle age timing for Bodkin crossbow, you go forward, and then you add skirms in the back to defend. Yeah, so Uzi's back on gold. He might lose the tower fight if he doesn't repair. The Trush never stops. Let's see, I'm curious what Uzi does here with his archers. He still has time to go forward. You want to be timing it so that you hit just as the upgrades come in. Not too early, not too late. And he is on another gold, too. He deleted the palisade to go to that gold. And yeah, there he goes, sending the army forward. Bodkin crossbow, and trying to get the timing right so that he goes forward as the upgrades come in and then can hit the side of T90's base. T90 will break through here, but Uzi not too concerned. He can wall to the TC and still has more wood and more gold over here. He can move his eco around a bit. Might need to see. He has a house there, so everything is funneled pretty well to the TC. Needs one more house wall. Needs one more house wall. Goes for a palisade. Is there maybe a tree behind the house? Is this closed? I guess there's a straggler there. I guess there's something there. But anyway, here's what I was talking about. Stone wall from T90, and he runs everything off of the wood line. Kind of recognize what's happening with the timing and the push. Is there a hole? No, it's just a hill. And a felled tree. Maybe there's a hill there that makes it look awkward. I don't even know what that is. But T90 will do a house in front of his tower. He's up to the castle age. He's doing Bodkin. He actually has the score lead. So in a moment that could have been pretty devastating for him. Doesn't take any damage, walls this out, and is reacting well to this. As we get Elite Skirm and Bodkin for him. Arms hit by the crossbows. Worried about the forward vills, they do feel exposed. They are inside Teuton Towers, though. And it's hard to stop the Teuton Towers. Right, remember, this is not just any Trush, it's a Teuton Trush. So even doing Guard Tower and continuing the Trush, maybe with a Workshop, could be nice. The towers will take care of enemy mangonels. That makes it really hard to stop. Kind of force the Maya player into her castle at that point, but the main stone is forward. The second stone is T90 is mining it. So that actually could be nice. I'm thinking like one more guard tower. If he can get it up though, there's already a mangonel. So maybe he goes workshop here, forward with the mangonel, guard tower, take him off stone. And then you're stopping the Maya player from getting plumes. Still defending with skirms. Oh, and misclick on the Jaguar. Uzi kills it at least. Will run away. Doing his eco upgrades, hasn't had horse collar. And there's the workshop for T90. So maybe he's thinking castle drop. Could we, chat? Could we be actually needing that Teutonic Knight emote? Could he be thinking of doing those? I mean, he's the right color for it. He's got the Barbarossa color. Maybe? Maybe? Ooh. Another TC for Uzi. Jeep goes at a party. So immediately he'll pull the knight back. Cicero, hi Twest. You heard about those corduroy pillowcases? I have not. What about them? So the mangonel a bit out of position for stopping the tower. Uzi has to race over with all of his crossbowmen, 2 mangonels. If he were there in time, he'd have stopped it, and he might still be there in time to stop it. No ballistics, but 1 mangonel will be insufficient to defend against 2 and a good mass of crossbows. And T90, well, that would be a great tower if he could get it up and get guard tower. Not going to be the case, though. They're making headlines everywhere. I've not heard of them. And if this is a joke, I'm not understanding the joke. And Mangonel shoots over the crossbows. Split on the crossbows. Mangonel takes some hits. Yeah, I'm not the only one who doesn't get it. That's fine though. Sometimes the best thing about telling a joke is by telling such a good joke that no one gets it. Alright, so Night Raid coming in from T90. As Uzi's gonna try to go forward, and again a raid. T90's on only 1 TC, so falling a bit behind in Vills, but that's okay if he can get some damage in. This is a receding wood line for Uzi, and that's his only wood line. Oh, okay. Nice shot on the Vills. Pillows make lines on the head? Do they? They're corduroy? I still don't get it. It's just like the texture of the fabric makes lines on the head. Sandpaper for a hairline? Alright. I need to think about this. Mangonel's going for the range. Some skirms in the ranges. Yeah, I don't either. Oh man, T90's lost so many vills trying to do that tower. But I mean, if he can defend, and tower should be good at defending, he has another TC, he'll do a defensive workshop. I still think he's in a position he can raid if he gets enough knights. Hard to raid against the numbers of crossbows that the Maya can pump out, but it's still possible. This woodline is still so exposed. If you could ever just get there, some auto farms in the back for Uzi. And he's slowly but surely pulling ahead in eco. T90's trying to chop the woodline over here. Teuton Siege and Imp. I mean, in the Imperial Age, the Teutons have a much stronger composition than the Maya do. I mean, think about the fully upgraded Teutons with Siege Onagers, Teutonic Knights defending them so Eagles can't pick them off. Bombard Cannon, not much the Maya can do there, but it's all about the early eco. the 2,500 res collected lead that Uzi has, the ability to add in that forward workshop. And now Knights trying to pick off a Mangonel, but there are so many crossbows there they can help with the Knights, but not if they get Mangonelled. Well, yes, if they hop into the TC when the Knights are already destroyed. There's that tower up for T90, but still just a watchtower, not a guard tower. And I feel like Uzi's just slowly but surely pulling farther ahead. Now up by 15 vills. Maybe could lose something by the TC. Lose a vill or two. No ballistics yet for the skirms for T90. So he might struggle to hit the vills. On the other side, this Mangonel push is continuing. T90 desperate to repair his TC. That's not going to stay up too long against the Mangonels. He's trying to Mangonel Uzi's TC, but I feel like Uzi's holding a bit better than T90 is. These Mangonels even have the hill bonus. That's crucial to be atop the hill. TC has tossed a lot of wood to repair. And oh my gosh, look at this name, Sweaty Balls 48. Thank you for the follow. Redemption would be good here for T90. That's the thing though, even against the crossbows, it's hard to get monks in position to use Redemption. And Miza, thank you for the follow. Alright, we'll close it in. We need like 6 or 7 more followers if my counter updates to get to 16,000. We're very, very close. Let's see, I see 15,993 right now. I feel like sometimes the number doesn't update right away. But I'm just following what OBS tells me. Alright, so this TC is taking damage, but this TC is destroyed. This house will go down, so now Uzi can loop around the back, but still has to deal with the towers. Watchtowers, though, themselves aren't going to stop a Mangonel push. T90 with armor on the skirms won't care about TC fire. He'll just loop and kill more vills, and only pets TTV. Thank you for the follow. Is that another only cats account for only positive vibes TTV? It's a very similar name. That bill goes down. Like the only cats, they are funny. Of course not, of course not. Well, Uzi losing some vills here. A bit sloppy against the tower, but he has vills to spare with that vill lead. And Uzi's about to click Imp. I guess he put Imp in this TC. This one's still getting pressured.
Yeah.
Are Teutonic Knights resistant to archers? No, not at all. There's Imperial Age. If T90's gonna make them, he would need Siege to support them and keep the archers away. Particularly not plumed archers. Remember, plumed archers have an attack bonus against infantry. Hello, random fun and stuff. Turns out there's a hardware acceleration setting in Chrome that can switch off when Chrome is updated. Now you're back to enjoying HD. Oh, lovely, lovely. There's a browser setting issue. So Skirm's still fighting crossbows over here. Yeah, they have high melee armor, but not pierce armor. That's the key. Teutonic Knights are the hard counter to throwing axemen and Mamluks with the melee armor. So Mangonel hits some vills on the castle. If Uzi gets this castle up, I think he clearly wins the game if he hasn't already. There's Bowsaw on the way. T90 pulling back to try to save the Mangonel. Maybe he just wants to trade the Mangonel, though. He has the hill, but the castle goes up. And the castle, what is the range of the castle? It will hit all 3 of the watchtowers, so it can clear them. And in particular, it'll get bracers, so it'll outrange them. And even keep more mangonels away if they pop out of the workshop. And so far, Uzi, he's putting Imp in the central TC. Bit of a risk. I still think I would have liked this one a bit more, but he'll get it. And the hard thing for Uzi now is we zoom out and look at his map. Where are his golds? One's under that castle by the towers. So if T90 were trying to play a gold denial game, not gonna work here. And a few crossbows getting into T90's base. Again, he's pretty well defended with the towers and TC. Maybe Uzi can find a sliver of daylight from which he can raid. And T90 now, the issue is food. Yeah, T90 might call GG once Imp is in. These crossbows are in his base. And how is he feeling about the game? And he's feeling GG. He's feeling GG. Uzi will win it. And don't worry, he typed GG in the game, I'm sure. Don't worry, he just resigned first. Is T90 a post-resign GG'er? I think he is. So that'll be Uzi taking the win there. 67 to 57 KD. T90 even the better KD, surprisingly, but eco difference too huge. I thought he had applied some good pressure, but he was just too far behind when Uzi got in Feudal Age. Even yet to meet him at the ladder. Has Baron, have you gotten 2K yet, Baron? I know you've been grinding. Someday soon I might try to grind on the ladder again. I want to get to like 2K1 to 2K2. Any tips for Tina? That's an awkward game because it was just like Feudal Age letting army in. That got some kills, and he wasn't walled properly. And I mean, the big event in that game was fixing that wall in Feudal. Yeah, get your walls up better. That's the tip. I mean, I think he did a good job of anticipating the move of the crossbows coming forward from Uzi and getting walled. I thought that was really nicely done from him. Firefox is the way. Yeah, I use Firefox primarily because U-Block Origin still works on it. Let's see if T90 still is going to be playing more games. He's queuing again. He's queuing again. Uzi got Arena versus Emu. Oh, Mihai's queuing. That would be sick if T90 gets Mihai. T90 is the highest rated player I see queuing, so he might get Mihai. Japanese Sicilians on Arena. Uzi Emu. Green versus purple colors. Yeah, congrats. According to the Twitch profile, like, rounds. It rounds up. OBS is telling me 15,995 followers. I need 5 more for Twitch to be accurate when it says 16K. I guess Dave just went online because we went up by like 100 viewers, so welcome everyone. Oh, Mihai got a team game, though. What's T90 gonna get, then? I don't see anyone else kind of high queuing. I do hope one day we fix the Arabia version so we get more players interested in queuing. And Mihai got Coastal Forest. So let's see. I'm seeing Uzi, Emu, T90, Gabby still playing, still queuing. See, Greed's queuing. Miguel and Bruh queued into each other. BRB gotta go make 5 accounts real quick. And Beba Cakes, hello, hello. I'm doing well, doing well. Glad to be back from Brazil and streaming again. So I'll show you the status on queuing. He's there queuing away. Oh, there's a Rage Arena game going on. Interesting. I'll need to update Rage Arena. Oh, and Lady Fifi Rex, thank you for the follow. West versus T90, who would win? When DE first came out, I sniped T90 on the ladder and I won, and I'm 1-0 against him on DE. That's because when the game first came out, it carried over the beta ladder and made it the real ladder without resetting it. So I think when the game came out, I was like 7th ranked, and I very quickly lost games. But I think my peak rank was 7 because I played in the beta and that carried over. Not high enough to get one of those medals. But I remember my first day, I was playing against Nagao and Project Belgium and a whole bunch of other high-level players and losing horribly. But I did beat T90. We were waiting. I saw you DM me. An ice cream shark, thank you for the follow. Let's hope this isn't a virus. Spoopy. There's a bunch of maps there. So what is this? You're like mixing maps together? And review this. Your wife and your son, oh my gosh. Jeep getting the whole family to follow. Now all we need is your son to grow up, get married for another follower, have their own children, and then it'll finally complete all of the follows. Alright, so what do I gotta zoom this in. 4K monitor. Okay, so scripter, share maps, community rank. There is AOE2map.net. Haven't used that in a while, but people, that's a good map website. So click Arena, Arabia. Wait, mix, base, Arena, and Baltic. We mix them. Black Forest. All right. I think that's enough. All right. Allow cross-group mixing. Experimental. Okay, let's turn that off. Start in biome. What's a good biome? Australasian. South Australasian. That's a good biome. Spawn close. Objectives. Stone Bastion. Wildlife and resources. Wood density. Forest nothing. Wild animals yes. Sheep no. No more capybaras. Use too many of them. Fish sure. Gold sure. Stone. Lots of castles. Relics scarce. Alright. Then structures. Land bridges. I don't know what a land bridge is. Extra predators, atmosphere, skull and bones, debris and signs, and torches. So this is just gonna be like a build the RMS script, preview, then download. Yeah, because there have been map creator things too on the Forgotten Empire's website. So ooh, this is a big indentation here. Is this tabs for indentation? Yeah. Yeah, lots of land stuff. Ah, so is this like a land generator thing? Yeah, that's a thing that can happen. Yeah, lots of people have land generation tools. Kind of hard to envision what a map's going to look like with the clicking on stuff. Let's copy that. Is T90 in a game yet? Throw this into a quick map script. Browse local files. Oh, that was Z. See if the map works if I copy and paste it. Yes, the map is... It's 5,000 lines long. Yeah, it includes the default DE stuff, so it's not doing any custom placement. It's kind of a copy of a lot of the Trozzini-styled actor areas. And then it's a lot of manual land placement for map sizes. That's the tricky thing. Yeah, it has a lot of the collapse things. Those are just UI things, not really map stuff. And constants at the top, yeah. So it's a very Drazini-styled map-like thing. And let's see what the map looks like when we generate it. That's what I named it. Hello, map. Map. Did I copy and paste it right? Looks like a map. Maybe if I just download it instead. It says Arena Custom. Let me just try. Instead of copying and pasting myself, I'll just download it. Create a new scenario. Arena Custom. Maybe that works better. Oh, that looks like it worked. Oh my gosh, lots of placeholder terrains. Yeah, so it looks like the terrain might need a bit of work. I might have pushed it too far. Weird that the copying and pasting was a bit different as it is. I mean, it looks like a map. Oh, wait, you know, I didn't save the one I copy and pasted. That's my fault. I didn't save it. If I go to that one, I should get the same thing then. Check the first page again. What's the first page? What is the first page we're checking? We're at the end of the first step here. Go to mixing. Oh, that's lots of arenas. Might be a biome problem. I mean, otherwise, I didn't see player stuff. Oh. Do I gotta click stuff here? Oh, I can mix this stuff. Baltic, Black Forest, Arena. Badge flags compatibility issues. Oh, yeah, and it's kind of combining sections. Oh. Terrain may look wrong. Base terrain mismatch. Well, the terrain may look wrong. It does look wrong. Anyway, I feel like there are lots of options. And if you're building maps from them, kind of the risky thing is that DE maps themselves are probably not the best template to copy from. There's a lot of things you can do, but there are also some kind of questionable software decisions in how those maps are written. So you're kind of copying something that's already maybe not the best starting point. Oh, wait, okay, is T90 in a game? He's against Rascal. I've never heard of this player before. He's 18-15. This will be a rough game for Rascal. Alright, so this will be T90 as the Portuguese. And Rascal as the Persians. So here we go. Just get caught up to live time. They've varied. It should be just about up to feudal on this snowy Arabia map. See, the global forests are kind of far from the players on this version. And T90 again. Every time I've seen T90 play, he uses the mill for the chickens as part of his wall. Like not even walling over to here, walling up here. And he'll be going for a defense against the forward tower rush. And he'll do more walls behind it as Rascal comes forward for some men-at-arms and a tower on the berries. So T90 won't have his berries, but will have gold in the back. Yeah, as far as map stuff is concerned, though I'm not sure if that's something I would ever really use, because all the maps I do are pretty much, I end up rewriting them from scratch. For other people generating maps, I honestly don't have much of a context for what people actually want to do. Because there aren't many people who actually go and do maps. And maybe that's just because it's not very accessible. Because you do need a bit of a basic programming knowledge to be able to read the script and everything. It's T90 minus 2 Rascal's Revenge. It's kind of all over the place. Everyone has their own methods. Yeah, that's very true. And they all have their own pluses and minuses. Right, and if you start copying the DE scripts, they're kind of copyable because they all include files, which kind of gives you a base thing to include, but those files themselves are buggy. So you're kind of inheriting the bugs of the include files. And a lot of the tournament map scripting... Oh, is T90's victorious? That was a quick resign from Rascal. A lot of the tournament map scripting I do involves fixing issues and rewriting map scripts to avoid using the base DE files. From a UI perspective, it did look maybe a bit overwhelming that there were so many options to click through, and it wasn't clear what they did initially.
سلام فرمان آماده آری سلام
Let's see. This is just well, the trust didn't work. This is the difference of a 1700 and a 2K 2K4, I guess. It was AoE 2 Definitive Edition. That's what that was. That's what Rascal may be hoping he had a placeholder map. Rather than a real map. Let's just find another... I think T90 is going to queue again after that. I can't imagine him stopping after that. Okay, he got a closer ranked game now. This will be T90 as the Dravidians. Are you okay if I make him blue? Be another Arabia, thankfully. Game is good so far. Oh, right. We're at the start of the game, and we'll just do an ad to get out of the way quickly. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Kyo FGC. Thank you. Our base is here. We need 2 more followers. Almost there. Oh my gosh, look at this pond. Sorry, I'm just typing some feedback. Look at this pond. A long single pond with a box turtle in it. More stuff over here. And so T90, he'll be blue this game. I feel like T90 is usually blue when I watch him. I'll keep him in the blue. He'll just get whatever red or blue he gets on the ranked ladder. But Dravidian's Chinese, so Chinese should be the better civ, and this is a closer elo matchup. Immediately we have red Jesimosum. Let's call him red. We'll be doing the house here on the chickens. And a scout here going around for T90. write a paragraph of feedback. There we are. Alright. Is the casting for deaf people ASMR cast? Just gotta listen to the village chopping some wood. Sometimes someone... Sorry, a bit distracted there. If you ask me a question, I'll try to give him an answer. So, there we are, up to the feudal age. And barracks not done in the dark age. So this will be a feudal age barracks. Could even be a scouts opening then from our red player. 2 lumber camps split up, so that makes it hard to afford an early range and blacksmith if you're investing into that second lumber camp right away. Ending to the emu was nuts. Oh my gosh. Sounds like we gotta go watch another emu game. Yeah, the silence before the storm. So a mill there, a couple of villas out on the fruit bushes. And feudal age there for T90. As well have a stable up for red too. Is T90 just queuing the ranked ladder? Yep, he's just queuing the ranked ladder. He's getting whatever games, matchmaking. Oh, look at that. Red doing the good old block the range positioning with the scout. Oh, I love seeing that. I love seeing that. You got someone, their village just standing idle. They want to put something there, but then they can't. Maybe this is even a better position, a couple tiles forward. Again, T90. Every single time, mill on the chickens becomes part of his wall. So that seems to be his gameplay style now. The chickens, you go for them before the berries, and then they end up as part of your wall. So 4 militias from T90 about to become men-at-arms, and red needs to make sure this is walled up. He did go for the stable and the scouts opening, so that makes it a bit tricky to defend against men-at-arms. Won't be able to fight them right away. You kind of have to get out a spear to fight the scout, but then you're also competing for wood to do a range and get archers or skirms out. Yeah, the mill wall is the wood efficiency. And there's the range right away. 2 farms before the range. That makes the range kind of slow. And there's no gold control. So if you want to get an archer out, you will spend a gold. That means you won't be able to do fletching. It's always a rough decision. Do you want 1 archer to clean men-at-arms, or do you want fletching? Here, with the shortage of food, honestly, 1 archer is probably fine. Blacksmith and fletching is a long way away, but he will be going with a skirm. The res collected still pretty far ahead for the Chinese player, but T90's gotten what he wants, nicely walled with the mill, doing a very compact wall around his base. Can't really do much with the stone and everything in the back.
என்ன கட்டளை准备就绪சரி என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி
Yeah, it's a nice little cutout from the forest.
என்ன கட்டளை
சரி
சரி
And he's just going to go archers, and he's not going to go forward with the archers, he's going to wait for the scouts. And so the way he's walled makes him kind of open for scouts on the back. Is that scouts can run through the wall. But that would mean he just has to bring archers back. So now the archers are going forward. And he has to hope that the scouts don't try to dive through the TC and get to the wood line, but even if they do, maybe there's enough vills he can fight. There's not much room for scouts to run around with how small the walls are. Very small walls like this are extra effective against scouts because they make it harder for the scouts to try to avoid spears or avoid taking fights with vills. Yes, now the spear is out, so the scouts really wouldn't have any room in here to be running around. There's a blacksmith. And a couple archers hitting a vill. As fletching comes in from red. And will the skirms be able to chase the archers? They missed their first volley of javelins. Kind of low on HP themselves. Connect on the second. And with the scouts coming over, this should be a good fight to clear the archers. So T90 tried to move forward with the archers. Didn't really get much from them, and they should be cleaned. Might clean a scout or so in the process. Couple of skirms. One scout not fighting, but nice clean from red. And now with the men-at-arms not really doing much, there's enough skirms now that red can defend. What did those vills do? Where'd those vills... What are they doing there? Why are the vills by the men-at-arms? They'll survive. They'll survive. They'll get back. Men-at-arms now contained. And T90 lost the archer follow-up, so it's not going to be a men-at-arms archers combination. There, he wasn't able to... He tried to sneak the archers around to hit a woodline, didn't group them with the men-at-arms, and red was aware of that and was able to pick off the archers, since the two armies were separate. If it were men-at-arms in front to chase the skirms archers behind, that'd be one thing. A few more walls going up to the top of the map. And oh, there is a hole. Red will try to wall that. T90's still safe at home. No one's killed the Vill yet, and the res are pretty close. But if you're T90 and the res are close and you're against Chinese, you're probably pretty happy. Your Chinese late feudal can pull 1k res ahead. Oh, Jaguar getting involved. That's something else to keep an eye on if you're watching your Rex. Someone was asking how do you improve from around 1300. If you find gaps where the res collected shoots ahead from your opponent, you want to figure out what caused that. Whether it was a raid, some eco mismanagement, anything like gaps or uptiming inefficiencies. So here's T90 clicking up around 18 minutes. That'll be just over 28 minutes of an uptime. And Wazin00, thank you for the follow. You guys watch T90 casting low elo legends? How can we be sure T90 didn't just give his account to his uncle and let him play these games? I think we can tell it's T90. I think we can tell it's him. No offense to his uncle, but I think 2k4 is a bit higher elo than his uncle. We could try that someday, though. We'll give his uncle, like, a super big handicap and have him play against T90. Like, his uncle on, like, what's a good handicap? Like, 170%? And see if we can figure out who's who. I think it'll be obvious who's who. I wonder if his uncle could even win that. You know, low elo legend to cast me. He will be up to castle soon. This has to be then a quick crossbow click. I mean, I would love if he goes longswords. He has 8 men-at-arms. Okay, he's going longswords. He's going longswords. Never mind about the crossbows. He's saying, archers, just feed him to the skirms. I'm gonna go longswords. Oh, it's Dravidian longsword time behind this second TC. And longswords are fighting. Oh, yes. This is what we need. More longswordsmen in our lives. Skirms go to pick off spears. And there'll be a TC over here for red. And okay, that archers behind the wood line could hit the vills, but nothing to pressure them on the other side. Skirm's still fighting longswords, and here's the problem with longswordsmen, is feudal skirms still can beat longswordsmen. Did we get squires? Yeah, we did get squires. Oh, that did take a second to load. Alright. Both of them took a second to load. Now they should be there.
准备就绪。
Some longswords go down.
சரி.
Longswords and crossbows try to break through the houses. And crossbows here get picked off.
உங்கள்
There
சித்தம்.
we go. Another longsword here in the north.
喂，什么？
And bow saw for red.
என்ன கட்டளை? சரி. உங்கள் சித்தம்.
So knights coming out to fight the longswords. And T90 maybe had a bit too much fun with the longsword switch. The idle vills on the wood line is a very annoying bug. Are vills idle on the wood line? Where's that? I didn't catch that. But was it like a TC finished and vills went idle? Might have been a gather point thing. So T90, he went from longswords to elephant archers. I mean, we can't ask much more for him in terms of doing something fun. The red ones were. It might have just been like a shift queue or a gather point thing. Maybe I should do a video on that, because it's actually very weird. Right-clicking on trees behaves differently, whether you're setting a gather point or right-clicking with a villager. It's very weird. G'day, Soxy. Good morning. Morning, Soxy. Using Dravidian elephants, they're really strong but need insta-ballistics. Yeah, the Dravidian elephants, from what I've seen, the arrow actually starts higher than it does compared to normal archers, and that actually makes it less accurate. There are units right at their feet that they can't hit. They're horrible at raiding vills, because they can't actually shoot down and hit the vills. There's a vill down for T90, and this is now worrying for T90. What did I say earlier? He was equal in eco to the Chinese player, and he didn't let the Chinese player pull 1k ahead. Well, now we're just about 1k ahead. I think there was some kind of a bug, like, where the vills are standing at the wood line not working, but not showing his idol. Could be wrong, though. That could be a thing, too. There have been bugs a lot where you try to palisade wall your vills on the wood line. Oh, double kill on the knights. But they don't, like, go back to work properly, or they keep going idle while they're palisaded. So 3 TCs from T90. This is what Doubt was talking about when I listened to his casting. He tells players, do the triangle TC defense to keep yourself safe. Pretty good against knights, because then you can't be raided that well. You know, you might want a house wall behind that gate. Honestly, I think a mistake to let those knights in. There's no archers or monks or anything backing them up, so you should be able to wall behind them. Now some of his farmers have to garrison. That could have been a simple delete a house, 2 houses there, and knights don't get in moment. 3 TC with double elephant production. It's a lot of food to spend. He'll need to catch up that res collected difference as he keeps falling a bit more behind. He's already down by 20 vills. So the longsword aggression he might have wanted didn't work. We've seen longswords thwarted over and over by feudal skirms. Alright, TC able to hit the knights. Yeah, okay, Palisade Gate will not keep those knights out. Oh no. Oh, no. He needs the wall behind it. Sacrifice the vills. Oh, there's still a hole. There's still a hole. Oh no. Oh, there's still a hole. Elephant archers there. Enough elephant archers. They'll force them away. So how did the Chinese deal with elephant archers, though? Remember, they don't have the best monks. Knights, you probably don't want to keep doing knights into elephant archers forever. Yeah, Scorps and Prey. Or, I mean, do they still have rocketry? Is that a tech? Rocketry, scorpions, plus 25% attack. That could be good against elephants. Now I'm watch for T90. This should be a situation Handcart comes in, that red just gets eco and overwhelms T90. And he's doing a very defensive castle. Maybe worried about the elephants, doesn't want to go too far forward. Because right now, T90 has monk plus elephant, and that should be able to deal with the knights. For the moment, at least. There is light cav in another stable. Good old skirms. That's the one thing. I feel like skirms don't work all that well against elephant archers. You need so many of them. Elephant archers kind of eat the skirms themselves.
சரி என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் காலடியில்
Do a leg on the chair for a moment.
என்ன கட்டளை
Monks healing elephants again. And Knights will go right back to the gate. Oh, thank you, Giga0 for the follow. And that is number 16,000. So we did it, chat. We hit 16,000 followers on Twitch. We did it. That was 16,000. And that's an American comma to separate the thousands, not a European comma as a decimal point. Insta Anya, time to click stop streaming now. There we go. No, we'll keep casting T90. We'll try out that map gen website again after the game. There's Imperial Age for red. I think T90 is just dead here. There is a possibility red just has very bad fights with the knights and loses them all to conversions or to elephants. There's still a chance red throws the army here. This is where T90 now gets to the point where, okay, he's down by 20 vils, but he himself has 100 vils, so he has enough eco to keep things rolling. $16,000. Congrats, you're a good dude. Thank you. Thank you. We gotta get a few hundred more, though, so we hit the next power of 2. Whatever 8192 times 2 is. That's like 16,300 something. And we're at 30k on YouTube, so we can hit the power of 2 there. The 32,000 some odd subs. Are there still active CS games on DE? There are. I don't think as active as it was back in the heyday of Voobly, though. Dave would probably know a bit more about that. I do know there are some updated versions of TTF Racing, and I think Myth had made like an entirely new scenario in the same style. I've been meaning to check those out, but I haven't had time to get to them. Yeah, 16,384. There we are. That's the next goal. Yeah, there have been finished versions of TTF Racing where you fight the Hellmonk at the end. The version I had seen on Voobly for years ended early, but I don't think it ever actually was finished properly. There's Handcart now for T90, who is up to Imp, so he's not giving up yet. He's picking up a Relic. OG file was bugged, never got to the end. Yeah, the OG file was bugged. You couldn't save it when you edited it in the editor. There's some weird file issue. It would just crash. But someone worked around that and edited it properly. So we do have proper TTF now. Sounds very Doom-like. That was the bad guy in TTF Racing, the Hellmonk, the entire time. The orange player trying to stop you from getting to the end. Oh, and looks like T90 just calls the GG. T90 really has to type the GG in the chat before he resigns. That's a sudden GG. GG. Alright. Let's go check out some stats then. 47 to 29 KD, better eco, better everything. Sometimes it doesn't display even if you type it. That might be a thing too. Capture Age was also having that bug with the double displayed. And GG's. Alright, let's go check out that website one more. Oh, thank you all. We're passing 16K. Thank you, Mouse NZ, for the follow. Alright, so let me just add out of the way. We head over. T90's got a game against the same guy. It'll be Poles against Incas. Or against Inca. Just check out the website one more time. Let me, if I refresh, does it uncheck everything? Alright. We're gonna try the website one more time as we load in. We're gonna go Arabia. That's all. Only Arabia. Don't need to mix anything. Generate. You just go to the next step then. Default. Standard. Okay, not gonna click anything. Just gonna see if we can get a proper map. Ungenerate RMS. Copy that. Paste it into this map. Go back into DE. Oh, wait, we're loading into T90's game. Too much loading. Alright. So, okay, that worked. We did create Arabia, which is maybe not the point because it was just copying stuff, but we did create Arabia, so that works. You get a minimal working example. What is this? Is this... It's actually much shorter than Arabia, I think. Solid object. Alright, let's try one more thing. Go back to step one. We'll mix Arabia and Arena together. No warnings. Generate RMS. Wait. Let's do objects from Arena. Okay, and generate. Copy. This will work better. And then generate this. What do we have? Arabia plus Arena. I don't have walls. I was kind of expecting walls. Oh, a mix. Suggested compatible maps. Arena. What if we just do this? Wildlife and resources. And we take the relics, we just turn them all the way up. Generate. Does that give us more relics? Oh yeah, it does give us more relics. Alright. So at least there we go. I think we just gotta be more careful with it than what we were doing earlier. But yeah, I think that's the feedback. The UI is, I'm not sure what the, like, taking two maps and say combine them. It's kind of a hard thing to visualize before you see it. Oh, there's an option to add walls on step 4. Okay, let's add some walls. Step 4. Where are the walls? I just want walls. Stone walls. There we are. Those are on. Generate RMS. Copy. Right. Hit the walls now. Hopefully we do. Oh, there we go. We got walls. Alright, 10 out of 10. Perfect map. What more could we want? That's exactly what we want, walls. Alright, let's get into T90's game then. As old Arabia with cliffs? DE's Arabia still has cliffs, but it's kind of rare. Useless water like Old Fortress? I guess that was actually very useful water. Where are we at? Where we at? Too many tabs open. And yeah, same matchup, but Poles versus Inca on Arabia. T90 win, or are we getting 16,009 followers? We need 8 more followers for that. So T90 to the north is the blue Poles, and our red player Jasimasum to the south playing in the red as the Inca. And Elephant Arabia, so lots of extra food on this one. And let's see, some Palisades going up for T90. He's walled himself up, has a ton of water buffaloes. Where's the mill, T90? He's not using the mill as part of his wall. What is this? Is this his uncle? Do we put his uncle in the game for him? Every single game, it would have been a mill right here, part of the wall, and take the chickens, but no. Oh, he's the Poles, though. He's doing a full vark. Okay, I had to take that back. Not going to use the full vark as part of the wall. It wants to surround it just with farms, so... Okay, fair enough. Maybe it is still him. Maybe it's not his uncle. Why did he GG that game? I think he realized how far behind he was. Oh, is he going to take from red? Remember, Uzi was polite and didn't lane T90's herdables earlier. And it looks like T90 might do the same thing to our red player here. We'll just leave it over by the berries. So Inca for the settlements, Poles for the full vark, 3x3 gather sites for both of them. Oh, this is a sick settlement. Chickens, wood line, gold all together. I guess I would have liked it a couple tiles to the side for the gold, but that is nice. You also build your farms around those too. They take everything. They take everything. I think someone said this. I think that the settlements need some rotations like the houses do. Because you see so many repeat settlements in your base. The wood line, the gold, the berries, just there's settlements everywhere. Instead of the variety, the lumber camp, the full vark, the middle, whatever. I think they just gotta rotate a bit, and then your base will look much prettier. There's another one. Wood and gold. So 2 settlements. Remember, they also give you double the pop space as the Inca. So instead of 5 population, they give you 10, just like the houses. And early barracks for the champies, saving a bit of wood with the Inca. And so looking at the maps forward, oof, this is an ugly map. T90 is basically playing Tapui here with all the resources forward. His barriers are safe. Other than that, everything's forward. Put settlements everywhere, never housed. Never housed. There's feudal. And the champions will start going forward. Ooh, T90. Is this the Viper? Failing a gate? Also laming, but red just gives them back to T90. You enjoy maps with cougars or jaguars in them so you can watch cats attack things. Only if they win, though. I'm sure you don't want to watch maps where cats get slaughtered. So some more walls going up for T90. Here's Feudal Age. And dodging some TC fire. And Champy's attacking the scout. More walls go up. Cat lateral damage. And there is the first of the full vark farms for T90, but doing it before he does horse collar, just trying to get the farms up. Still not taking the berries. And getting forward with his scout, finding a Vil on the range. Nice pick from him. And if he kills the Vil does have Loom. Loom just came in. Well, it was a long time without Loom. Gets the Vil, and we'll get out with the scout. So a few champions still around, but not going to be able to push through the TC fire. I'll go for the houses, but Tristan will get that walled. On the outside, that water buffalo is still there. Red will grab it when doing the settlement on the berries. And we'll have a house here for T90, just finishing his walls up. Needs the house for the pop space anyway. Can I ask him if he'll do a forest nothing? T90. Actually, he has a forest nothing planned. I don't know if that's happened yet. There's a secret forest nothing happening. Alright, Champions versus Scouts now. And the Champions do go down to the Scouts. Everything there goes down. He's just gonna spend a week chopping trees. Yeah, he was, speaking of us hitting 16k on Twitch, T90's I think at just about 400k on YouTube. I think he passed Spirit of the Law and subs on YouTube a while ago. So walls up across the front. Nice walls in front of the gold. Range also is part of that wall. Of course, Nothing Land should have been an offshoot of the Brazilian tournament, but would take place in the Amazon rainforest. That's the Amazon tunnel land. 4v4 Amazon tunnel someday. So lots of walls going up here. Spears and archers still around. Hit the scout. Walls go up. And engaging on the archers now. Spear there. Focusing the spear first. That has the most DPS. Oh, there's another spear mixed in. I didn't see the second spear. If I saw 2 spears there, I probably would have questioned jumping. Oh, that's the important thing there. The spear and the archer kind of combined on box formation. And you'll get the spear. Okay, so it works out in the end. Works out in the end. I guess that was a good fight. Anyway, but here comes a third spear. And spear will poke a scout. Always tricky to make that decision. Do you engage the spears or not? Because you never know the second spear lurking in the darkness that'll come out once you kill the first one. And you're like, oh man, if I had known that was there, I wouldn't have fought because I lost too much scout HP. Because right now the scouts are so weak, they'll struggle to raid vills other than maybe singleton or isolated ones. Like, Red might not pay attention to this, and T90 could try to jump them. But even then, the vills could fight back and kill some scouts. And yeah, he's just gonna wall. Yeah, smart thing to wall there. If you had like 4 vills next to each other, you might be tempted just to fight instead of walling. But just 2 vills, definitely wall. Now, archers, spears into skirms. Skirms should be able to stop this. And skirms will be going for the champies. And this is now a tricky fight for those low HP scouts. They want to run from the archers and the spears. They'll go for the champion. Champions to run. And they'll try to get the champion on the hill. This is such an awkward fight now, because you don't want to fight this archers with the scouts, but the rest of the army kind of... Like, everything's kind of vulnerable to skirms. But the champions can deal with the skirms. So there's no real great way for either player to take a flawless fight. They're just kind of determining if they'll lose anything or not when they do go for it. And there's armor. So with the armor, now you get an armor for the spears and the champions. That makes you much more confident in fighting. Scouts take... It's just so difficult to pick off spears once they have armor. Clutching for the skirms. Ooh, Black Panther, Black Panther. New Predator. Ooh, the new Predator is from the DLC. So champions and spears will fight the skirms, force them back. And skirms try to pick off the spears. Spears go down. Archers have to pull back from the skirms. Archers go down. And archers will hit the scout. Scout killed. Lots of low HP scouts running away. And Black Panther will chase the archer. Archer goes down. Black Panther gonna go for skirms. There's 1 weak skirm. Okay, it doesn't go for the weak one. I was hoping it was going to go for this skirm. Where is it? Yeah, right there. Right there. 2 HP. That would have been great. But unfortunately, it was for a high HP skirm. Doesn't get a hit. But now red's up to the castle age first. And more ranges. So triple range with Inca leads to, I think, archers. Just got hit by the TC. Some scouts going for another range. Skirm still pushing in. And triple range archers against the poles can be nice if you get to imp, transition to arbs, and then have the archer mass against the lack of the final armor upgrade. Slaughter privileges then can just kind of become feeding cavaliers into your archers. But enough skirms here for T90 to make just a pure archer transition may be a bit difficult for red, as the scouts will get through that range without much difficulty, and the poles themselves do have +1 attack against ranged soldiers for their scout line. The archer's pumping out from the range. Angels will go repair the range. And that'll be an extra minute behind that T90 is. So Castle Age Crossbowman with some repairs there. That range stays up. Get a good mass of crossbows, you can fight feudal skirms. And you push T90 back, and then you can decide what you want to do while he's back. Do you go forward for a workshop? Try to pressure? Do you add TCs? Get your eco set up? But it all starts with crossbow bodkin. And T90 is, ooh, nice snipe on the archer. But he'll try to push forward, but now has to go back. And as long as you don't mess up your micro, you should be okay. And T90 will stay forward for as long as he can until the upgrades come in. And that'll give him about 10 seconds or so to fight. But there's a crossbow. And what you don't want to do is get out of position with the crossbows. Now you have your upgrades. You can win against the feudal skirms. No ballistics, so you won't kill them if they retreat. But you can force them off. And you have a bit of breathing room now, but breathing room for a university. So it's going to be ballistics. And continued triple range crossbow aggression. Winged hussars? You gotta get to imp for those. It's a ways off still. Okay, so crossbow hit by the skirms. And now it's a question, how quickly does ballistics come in? The resources are just about there. Idling crossbow production a bit for ballistics, there it is. And now if Elite Skirm comes in, that's a nice counter to all the crossbows. So the timing was there to push the skirms back. But now you just kind of start thinking big picture. Was University plus ballistics the answer here? Because your crossbowmen still won't be able to do much against the skirms, and you've just invested a lot of wood into your crossbow upgrades. That could have instead been you do a TC, and you get a bit of an eco lead, and wait on the ballistics. Or you do a workshop and try to pressure with siege, where you wouldn't need the ballistics, and you still keep the skirms away. So we'll see. I mean, if you can take a good fight, it's still ballistics versus no ballistics. So you still might be able to fight the skirms, even though I think it's still better to pull back. So let's see. What's the micro here? What's T90's micro here? And this is what you want. Just run straight forward with the skirms, chase the crossbows back. Say, hey, no matter what you do to dance, we're still just gonna go straight for you and kill you. And yeah, this is, I think, exactly what Red did not want. You invest into crossbow ballistics, but then you fight skirms. Skirms kill you. The skirms didn't need ballistics. And now T90 is super far ahead, and Red realizes that. There's a GG. Yeah, so the ballistics play there didn't work out. Not at all. Oh man, those feudal to castle transitions are really tricky to figure out. Well, I think that's just something to keep in mind. Crossbows versus skirms. Yeah, you're ahead, but not ahead enough. And then ballistics wasn't useful. The skirms just run straight towards you. GG. Well, things like that you learn. Alright, so that's a 16 to 42 KD. For just skirms running straight to crossbows. Yeah, so it's a good mid-feudal fight versus faster castle time. And then the army numbers never recovered, and then ballistics was kind of doubling down on a unit that was already losing. Oof. Alright. I think it's probably it for me. I've streamed for about 6 hours today. GG's. We hit 16,000 followers on Twitch, so thank you all. And let's see. I'll take another look at that map thing. I just took a quick look today, and it confused me a bit from the UI. But maybe if I look at it better, I can come up with better feedback for you. So yeah, that'll be it for us. We'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna stream tomorrow, but we'll find something. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll end it on YouTube, and then we'll raid Gabby on Twitch. So I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you again for all of the follows. 10 more followers. Hit 16,011. If we hit at least 16,061, we'll have at least a palindromic number. Anyway, thank you.